Затанцюєм, загуляєм, заживем. Україна переможе, коли рашу розіб'єм.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to what is to be a fantastic qualifier here for the Chinese region. And it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you for this one. Jonathan, what a day of Dota we have ahead of us, sir. So many games coming up right here. But, of course, we do have Fusion vs. Saiyan coming up. I know you have your own way of pronouncing that team name, but Before all that, John, how are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. Looking forward to seeing what we have in store here in China. Of course, it's one of the, I think by a lot of people's standards, it's probably the one of the hottest qualifier regions, as there's a lot of competitive teams. So there's a lot of storylines to watch out for, a lot of teams to watch out for, and we are starting in that lower bracket elimination today with Team Fusion versus Cyan. And keen to see what happens there. Of course, we have seen these two teams play each other in the DPC before. I believe Team Fusion's been playing a little bit more outside in third party tournaments. They just had a win in a mixed China Southeast Asia tournament very, very recently, whereas Team Cyan has been a little bit more inactive. So I'm keen to see how big that discrepancy plays into here. Again, last time around, these two teams faced off. It was a 2-0 win for Fusion as well. So on paper, they should be the favorites coming in here, but you can never count any team out, as we've seen time and time again throughout the qualifiers that have already happened. We've already seen like a lot of strange things happening in those grand finals where an upper bracket team goes undefeated then just loses 0-3. I
Yeah.
think that's in both of the regions we've seen so far, South America and Eastern Europe. So can see if that happens eventually here, how the paths shape up for each team, or and what kind of storyline we see, or what kind of lower bracket run we see from some of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we love ourselves an upset, John, and like you mentioned, already two regions having upsets going on. I think this is a series best of one here between these two teams as well. So I guess anything really could happen because you in a best of one, John. It's one of those things you don't have those backup games to kind of fall back on if you end up dropping that first game, and if you are going into this series as the underdogs, right? Like maybe just you just run a cheese stretch straight away. If you're not feeling confident here for Fusion or Cyan, you just go the other way, just run a crazy cheese strat. It's a best of one. You've just got to get through this first game, and you can proceed through to the lower bracket. I can only wonder what kind of drafts we have on our hands very soon, John.
Yeah, I'm keen to seeing that when it does come out. There already a little bit of a meta coming out with the qualifiers. Of course, before anything else, we do have a bit of an overview of how the tournament is being run, or how the qualifiers are being run. And that should be brought up right now. Seeded based on the DPC and double elimination bracket. Grand final is a best of 5. Everything else is a best of 3. And second and third place go into the last chance qualifier. And first place is the only sure shot you have into getting to TI. So keen again. It's a lot of matches lined up, and it's going to be really interesting to see what our top 3 teams are. Because you're not exactly out even if you get into the lower bracket finals. You do have that last chance qualifier to shoot for, but that one's going to be a pretty big bloodbath to kind of pin your TI hopes to.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Based off the rules, John, are you telling me that these aren't best of ones coming up here for this first series?
Well, we can see in the bracket right now, it does say this is a best of one. I believe
Right.
lower bracket round 1 is the only best of one that we'll ever get. And past that, it is all best of 3s going forward. So this should be a best of one. I think it's just some regions don't have enough teams to field. So lower bracket round 1 ends up all being buys. And then you go straight into the lower bracket round 2, starting
Fair.
with the best of 3s. So we do at least have one set of teams here in round of 1. Again, that is Team Cyan up against Team Fusion. And you can also see the winner bracket rounds, the upper bracket over there with RNG, YBB coming up later in the day, VG and Aster Aries, eHome and CDEC, and IG versus Extreme Gaming as well.
It's going to be a very, very exciting day again. I think there's 5 different series we're going to be going through today. So very, very excited to see how it all pans out. Again, we are going to be starting with Team Saiyan against Team Fusion here in the lower bracket round of 1. Yeah, I mean they're the only lower bracket round of 1 series going on today. Obviously, like you mentioned, John, plenty of teams having buys up until round number 2. So lucky them. Not so much for Team Saiyan versus Team Fusion. However, they've got to play it out in a best of 1 series. John, should we talk about this series coming up? Like, do you have any expectations from either of these teams?
Yeah, it's quite the series to line up for our day. Saiyan, again, has had a pretty good time. Well, no, Fusion's had a really good time up against Saiyan and had better results in the 2 or 3. In Division 2, they've had it's not the best results. They didn't manage to go up for promotion to Div 1, but they have had a good time. And the roster, it does look fairly rounded out. I think this is a team that people had a lot of high hopes for. You have God King on, you have White Album, Flyby, Victoria, XCJ. It's a team of fairly well-known players that's stuck in Div 2, and just shows you how competitive the region is. for Cyan, I mean, they have one of the best names in, you know, in the DPC. They've got Son Goku on their off lane. You know, you have all of that going on there. But apparently, the power of the Science are just not enough to bring them up there yet, Mike.
Well, John, let's have a look at the schedule here for today. Of course, we can bring it up on our screen right now. And, well, there you go. There's our schedule again. 5 series going on. First one is a best of 1, but after that, we have all best of 3s coming up between all these teams. And, again, what a very, very hype matchup. Of course, John, we're going to be out of here after the 3rd series. I believe B-Cop will be stepping in, along with Black, if I'm correct, but not 100% sure on
Lizard.
that.
It's Lizard.
Lizard, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm terrible with names, John. You know how I am. I don't read what other casters are doing, but B Cup and Lizard are going to be showing up after the 3rd series, of course, 4th and 5th one for them. But what a hype day, Jonathan. So many games to go through. It feels so long since we've had the pleasure of casting qualifiers, especially for TI, being that it happens only once a year. But so many stages of qualifiers to go through and so many storylines that could pop up. Very, very exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's a packed 2 weeks of Dota. It's also like full days because right after China, I believe we have an A running. So it's like 2 regions back to back. It's a lot of nonstop action. Make sure you have to, check it out every single time. Follow the teams you want to, and it's a busy time, Mike. It's building up into that one big tournament each year in Singapore. A lot of teams, a lot of hopes hanging onto this qualifier.
Absolutely. Again, it's going to be a very exciting time. John, we do have a couple minutes to go before we do get this draft underway. Can we have a bit of a discussion here? In Australia, and I think most of the Western world pronounces it as Team Saiyan. You seem to believe it's pronounced Team Cyan. Could you explain I don't know, what is it? What's your argument for Team Cyan here?
Well, I have a pretty clear argument because I just checked the Google pronunciation of Super Saiyan, and it's Super Saiyajin. So it is Saya,
Right.
Saya, and it's
Okay.
not Saiyan. There's an I there. I don't know how that works in English, but there's an I after the A. So it's like Sai, Yan. It's like I know. I know. You guys have a way of speaking. I don't speak English all too well, Mikey. But that's how we say it over here in Southeast Asia, at least as far as I know, and maybe Japan, but I'm not sure about.
Yeah, it just feels like it's ruined my complete childhood. Just ruined my childhood completely here, John. Just, I was saying Saiyan my whole life, and now it's just all gone. All of it's gone. It's Cyan, apparently. There you go. Thank you for explaining that, Jonathan. I'm going to be thinking about this all day. All day. As we do go into it very, very soon. John, draft pickups. Is there any particular hero picks you're expecting for either side?
I think it's hard to say again for Cyan mainly because we haven't seen them in almost like 2 months. But right before the major was the last time we saw that team play. For Fusion, they've been playing a little bit more in the past few days. We're in again a bit of a mixed tournament with Southeast Asia very recently, if I recall right, and that should lead to a lot more coming out from them. I believe they just actually, what were they playing recently? It was actually Cyan that was playing in. So they had a couple of picks there. The Tiny's been on the up and up for them as they do enjoy it, I believe, for their Pause 4 coming out for Wenhao. So that should be something to watch out for. Overall, the meta has kind of, again, been leaning towards maybe slightly more into the healing heroes. Chen's still in the meta. We've seen Undying come out in picks as well, though the success rate hasn't been too high. Marcy's been doing surprisingly well despite the changes, which I really didn't expect, because when you change a hero's toolkit like that, you switch around which stuns and which slows. It takes an adjustment period to kind of build up there, but Marcy's just been rocketing out in terms of success. So I think Marcy might be something we see pretty heavily contested, as we have already seen from Eastern Europe and South America. The Tiny, again, it's just a very popular sort of Pause 4 flex into mid. The Undying potentials there, as I'm sure you've recently enjoyed yourself as well, Mike. So I think those are some of the bigger heroes to watch out for. But then in the back line, you still have the Chen. You still have the Dazzle that we saw before as well, especially in something like, say, Isal Genting. So I think, again, all of those picks are still kind of floating around in the meta here.
I don't want you making any excuses for these damn Marcy plays either, Jonathan. I mean, you're talking about switching up the slow and the stun and this and that. What about the Earth Spirit players, John? How many times have they switched up his spells on us? Nobody makes excuses for us, Jonathan. I've never heard you defend an Earth Spirit player once. No. I don't want to hear about these Marcy plays.
No, I'm not. I'm not an Earth Spirit defender here, Mike. Although, Earth Spirit could be something that slides out, as we've seen Victoria and Wenhao kind of play it as well every now and again as a pocket pick. So, it could be something. I believe Victoria leans into that here a little bit more. So that might be a possibility, but
No,
considering the
it's not,
state of
John.
Earth Spirit in general,
It's
Mike,
not a
I'm sure
possibility.
you wouldn't particularly enjoy that.
No. No, certainly not, Jonathan. I think it's much smarter to just go down those more standard picks in the meta right now. And it's an interesting meta as well, right? Like it seems like the meta itself has slowed a little bit. Like the pace of the game is a little bit slower. But from the games I've been watching, John, it feels like there's just been so much action going on across the board. So it's one of those patches that it might take a little bit longer to end the game, but at the same time, there's just so much action throughout the game, right? It just feels like there's consistent fighting going on and just fighting over territory over the map. And I don't know, it's a very interesting patch, John. And I feel like there's just so much that's been undiscovered as of yet. And we might be able to discover some things in the qualifiers. John, have we even seen the Centaur Ags come out yet in a proper pro match? I think maybe we saw it once as a bit of a troll build or something. I can't remember.
And as far as I know, I haven't seen it myself yet. Although, to be fair, I've just been sort of glancing at the qualifiers for the most part. But I don't think it's come out. I'm not sure if we've ever seen the Beastmaster Ags. I think those kinds of hero changes aren't actually the most important bits. The biggest bit is really that ramp and dire, and of course the small camps being gone, which is something that a lot of people have been talking about for a while because of how the mid mate has kind of been a bit stale with water runes and all of that. So small camps being gone is probably the biggest change on a map, which impacts that mid tempo. As you mentioned, it's a slower game with the level requirements or the level EXP requirements kind of shifted. So level 6 on mid shifted as well. And I still that ramp on dire makes it, I'm not sure how to feel about it. Like as a radiant person trying to go into dire, it feels even riskier. At
Yeah.
the same time, for dire, if you don't have vision there, it's a pretty good um flanking spot for radiant to kind of camp themselves down if they have the ward up, and if they manage to take the mid tier 1 and top tier 2, that's kind of a really sweet spot for them to cut you off as well. So the dire side is interesting. I think you still have a better time farming on dire jungle. So I'm wondering if teams lean that way again. Because again, in ESL Genting, we saw teams kind of prioritize dire as a pick instead of pick priority. It was almost always like you'd lean towards that dire advantage.
It was certainly like that, John. We'll see. We'll see how things change up. At least in China, I believe we are going to have a draft underway very, very soon here between these two teams. The map changes certainly have been interesting, and I do agree with your point as well. That particular ramp does feel very, very scary when you are trying to go up it to either secure a bounty or maybe just get some farm going in the dire jungle. Definitely a very, very intimidating ramp to run up. Yeah, we'll see how it all pans out here between these two teams again, John. I'm very excited for this best of one series. I'm completely expecting some cheese picks, right? Again, if you are the underdogs in this matchup, I feel like you just go cheese. You try to pull off game one victory and make it through to the best of threes, right? You don't want to mess around in the best of ones. There's no safety
Yeah.
net.
Nah. You go with what's either comfiest for you or some pocket strats that you've never shown out. And again, I'm keen to see if either one has that. I don't think Fusion's under pressure to do that. It's more on Team Cyan again to kind of look for that opportunity to prove themselves. Again, they've been kind of relegated out of Division 2, out of the DPC. They're going to have to requalify after TI. So they're going to have to bring out something special. And I'm keen to see whether or not that's something they have something prepared to kind of do that. Maybe we see something like the Husker. There have been talks of Meepo being a hero again.
Oh,
Could be a possibility. You've got your Arc Warden potentials there.
don't say Arc Warden, John.
Brood Mother, perhaps. So, you have a lot of ways of going for that cheese here, Mike.
Yeah, the Arc Warden certainly has made a reappearance as of late, hasn't it, John? It's been rather disgusting, to say the least. As per usual, there's nothing ever fun about going against Arc Warden or even just watching Arc Warden. It's just Arc Warden. And surprise, surprise, before anyone annoys me about spoilers, because there is about to be a spoiler for the Dota anime if you haven't watched it. Surprise, surprise, John, Arc Warden was the villain all along. Could you believe that?
Wow, I
Yeah.
actually don't because I'm really not up to date. Like I ended on book one, Mikey. What have you
10
done to me?
seconds
To be fair, it's been like what months now, as we do have the draft on hand,
5
which isn't going to
seconds
take us months
remaining.
here. Already have the initial bans coming through. Mikey, Visage and Batrider banned out by Fusion. Cyan banning out the Chen and Doom. So again, you know, Chen's been fairly popular. The Visage has also been on the up and up. Marcy, as we said,
Dire
contested
team
pick
pick.
does come true for Fusion, and you have the Dawnbreaker coming out as well for Saiyan, which is a little bit more surprising, I think, overall compared to the Marcy, because the Dawnbreaker damage values were readjusted pretty heavily. So, as a core, clearing out those early waves doesn't feel as amazing. It's still a really strong hero to
10
have,
seconds
but I'm
remaining.
thinking with those changes in mind, again, Cyan is probably gunning for it maybe
5
on that
seconds
pause
remaining.
4 as a bit more of an aggressive, global healing kind of presence support here.
Radiant team
That's the
pick.
thing, like with the Dawnbreaker, you kind of pointed out the values being decreased, but it still feels so lane dominant, right? Like if you can make the jump in with the Celestial Hammer, it's just so hard to get away from, and well, we'll see how it all pans out. They even go down the Rubik route now, John, and this is one of your favorites, right?
10
Rubik against
seconds
Marcy,
remaining.
you take the Dispose away as the Rubik with that massive cast range,
5 seconds
and you're
remaining.
literally just, I guess you should rename that ability Telekinesis, right? Because you literally aren't touching anyone.
Yeah. Again, the funny thing is that Dispose isn't the stunts. You're likely to more wanting to get that rebound if you want that additional control. But the repositioning of Dispose is still really strong on something like the Rubik. If you get something like the Eye of the Vizier and, just have maybe his Aether Lens up, you're going to have a really good time just lifting people back, disposing them back. And so keen to see what they can get done. I do wonder if that means Cyan is gunning more for that core Dawnbreaker potential you talked about. I don't see a Rubik and Dawnbreaker support duo feeling too good. Like a Rubik 4, Dawnbreaker 5, or Rubik 5, Dawnbreaker 4. You could make it work. We've seen some teams kind of lean into a Rubik 5, but it can be a little bit greedy. So
Radiant team
I'm
back.
wondering just how far they take that flex and sign. And an early Shadow Fiend pick for Fusion. Like the confidence coming out here is pretty outstanding. Of course, that should be our Hero 4 White album down mid. And you already have a really good way of just burning people down. You have a lot of damage already just with
10
Marcy
seconds
and
remaining.
Shadow Fiend on hand.
Dire
So
team back.
I do like that coming out for Fusion at the same time.
Radiant team
If you do
back.
go for, say, your Requiem kind of play on the Shadow Fiend, you always have this counterplay in Cyan with the Solar Guardian when it's up. So you've got some way of sustaining through that burst damage, at least early on. It does feel like level 1 Requiem shouldn't be
10
able to really
seconds
clear out
remaining.
as long as you have maybe a couple of additional HP items. So you
5
do have some
seconds
play there for Saiyan. And now you're going to have to just kind of figure out your mid matchup. I mean, Fusion could try to flex. I've seen a
Dire
couple of
team back.
safe lane Shadow Fiends, but it just feels like you get way more value in that mid. Hmm.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
It's a little bit of a tricky one. Alina doesn't feel too bad there, although you can still get raised down early on. You could try for something cheeky. You could try, say, a Ricky mid. Just blink on top.
10 seconds remaining.
Get the smoke screen on. SF doesn't enjoy that until he gets a BKB, and you're not
seconds
rushing
remaining.
BKB first item on SF. So those are a couple of ways. I think the one worry for Cyan and what enables Fusion to kind of do this is that, again, you're potentially already revealing your double supports here on Cyan's end. I mean, you could still flex a Dawnbreaker that still has that lane dominance despite the damage values being nerfed down a bit, but as a support duo up against Shadow Fiend, you don't really have the best hold. Once Shadow Fiend gets BKB, he has nothing to worry about from these two heroes. No BKB Pierce. They will go with the Ogre Magi instead, so that should be a Dawnbreaker core now coming out for Cyan. And the Ogre Magi is actually one of those heroes that feels a lot stronger now, despite kind of changing in dynamics. Like his base damage is
10
insane.
seconds remaining.
You actually really don't want to be trading with that hero, so I'm kind of keen to see
5 seconds
what Cyan
remaining.
will pick up as its laning partner, because it does feel like with that hero right now, you do want to be extra aggressive with how strong he is at level 1.
Radiant team pick.
I speak for the trees.
Dire team pick.
Omni Knight.
Oh.
Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah, you've got a great way of just beefing up your front line,
5
great healing.
seconds remaining.
There's not really the best magic damage in the world, so Guardian Angel is going to be pretty damn good here as
Radiant
well, and you don't
team
have
back.
anyone that just naturally takes that off of you. They do go with the Lushrak on Science End, so that does give you some damage output through Guardian Angel when it does come out. It does give you pretty decent lane against the Shadow Fiend, although it's not the worst thing in the world. It's also not the best if you do get hit by the raises.
10
So there's still some
seconds
play
remaining.
potential coming out for White Album there. But I am
5
liking what you
seconds
have on
remaining.
Fusion's End. It does feel like this is still a lineup that you
Dire
can
team
build up
back.
for your Pause 1, for God King to kind of have a really good game with that Guardian Angel up, or at least with the Omni Knight around. There's a couple of possibilities there. I
Radiant
believe
team
Terrorblade has
back.
been on the up and up in the past 1. That could be something that slides through as well. We've also seen the Terrorblade on, I believe, pause 5, but I don't think that's a possibility here right now for Fusion. And for Cyan, of course, they at least have a pretty good way of matching up on the pause 1 core.
10
They do have
seconds
last pick
remaining.
overall, so they can kind of sort out their lineup, figure out where they
5
really want to toss
seconds remaining.
Dawnbreaker, because you could still run a Dawnbreaker 1, but again, with the damage values lower, it does feel like you're not going to be farming as quickly on that hero. Although, again, you have some good lane domination there.
Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think Fusion
5 seconds.
I think
remaining.
Fusion could actually go for the offlane Omni or NP. Flyby has played quite a lot of Omni before, so that could be something he leans into, or the Nature's Prophet. I don't think you mind either way. It still sounds like a pretty strong lane to play to, although again, you are kind of running the Omni Knight offlane blind into the safe lane pickup of Fusion. So there is a lot of flex close out here for Fusion. Again, Flyby has his choices of the Omni or the NP, or I don't think the Marcy's in a very good position for core. Probably just those 2 years to
Dire
kind of shift
team
around.
pick.
What I am keen to see is what God King plays, and they will take the DP instead, so that should just be Flyby's hero, sticking to God King NP, and just the Omni Knight 4 coming out for Fusion. Lots of push. This is an insane amount of push to come out here, Mike. They want to end it
10
fast. They want to just get through the best of 1. You talked a little bit about cheese, Mike. This is probably within your
5
line of
seconds
cheese.
remaining.
Objective taken is the main focus for Fusion. Really? You liking player? Ugh. Ugh.
Choose
Oh.
your hero.
Yeah, and you have a lot of potential coming true here for Fusion. For Cyan, I mean, they do have that scaling with Terrorblade. We did talk about it here, kind of coming back into the picks. You have really good push as well coming out for Cyan, as if you do manage to get that space out, play around with the Metamorphosis, play around with the timings of your Lesh. So there is some early potential here for Cyan as well. I just feel like Fusion will want to run at you much more frequently. It does feel like they're not going to need as much farm, especially on God King here, to be really effective. And I think that is something for the side of Cyan to watch out for. There's early timings, that early aggression that is enabled by also just having an Omni Knight support. Can get off really fast, and you have some interesting lanes coming up. Like Omni Knight plus DP on the off lane is pretty scary. Like that's a lot of sustain. You're not going to be able to burst down that DP. Sure, she also had damage values changed up, but her Spirit Siphon, but it is still something that Terrorblade doesn't enjoy. It's magic damage coming through early on. The Terrorblade is very susceptible to that. I think it's Cyan. I feel like Fusion again. They're confident up against Cyan. They've had a 2-0 before. They've maybe played a little bit more in Cyan's end in the recent tournaments, but Fusion is the team to watch out for, and they should be the favored team. See if that holds up, but I do like the draft of Fusion. I think that push timing is going to be very hard to hold up against for Cyan, and if they find themselves behind, if they lose control of their dire jungle up top, then the game gets really hard for, say, MS to kind of find that farm to Terrorblade.
Well, with that, John, we do get to head into game number 1 here again between Cyan and Fusion and see how everything does end up panning out. Again, should be a rather exciting game here. You seem to believe Cyan's going home. It could go anyway. It's very hard to tell with these drafts, but I'm looking very forward to seeing exactly what goes down. As we already have a first blood popping out. White Album able to secure here against Wenhao.
Oh, it's a nice little pick off using their forward ward very early on, getting a nice kill for themselves. And they are still kind of lined up to trade 2 for 2, although Cyan is looking for a little bit more.
They certainly are. Once to send Goku, they go. The Dawnbreaker going to be just fine. So everyone does back their way out. A fantastic start, though. Like White Album already securing first blood on the SF. They'll even find the Observer Ward in the mid lane, so the SF already having an inherent advantage. And the thing is, John, like, sure, you don't get quite lucky because you don't have Necromastery leveled up yet here on the SF, but again, with that First Blood Gold having such an early bottle to come out, it just gives him such an advantage in this mid-laning stage.
Yeah, you're just going to have a lot more spam, a lot more sustain to come through. And for Zone, it's going to take a little bit. He's not going to be too far behind, but just the first wave confidence for White Album to spend his entire mana pool, knowing that he's got a top up, is been pretty damn good. He also has the 2 mangoes on hand to kind of play tag there. And Leshrac, again, this is where things get a little bit annoying. You don't have the small camp to play with. Same thing goes for the SF, as you would enjoy that, but it just comes down to having so much more importance in that mid lane. And if White Album just manages to get that nice early start, gets level 2 raises a little bit earlier on, he can go for the kill opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't really underestimate the slow and the turn rate slow that is there from White Album with those raises. Still Zone able to find a courier kill for himself, so very nice for the Leshrac. Meanwhile, bottom lane, bit of action breaking out as Wenhao and Son Goku a little bit low here against XCJ and of course God King. And well, you don't quite get the laning stage you were expecting here, John, with the Omni Knight DP, but it can still be quite an aggressive lane between the Prophet and the Omni Knight. Chances are as well, if you are the Dawnbreaker Rubik, you probably aren't going to be able to find a kill now against this Prophet.
Yeah,
top lane,
you're definitely not going to be able to run down, no.
LWW, he'll get chased down. There's your stun out. Victoria setting up perfectly, though not quite enough, but in the end they will have it. MS, he'll try to back his way out. He's going to make it just fine, but another kill secured here for the side of Fusion.
It's Nice one to pick up, you know, Fishman building up, and Flyby just hitting into that second null timing and allowing him to keep spamming out the spells. It's a bit of a slower lane for MS, definitely not the free farm you're seeing out from God King down bot, but it is still the early levels for the TB as well, and this is something you talked about, and without the Metamorphosis, this is a lane that you can run down with Victoria as well. You've got the jump in, you've got the damage and slow from Fishman, magic damage, terribly doesn't quite enjoy, and there's only so much you can do on the Ogre Magi. You still want to play around with that level 1 on Ogre. 75 base damage is really no joke, but up against what you have here, up against the trades that Fusion can have, it's not the best in the world to risk it.
Mid lane spicing up a little bit here. White Album's starting to drop very low on the SF. Meanwhile, never mind that, because top lane, LWW going to drop on the Ogre. They do find him once again, Victoria, with another nice setup here on the Marcy. Even with those skill changes, John, even with the swap between the slow and the stun, it's still quite detrimental if you can land that dispose. Eventually you hit the rebound, and it's not too hard to kill this Ogre off.
Yeah, you still have a lot of output, and the Ogre, and he got a little bit more damage. He just gets run down a little bit more, and it's not quite what you want. So you get the reset out from Victoria, just a little bit of a drop there just to get the mana pull back up. A bit of a trade mid.
Yeah, White Album, he was trying to go for the double raise combo, but Zone, just confident in his ability to get the damage out, does find it. White Album giving the whoops over to his team. Not the greatest kill to give away here to the side of Cyan, but does end up doing so. So Zone can have a very nice time just kind of out-leveling him now on the SF. And as the Leshrac, you love these early kills.
Yeah, you need them, almost. Like, you want to get those kills snowball, hit your level timing, start to push in mid. And the reset time is going to give a little bit of room out for White Album to kind of catch up, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But it is still a bit of a break, especially considering that you did have that first blood start coming out for White Album. You know, beyond that early bottle, he's not been able to play around with it too much. You've got the level advantage up on Zone now. Level 5, 2-1-2 build, a little bit of that edict for clearing out the wave, or looking for the objective if he has the opening. I think the one thing we haven't really seen is support rotations. They've been pretty much hammered in on their lanes. Maybe by the 6-minute mark we start to see some movement out, but it does feel like if you leave that mid lane static, you start to see that return come in for Zone if he is allowed to kind of play this way.
Right. You look at that bot lane, it's still going so smoothly here for God King. Meanwhile, top lane, MS going to be chased down on the Terrorblade, does get the stick charges off, so barely surviving for now, but the chase is ongoing. Victoria didn't have the rebound to make the jump in for the stun, already committing it a little bit early on, but MS definitely not having as good of a time as God King is right now down at the bot lane, and for Cyan, even with this pos 5 Ogre, John, it just doesn't feel like MS feels very protected.
I mean, Terrorblade can get a little bit aggressive in lane. It's just that the lane is not a great one to be aggressive in. Up against DP, up against Mercy, you can just gap close, get the disable off, get the reach they need to just get a good duration Spirit Siphon off, and the Ogre just can't really run up and trade. Just kind of melts it at output. So you're having a great time for Fusion up top. They're trying again on MS.
MS getting caught out. Slow is there. Fishman go for the Spirit Siphon out into the TB, but this time it doesn't seem like they'll quite have enough. MS going to be okay to back himself out. And LWW not really able to do much to help. Just kind of putting his body forward and protecting MS, but difficult top lane now as there are rotations incoming. Mid lane, Victoria going to show up, but Zone will have his own support from his Rubik. In Zone going to be able to pick up the double damage rune here on the Leshrac, so happy days for him. White Album, he didn't really seem to mind too much though anyway. He just wanted to go after that creep wave and didn't really seem to care for the power route.
I mean, you still kind of want that double damage, would allow you to really run down, look for that kill opportunity, but you can just focus in on controlling the wave, farming up, supports kind of head back, at least for Fusions, and for Cyan, they're still hanging around mid. When How is still in the area, and looking for the opportunity for the left back into the stun, but White Album is playing safe. He's very well protected mid here, Mike. 2 wards just to watch himself here.
Certainly very well protected. Well, bottom lane, a tier 1 tower push already starting here from God King. XCJ hanging around, just trying to be as annoying as humanly possible to Son Goku. And there's just been no pressure here for the Nature's Prophet.
under
Fusion
attack.
just having the freest bot lane of their life so
Radiant's
far.
turret has been killed.
Considering the start the White Album's had on the SF as well, you're in for a very good game, it seems like, from Fusion's end. As Son Goku getting rather close to the creep wave, but no Omni Knight around to use that purification to get that damage off. So he's going to be just fine for now. Meanwhile, across the map, it seems like all heroes are pretty much just happy farming at the moment. No one really trying to find any kills for now. I mean, who's kind of winning this game right now, John? Do you feel like Fusion's got a decent lead going into this 10-minute mark?
Yeah, I think they're fairly happy in Fusion. They've got level 6 ready and Flyby. Mr. Fishman up top has the Exo ready, and they're just going to commit it. Look for that tier 1 push without even having their SF show up for the attempt, and they're going to catch the Ogre.
Yeah, nice stun. Victoria setting up. Dispose will be there as well, so the Ogre, just no chance of being able to survive through it. Mind you, it has forced rotations out of Team Cyan, so it might be able to protect this top tier 1, but Fishman, he's going to try and get aggressive once again. There will be a lift up. Meanwhile, Victoria, he's not going to land the stun onto Wen Hao, but they still find the Rubik, and in the end, should be able to secure the kill as Son Goku trying to help out, but there's only so much he can get done. Fishman now looking to back his way out as the Ogre does TP in to try and help, but it's going to amount to nothing from the Team Cyan. Fusion just getting away with everything apart from that top tier 1 tower. But they do get 2 kills for themselves on this DP, and overall really not too bad whatsoever. And John, in the meantime, the bottom tier 1 ends up going down.
God King just has all the room in the world. Pushes in, no one's there to clear out. You kind of need the Dawnbreaker there to try to clear out the treants with the Celestial Hammer, but forced to kind of focus in up top. A very strong start for God King already. Masks of Madness pretty much done on the NP, so you can just keep farming up, keep building up. Like that entire move for Cyan up top, it saves your tier 1 top, but it doesn't really give you space to play with. Your top jungle isn't somewhere that they have really stacked up just yet for farm on MS. They're giving the triangle over to zone to try and hit an early Hood of Defiance timing. And it just feels like this lineup from Cyan needed to play around it slash like a little bit quicker. Smoke out though.
Yeah, Victoria setting up perfectly in the mid lane. There is a smoke happening down a bot lane, however. Zone, your front line. They'd love to find God King on this Prophet. When Hao needs to get in range for the lift though to set up for the stun, as it looks like God King has spotted them out and he is going to make a run for it. They will not be able to get within range. And with that God King, he'll just be able to TP right back up towards the top lane now and start the tier 1 tower push.
Yeah. And again, it's that strength of the push coming out from Fusion. They've got Exo, they've got an NP. They can just show up, melt objectives very fast. Cyan can do the same, but we haven't really seen them play around Edict. We haven't seen them group up on mid, try to gank up this SF before he gets any backup. And it's just allowing Fusion control of tempo. Like, they are trying to buy space out for MS to farm, but this is really starting to feel a little bit all in on Terribly. Mind you, we're only 10 minutes in. We've still got some room to hit those spikes and start to group up, but they need to find a way to open up the map a bit.
Goku's going to be very careful with top lane, John. He's putting the hand up, but Fishman's going to pop the Exorcism now and rush for him. Rebound is there, but not within range to land the stun. Goku, he'll put the hand back up. Problem is the top tier 1 tower is still going to drop practically for free. There'll be no stopping it here for the side of Team Cyan. And now there could be a tier 1 bottom tower defense to come as the TPs are incoming. In fact, never mind. They are cancelled off for now. So MS, he's going to be able to get to work for free here in this bottom tier 1 tower. But he does back up a little bit preemptively. His top lane, a jump in onto the Dawnbreaker now, Goku. He'll try to go for the Celestial Hammer out, but looks like he has been caught in the end, though it's still running. But in the end, Fishman will be able to land the Crypt Swarm and secure the kill. The Cyan, they will get back towards that bottom tier 1 tower, but it just feels like Fusion has gotten away with so much in this early game of this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they've already taken the bot tier 1 and the top tier 1. Mid is probably the next target. Dragonlance already up on White Album and Zone.
Oh, big stun. Victoria setting up perfectly onto Zone. The Leshrac just slowed up so much. It's just so easy to take him out with the setup from Victoria. Wen Hao trying to help out the best he can, try to find some form of a trade, but finds nothing. Not even a tower deny to come out here for the side of Cyan. This White Album is able to secure the mid-tier 1 tower. Just feels like Fusion just own the map now. They'll take the power rune for White Album and... Well, John, once they start to really decide to get aggressive as a team, it's going to be very hard to stop them.
Yeah, you've already lost a lot of map control here for Cyan. Like, all tier 1's gone by 12 minutes. I mean, we expected a fast push. Fusion are hitting all their times really well. They might find an extra again on the Ogre, but they don't really have Victoria around for the jump in and stun. Should be able to just back off. Doesn't quite get much for his efforts there. Not like they managed to plant a forward ward. The investment is still flowing in onto MS. Right, okay, double Wraith Band, Power Treads, and Yasha. TB is starting to get some stat items up. It just feels like we haven't seen the impact from Zone as much as we'd expect as well. He had a decent enough mid lane, found that solo kill on White Album, but you need to play around this Leshrax's early timing pre-BKBs. Once BKBs start to be a consideration for Fusion, and that timing on the Lesh just feels like it's going to stall out even more.
That's fair enough. Very, very rough time here for Cyan so far. It's only 8-2, but a 4K advantage. The way Fusion is the real problem. Keep in mind, most of that farm isn't even on God King yet. Like, God King, the man who had the freest lane of his life, but it's actually the SFDP ahead of him right now, so he's got plenty of scaling to do on this POS 1 Prophet. And it kind of behaves in an even scarier way. This Fusion, it feels like they've had such a great start here on the SFDP. Like you mentioned, John, you're going to have some BKBs to come out here for the SFDP, and once those BKBs are available, you've really got no great way of stopping them. As Cyan, they are going to smoke up as 2. Zone and Wen Hao going to make their way over into that Radiant jungle. God King going for the TP out is going to make it. They don't make it in time. So Cyan, very unfortunate timing. They will find nothing for their trouble. They'll try to head into the mid lane perhaps and set something else up there, but Wen Hao, he's going to be spotted out. In fact, they'll go for zone first on the Leshrac. There is going to be a Solar Guardian to try and help out, but there's your ulti out from the SF White Album, setting up perfectly with the Requiem. Going to be zone gone, and Wen Hao, well, he's going to try to run out, and he will make it with the TP. They do end up losing that mid Leshrac, and they'll even lose Sun Goku on the Dawnbreaker. Just a really, really kind of terrible team fight for the side of Cyan. Another successful one for the side of Fusion.
Yeah, at the very least, they, don't lose out on MS. Again, they're kind of putting all their eggs into one gigantic basket right now. I think for Cyan, like, they need to be able to just get their smokes out. The smoke was the right idea, just the timing was off. Like, all the camps were cleared out, God can just TP it elsewhere. There were no wards to actually protect him outside of the ramp ward. So they actually did have a good angle, it's just they moved a little bit too slow onto the high ground, and they miss out on their shot. So we'll see if they can kind of try to get that same move out, but again, their triangle is probably their safe haven right now. Top jungle, it's not the safest in the world. There is still a forward ward watching. You've even got just flyby kind of farming in that area as well. And for Fusion, I think what we need to see from them is start to push into those tier 2s, because you still don't want the forward or the back part of this top jungle to be under Cyan control. You kind of want to be able to contest the farm, maybe even drop some forward wards as well onto the triangle to prevent MS's buildup, because the Terrorblade, it's still finding some farm within parity of God King. 400 gold difference considering the game is really not too bad. So you still kind of want to stop that potential stall and buildup, especially if MS manages to go for his own BKB down the line as well. Like, that can be big in terms of cutting off a lot of that early magic damage from White Album, and even the DP is not going to be enjoying that as much.
Definitely a very tough game here, John. You kind of wonder at what stage MS is going to be ready to fight now as the TB. Like, I know it's very early, but you're getting to that stage where you do need that quarter to kind of get involved here as Fusion. They'll go after the Roshan now. Desolator up on God King, going to make it much, much faster for the side of Fusion to take this down. And with the BKB up on White Album, with one to come out on Fishman very, very soon. Things get very scary as Cyan, they try to move in, but they're a bit too late. The chase is on now, Fusion. They want themselves a target, and they might just find one. They found Zone on the Leshrac. Zone, he's going to have the Solar Guardian to come in, but it's going to land on nobody. And he is still going to die in the end. This Fishman will take him out on the Death Prophet, chasing for a bit more. Wen Hao, he's going to get stunned up by the rebound of Victoria. And that'll be a double coming up for the DP now. As Cyan once again unable to fight back, and Fusion They can run right into that mid tier 2 tower.
We've got the sustain coming out. XCJ just keeping Flyby alive in the forward part of that fight. And you saw how dangerous, well, not really dangerously low. It just didn't feel like it was low enough for Flyby to be shoved away. And just make short work for the mid
Sounds
tier
like
2.
we lost John there for a
Switching
moment.
over
So
onto the
I'll go ahead and take over.
well.
Looks like the outpost is going to be taken here by
jungle
Fusion.
now. Science
Get
starting to
12
run
to
out of
2,
space
currently
to farm.
7k
We
advantage
do have
for
that
Fusion.
bot jungle fairly
Aegis
warded
up.
up, so it's
Full white
fairly
album
safe
on the
for MS
SF.
to kind of play there. But again, the impact coming out from the zone has just been negligible almost. We haven't
Hello,
seen the
John.
early push coming out from Lush. We haven't seen like any real objectives taken outside of the bot tier 1, and it's just not enough.
Well, there goes John again. Fusion. They'll get started on that top tier 2 tower. Fishman. And no real fear in the world, even without the exorcism up. You'll just keep going after that top tier 2. Mind you, we are 18 minutes in, but it's just such a one-sided affair here from Fusion. This top tier 2 tower just going to take absolutely no time to take down. Goku will show up on the Dawnbreaker to try and find a way to defend this, but it's a very challenging ask here from the Dawnbreaker as he does move forward with that Celestial Hammer. Jump in though, Victoria, right on target. Disposes there, silence to follow up, and it was a very aggressive jump in from Goku. He'll try to run with the Celestial Hammer, but it is not going to work in his favor. And quite frankly, I'm not even sure why he's trying to defend that. Against 4 heroes, there was just no chance. Now tier 3 tower are opened up. MS, he's going to get involved here with the TB Metamorphosis, but really deals no damage at the moment. He will force Fusion to back off. But so much damage already being done to that top tier 3, and well, naturally the top tier 2 is already gone. And MS, well, as you saw, without the rest of his team to be involved, he really can't get the damage out. He needs some kind of lockdown to just right-click away onto the heroes of Fusion, and it's just not there. High now, I mean, they can sit back, they can try to hold that die triangle and keep the farm going for MS. It's about all they've got going for them right now. MS still just so far away in terms of farm to be able to really contest this game. His bottom lane, another fight to break out. Solar Guardian is there onto Victoria. Nice little Fire Blast to set up for that stun. They will find Victoria, but here comes White Album. Razor's not really going to land, however. Only one landing onto Son Goku. White Album not going to be able to find anyone as Wen Hao now. Blinking right in front of the SF. We'll go for a bit of a chase, but not going to be able to find the range for the Yule Scepter either, as I do believe we do have John X Fire back. John.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, John.
Hello, Mike. I am back. Thank you for having me back. Sorry about that. A little bit of a, as the teams like to say when they pause, a Discord issue, although it wasn't Discord this time around. But yeah, good progress so far for Fusion from what I've been seeing, though, Mike, as I have been at least seeing the game while that was happening, although they're chasing here.
They are chasing. XCJ, yeah, they're not even going to land the stun. That's a real shame. Like, you can't really afford to make those kind of mistakes here, even if they are tiny mistakes like that. You just need every kill you can get as Victoria to make the chase in onto the Rubik. They've got the Yules to set up. They'll try for the TP up, but there's just no chance in hell. Fishman able to take another kill onto this Death Prophet as Son Goku is at least going to be able to get his own TP away. But Fusion, again, still holding on to a 10k advantage. Zion just nowhere near able to contest.
Yeah, they just don't quite have enough, and it doesn't feel like they've gotten that impact they want from zone just yet. The Leshrac just hasn't managed to do what you'd want the Leshrac to do, you know, run up, get some magic damage off, clear out the mid-tier 1. Still stands here for Fusion. Maybe it's time for Saiyan to pull out the Kamehameha, huh? Son Goku? I don't know if they can really do that, because it's not even on Son Goku here.
Now they found the Dawnbreaker again here, John. Silence is there, they've got plenty of damage. Fishman, a perfect setup once again. They just can't trade. At very least, Aegis will expire now, so MS trying to get a little bit aggressive onto White Album. Just get a fair bit of damage away onto that SF. That'll be about it, though. Where's the lockdown? How do you actually hold somebody down for MS to get to work? Like, he's still trying. God King's gonna try and man up. God King!
What?
I'm not sure about that, God King. So they are gonna punish TB. MS is gonna drop here as Fusion. They'll keep rushing forward. Onto when how they go. That'll be the Rubik to drop. God King just tipping from the grave is now Zone. Getting feared up here by the Requiem of the SF, and Zone's gone. And I suppose God King, he was waiting for the Guardian Angel this whole time from the Omni Knight and just never came out. What can you do?
Yeah, just standing his line, thinking that the support would pop that ult just for him. Sometimes these core players, man, they want you to use your big ults just for that one engagement, and they still find more off the back of it. So I think overall Fusion's still happy despite losing God King. Into the push they go. No treants around, no NP, no exorcism, but it still doesn't take them too long to actually melt through these objectives. White Album went for the level of 15 talent in buildings.
So aggressive here on this Marcy, just not dropping. When how again gonna end up dropping here on the Rubik. It's Fusion.
Oh man.
They'll find the bottom lane of Barracks, no problem.
They're speedrunning, Mike. I mean, you go for that level 15 talent on the SF for the presence or affecting buildings, you're definitely just gonna melt them off. It doesn't take too long. You even have the AC built up on White Album, just focusing in on getting a lot of minus armor, melting through these heroes, softening them up. And for Cyan, again, it still feels like you're going all in on the TB, but it just feels like your Leshrac should have had a game maybe like 5 minutes earlier. It feels like the Leshrac should have been able to do a lot more. Heck, maybe even at the 10-minute mark, you expected that mid-tier one to go, have more openings down. Bot doesn't quite happen for Cyan. And now they're just kind of left in hoping that MS gets his next item. He is going for the Satanic next, trying to find something to hold and build up on, or, just sustain himself throughout some of these fights. Gonna be a while until that big item's done, though.
Absolutely. It's still going to be a very long time. Fusion again, seemingly getting ready for the next Roshan attempt. 30 seconds till we find out when Roshan does spawn up this time around. Just feels like that next Roshan going to be something that Cyan really cannot afford to give away for free. Problem is, you don't really know how they can force a fight in the Roshan pit either. They don't have the greatest team fight right now, that's for sure. It's really all on MS, and well, even then, he just doesn't have any lockdown on his own. Very reliant on those other cores to make the jump in and get some decent stuns off. It's Fusion. Still holding that mid lane area, just by the river. Roshan, it's going to be up in 50 seconds. So not too long of a timer here for Fusion to wait for. John, do you think Cyan can actually force a fight in that Roshan pit? Like, they've got to do something, surely.
And they can. A good Solar Guardian and a good position stun from the Lash can kind of turn that fight around. You don't have too many defensive items. You have a couple of BKBs up, but if you can maybe catch something.
Zone, he's going to get jumped on. Victoria, they're already onto the Leshrac. They're going to try and help him out, but there is your Guardian Angel to fly out here from the Omni, as now Zone's gone. A jump in with the Solar Guardian from Son Goku, but it's not going to be enough. It literally does nothing but give another body away. And look at Fishman. He just mans right up against MS, taking all the damage. They will Hurricane Pike him out, but he's still alive. Will the Yule Scepter out? He's going to survive. Oh, Fishman. He's been dominating this game as the Death Prophet. 15-0-6, 25 minutes in. And I think Fusion, they've just got this game in the bag. How do you come back from this?
You honestly don't. More?
Yeah, definitely more, John. Victoria setting up perfectly. Does force the buyback out from LWW, but it's a +5 Ogre. What do you do now?
You don't have much you can do. Like, your objectives are just gonna melt. They could go Megas, Son Goku? Nah.
Yeah, he's gone. Zone, he's not safe either. He's just dead. There's just too much right-click damage. Victoria setting up another. They're onto tier 4 towers. And you may as well. There's no buybacks available. Only MS has a buyback up, and by himself as the TV, he can do nothing. JD is called. Fusion, they will take a very easy victory in this best-of-1 series here against Cyan. And I'll tell you what, John, they made it look easy. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, they just ran down. They have this excellent draft that just sustains very well, takes these objectives super fast. They itemize for that as well. Love the item build-up we ended up seeing on White Album, kind of synergizing as well with a build-up on God King, just going for minus armor, going for objective pushes. And you mentioned it, but Flyby Fishman had a really good game, a perfect game on that DP. Had a fantastic time in that lane, zoning out LWW, not allowing the Ogre Magi to play with that added damage, that durability, that synergy he could have had with a Terrorblade whenever Metamorphosis was up, but never really panned out. They didn't really manage to play around with that early level 1-2 presence of the Ogre Magi, and they just kind of lost grip. I think the big issue really just came down to zone. Like, he did have that solo kill up against White Album, but we never really saw the commitment coming out from Cyan to play around zone, to commit onto mid a little bit earlier, to push the objective with him after finding a pickoff with early Diabolic Edict levels. And because they never managed to take that mid tier 1, they lost their own objectives by 10 minutes in. All tier 1s gone by 10. They just had no map to play in anymore, Mike.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I think Fusion only gave up 4 kills throughout that whole game 1. So there you go. That's the best of 1 over now. Fusion does proceed. Of course, that does mean we move on to our next series between Raw Never Give Up and YBB Gaming. That should be coming up rather soon. But before that, we are going to head off to a very short break. And after that break, we'll be back for a best of 3 series here between RNG and YBB. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our next series of the night here between RNG and, of course, YBB Gaming. It is MLP Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, we have our first best of three on our hands for the Chinese qualifiers. Now, you pointed out something very interesting to me before we did end up showing up in this intro here, John. YBB, a team that's currently out of Division 2, they've been relegated out of the DPC, against RNG, who are arguably the favorites of the whole qualifier.
Yeah, at the very least, this YBB, it's YBB by name. It's actually Dandelion Esports, which, yeah, it improves their odds a bit. At the same time, Dandelion was also relegated out of Division 1. So RNG definitely on paper the favorites in this matchup. And keen to see how much YBB can pull up. Of course, you can't count anything out. TI qualifiers tends to be insane. But again, just going back to the patterns we've seen in other qualifiers here, Mike, we have seen a lot of teams actually going 2-0 in the winners bracket. So I wouldn't be surprised if RNG had that path lined up for them here.
Well, there's good and there's bad news, Jonathan. The good news is well, it's not you. Apparently, it's me that's having internet issues, or rather connection issues with the voice, so I can't hear anything you just said. But luckily for you, Jonathan, I'm a fantastic lip reader, so I think I've got the general gist of what's going on here between these two teams. I'm not sure if you can hear me right now either. I don't think you can, which is perfectly fine. I'll try to sort it out as we go. But for now, there is a draft underway, so I suppose we could head off to that and try to have a look at that while I try to get this voice issue sorted.
Yep.
It sounds like you can hear me, John.
I can hear you. I can hear you now. So we've managed to get something working here, Mike. And again,
Excellent.
as you mentioned, the draft is on hand here. We already have
Well,
a
why
bit
don't you
of the
take over,
openings,
John?
just
I've
waiting
got to
for the
sort this
screen
thing
to
out.
show up. Yeah, so the draft is slowly building up here. Should be switching to that screen shortly, but again, RNG the favorite on hand here up against YBB. We're already at the last phase of bans, right before the second phase of picks. Second phase of bans, second phase of picks. So just a bit of a spoil there. You can already see we've got the DP and Tusk opening for RNG, and the Shadow Fiend Tiny coming out for Dandelion
10 seconds
or
remaining.
YBB with the Dandelion players. And we've got
5
set of
seconds
bans already in
remaining.
hand. Undying, Marcy, Sniper, Lena banned out by YBB. RNG banning out the Dawnbreaker, the Enigma, the Visage, and the Beastmaster. So nothing too unexpected. And maybe the Sniper is the one that stands out as a little bit more strange here in the bans, but I think it still kind of pans out with what we've been seeing recently. I like the DP opening for RNG. It's something they've played a lot with, and we just saw the effects of the DP last time. Tusk is pretty damn strong as well. The potential for the Ags buildup plus Blink down line is also pretty big in terms of save and tossing people backwards, getting them out of position. So you have a lot of potential coming out already with RNG.
Right. Well, I can hear you now, John. Thank you for that.
Excellent.
Yeah. Good to see the SF coming out once again, John. And this used to be one of my favorite heroes back in the day, back in the Dota All Stars day, John. I used to be one of those SF mid players, you know, not quite the 6-minute loathers, you know. I wasn't quite that good, but you know, really enjoyed myself a good SF, and well, here we go. I mean, why
Ooh.
did you? What is it, John?
Look at Somnus. Look at his headset.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
I have to
beautiful.
admit, it's a
Love it.
beautiful headset there by Somnus. It's crazy what happens when you come second in TI, Jonathan. It changes you, you know? It just changes you.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I like it. I like it. You know, it reminds
5
me of a lot of
seconds
those graphic
remaining.
cards you see in China, the waifu edition cards. Those are great. I would actually want one for my next build because you've got these glass panels on your CPUs, on your computer cases, and you have that nice designed card with a waifu in the back. Why not? You know, and Somnus, he's rocking the flare there as well. So good to see. Going back to your point there, though. I mean, it is always good to see the Shadow Fiend back, and again, we all saw that in the last series. It had a really high impact from that mid lane, just building into the Dragonlance BKB AC, getting that 15 talent to push faster. There is potential to just run down, so that is something that you can always rely on here for YBB.
10 seconds
And with a Bane
remaining.
pickup as well, you've got pretty solid single target control. Nightmare, you've got the grip.
5 seconds
You've got the Tiny
remaining.
to kind of play around with as well and tossing people back. So there's a lot of play coming out for YBB. For the side of RNG, they go into the Bat Rider, and you don't really have the best save of that
Dire team
from YBB now, locking into the Bane. And you even get the Omni Knight out for RNG. So again, just lots of sustain, lots of ways of pulling heroes back with the Ags on Tusk, with the Bat Rider once he does have Lasso up. And for YBB, there's really just not much to stop that. You could maybe keep the
10
Bat Rider in its
seconds
tracks with
remaining.
Nightmare Grip, but the Omni Knight's always there to save.
Yeah, certainly
5
is. And
seconds
the Omni just
remaining.
proving to be a very strong hero in the current meta. I feel like Omni Knight's always pretty darn strong and pretty darn viable, but in a good patch like this for the Omni, it feels impossible to try and go up against. I'll see what YBB do try and do to deal with this draft that's come out from RNG. John, I don't believe you when you told me you haven't got those cat ear headphones as well somewhere in the back. I know you probably picked a set up for yourself a few years ago, and you just you hide it
Radiant team
when
No.
you're
No,
when you're playing with
I'd
the
give them to my
Japanese
sister.
vloggers.
Nah, I'd give them. My sister wants one of them actually, so maybe I'll get her one down the line. As
I'm
we
sure
stay
it's her.
purple here.
I'm sure
Yes,
it's her
it's
that wants
definitely
it, John.
her. Yeah, 100%. Do stick with a purple, Mike. Bane into faces. Void coming out for YB.
10
So
seconds
looking
remaining.
lovely with that color matchup there. And the Void is
5
one way
seconds
to kind of
remaining.
stop what RNG wants. Chrono is always a really good spell. As long as you catch the Omni Knight inside, you really don't mind too much. You have a lot of play that can come out. At the same time, if you don't catch the Omni, Guardian Angel kind of ruins your Chrono. Like, you have some magic damage coming out with the SF, but the Void itself is not going to do much. So it's a bit of a risky kind of play to pick up the Void there. And you might end up with a better lane up against, say, the DP or the Bat Rider, depending on the flex here for RNG. But it takes a while for the Void to farm up. You know, like you're gonna build into the Massive Madness or the Maelstrom. You're gonna be sitting in that jungle for a while. At the least, you are on the dire side here for YBB. So the farming pace coming out shouldn't be too bad. You've got pretty good camps to play with for summer to kind of hit the
Dire
void on.
team
So
ban.
that could be what they want to
Radiant
do. But
team
considering
ban.
what we saw last time, as long as you play a fast pace, that farm might never come out here for YBB if they're not careful.
Absolutely. I mean, you pointed out the fact that they are relegated out of Tier 2 here against one of the favorites in the whole qualifier, and we'll see if they can really put up a fight here against RNG. I mean, draft-wise, they're looking just
10
fine. If
seconds
anything, it just
remaining.
feels a little bit greedy here with the Void SF. You know, it's kind of one of those things.
Dire
Both these
team
calls going to
ban.
take a little bit of time to get that initial farm up and really be able to contest what RNG have drafted here. Like RNG's draft with the DP, the Bat Rider, the Omni, and the Tusk, it kind of feels like once you've hit that 10-minute mark and you've gotten out of those lanes, you just run at them. There's not really much in the way of stopping this draft.
10 seconds
If you are
remaining.
YBB, the final banouts are to come, so they'll
5
focus on the
seconds
position
remaining.
ones now of the side of RNG and make sure that nothing else comes out that could escalate this game number one even further for the side of RNG. And I do appreciate the lone Druid band coming out just to ensure they don't have that crazy push potential with this draft. John, is there any particular pos ones you think would fit with the RNG draft very well for game one?
Ghost could try something like Nature's Prophet again,
Right.
as we saw in the last game. So you don't quite
Radiant
have
team
the
ban.
Shadow Fiend on your side, but you still have the DP. You still have a lot of push. It might not be the best scaling core up against something like the Faces Void. So that can make things a bit tricky if you do go into the ultra late game. It's all about who jumps who first. It's the level 20 talent on NP. The Sprout can kind of hold back that
10
Faces Void.
seconds remaining.
Could be one way to go for RNG.
Dire team pick.
Could go for something like a Jug. They go with a Troll instead. So you've got a really nice hitty pause one that can still join in for the push as well. Can't underestimate how much fervor does in a tower push. And it plays really nice with the Omni Knight because you play on edge. You want to get that battle trance off. Omni Knight's
10
there to
seconds
ensure that you're
remaining.
not just going to die right after, especially if he times his Guardian Angel around that
5
spell
seconds
use.
remaining.
The Void still has a good angle in up against the Troll, but
Ooh.
it's still fairly playable there.
Let's see what happens, John. Reserve time is there. One more pickup to come for the side of YBB. A Troll, not exactly the pick I would have expected, but when you've got the Omni Knight to back him up, it just feels very hard to try and deal with the Troll Warlord this game. I wonder as well how they want to lane this. Like, do you want to run the Tusk Troll, which seems very, very potent, or would you rather have the Omni Knight Troll in the safe lane? Suppose either way works, but I wouldn't really mind seeing the Tusk Troll coming out and throwing the Omni Knight with the DP instead. I suppose either way it still works out. Like, even DP Tusk is a pretty hard lane to go up against. Like, you land a nice shards into the Spirit
You may
Siphon
now
and
select
it
your
can be a little bit
heroes.
challenging to survive. Still, YBB, they are going to go back for a Timber Saw, and that's a decent way of trying to just lane against the Troll Warlord. Even the Trolls, I'd argue, still doesn't have too hard of a time against the Timber. Like, once you hit that level 6 mark as the Timber Saw and you have Chakram up, then things change for Ghost, and he probably will have to leave the lane, but up until that level 6 mark, it feels like Ghost is still going to be just fine.
Yeah, you're still going to be able to farm really well. I think the Timber is a great response to the strength bonus you do get from X Nova here with the Omni Knight. So it's really just about ripping through that Heavenly Grace, trying to mitigate that durability the Omni Knight will bring out, and still having really good damage to play with when Guardian Angel is up. You do have decent enough contribution to give into the Chrono as well with the Chakram. So you can kind of get that done here for the side of YBP. Overall, though, I still lean towards RNG's draft here, Mike. Their lineup looks fairly well-rounded. It has that pacing. It has that push potential coming out. For YBB, you can sort of push with this lineup. Like, we've seen Timbersauce kind of tank the front line, build into the shard, kind of push in, and take objectives. It just doesn't feel as snappy as RNG. And as long as RNG and Chalice kind of play around that timing of Exo, they get some initial farm out. For Ghost, you have very solid foundations to just make this a pretty fast game if they want it.
Well, who do you think who's holding like the real kind of game in their hands here for YBB? Like, if you were to pick a hero that really needs to take off during this game number one, say early to mid game, who are we looking at?
I think it's got to be ZC. Like, the Shadow Fiend has to get off to a really fast start. You kind of want to see that initial item build up. You want to see the levels in particular and just kind of dominate that lane with raises. So if you can kind of make this a tough lane for Somnus to play tag with on the Batrider, you can overtake quite fast in the Shadow Fiend and just play around that, contribute when Chrono's up, run around with your supports, play with the grip, play with Nightmare setups, and just take objectives with that big, really high damage hero early on.
Well, let's get into it, John. Game number 1 is underway. There could be a very early team fight to break out as Somnus showing up in that mid lane, kind of revealing himself from that smoke. IBB, not the worst level 1 timings in the world, but against the Tusk, you probably don't want to risk it. It seems like Tusk is just one of those kings of the level 1 timings with tag team, and if you do end up activating that tag team nearby someone, chances are they are probably just going to die.
Yeah, you don't want to risk it too much, and there's a lot of potential there for RNG to just look for that level 1. Just kind of poking back and forth. There are good forward wards from both sides down bot, so they've got kind of eyes on each other as they're standing there. Still posturing around these river runes, though.
They seem like they want to try. Bottom side, however, beyond even,
Begins.
get involved as well as the Timber. Kaka, not going to level anything up quite yet. We'll just walk away with the bounty. Looks like it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade for both sides, so a very even start in terms of that net worth. Kaka eventually will run his way back up towards the top side as the Tusk, so it does seem like they are going to indeed go for the Tusk DP lane. Fair enough, that'll mean the Omni Troll in the bottom lane here for RNG, and naturally the mid lane going to have the Batrider versus SF matchup. John, it has been a while since I've seen Bat versus SF match here in the 1v1 mid. Who do you give the advantage over to just based off heroes?
I'd actually say it's fairly even. It does feel a little bit more spammable for Somnus. ZC is going to have to balance his man pool really well. Does have the 2 mangoes up. The slow is pretty devastating. As a Batrider, you would know as well, right? With staking Napalm, you tend to at least slow the turn rate of a lot of heroes. But ZC has a lot of room to play around at. I don't think Somnus is under direct threat unless he cops all those raises every time ZC has mana. As long as he dances around that window, you should still be able to find your farm and kind of work towards that 6. Look for the kill threat with the last when it's ready.
Well, ZC already going through all his mana basically, but does have a mango available, just really trying to dominate Somnus throughout these earlier levels. That's fair enough. You want to get as many points, or rather as many souls as you can with that Necro Mastery early on. Really establish yourself in this mid lane. The top lane, SJ now, in massive trouble on the Bane, is still going to run away, but one more hit will do it, and Chalice able to secure with that level 1 Crypt Swarm, just barely. Chalice drawing first blood here on the Death Prophet.
Good start for the DP, and just allows you to get that quick build if you want, hit your level spikes a bit faster, taking a look down bot as well. A little bit of a back and forth with X-Nova and Ghost up against Tianming and beyond. Again, the Timbersaw does have a pretty good time in harassing out something like the Omni Knight in this game. The Whirling Death is always just going to whittle you down a little bit more than you'd like to. At the same time, it's giving Ghost a lot of room to just farm. You're not stopping that troll from just getting the CS up. So as long as Ghost farms, I don't think X-Nova minds copying all these Whirling Deaths. He just wants the troll to get that build up.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine with it. X-Nova won't mind whatsoever. It's kind of what you go back to, right? Like, Beyond, he might find his own farm on the Timber, but in terms of slowing Ghost down, I don't think you're really going to do much in the way of that. You know, up until that level 6 mark, maybe Beyond can start to get some work done, but before then, he's just going to be hitting creeps. And it doesn't feel like Tianming really has anything he can do either on the Tiny, right? Like, you can go for a toss-back play, but apart from that, chances are you are not going to find a kill.
No, like, this is a much more passive lane coming out for YBB. It's going to be a little bit slower for them to kind of get that timing they'd want. And you can do that, like toss back, but it really just doesn't achieve much. And still happy enough in X-Nova to run around. A slower start for Tianming does mean your Tiny's impact's also kind of delayed, which is not what you want to see. Because again, that here is very sensitive to levels, very sensitive to blink timing. Any sort of delay in that from the laning phase, from unsuccessful rotations, can really negatively impact your game.
Absolutely, as you'll see Kaka going for a bit of a run away from SJ, but is able to take the bounty rune away from the Dire side. SJ just trying to chase him down in the Bane, but can't really keep up. It's a bit of a sad thing to watch. As how's that mid lane been going? ZC having a very good time here on the SF, but Somnus threatening to try and get aggressive on the Batrider. Won't actually pop the Firefly. ZC just fine to be able to walk his way out, and it is very scary as the Bat as well, right? Like in this 1v1 matchup, You want to go for the early dives once you've got enough sticky napalm stacks. Against SF, though, who can turn around with these razors, with the added slow and the turn rate slow, it can be quite detrimental. So ZC, again, going to be chased this time around.
Ooh.
He's just going to go right for a TP out. No hesitation. Just pop TP and just get out of there.
Just wasting a little bit of that spell usage out from Somnus. He's still feeling pretty good in the Bat Rider. I'd say you're not too far behind in this matchup. At least not as much as you'd expect. Slight lead now for Somnus. ZC, I mean, he's been doing a great job of maximizing raises, but he's heavily reliant on just getting wand charges up. Like, Somnus is a very spammy hero player right now. I mean, you know, you're spamming out your spell, so the stick is going to be filled up, but
X-Nova.
might not be enough.
Bottom lane goes down ZC, however, mid lane is also going to drop, so Somnus finding a very important kill here in the mid lane, and if it doesn't work the first time, John, you just try again. And this time it does work for the Bat Rider.
Yeah, it's just one of the downsides. Again, you're reliant on that wand. The cost of the raises aren't the highest. At the same time, it's not sustainable for you to keep spamming that out. And Somnus just plays patiently, sees his opportunity, runs down, and gets that opening he needs. A bit of an opening down bot with X-Nova gone, but Ghost is still fairly safe, although...
He's safe for now, but there is going to be a bit of a toss back here onto the troll. There'll be a bit of a dive as well. Ghost now looking like he's in a bit of danger. The chase is still going. Beyond will have another chains available, but ends up missing the damage. Beyond, slow it up. Ghost still running. In comes X-Nova to try and help out. Beyond now,
Oh,
he's
God.
the one in danger. He'll try to run. The chase is still on. Can they find a little bit of damage? Not quite. Beyond, he's barely going to survive. Very unfortunate, John. He ends up missing the chains by the tier 1 tower, and well, he didn't miss the chains, but he misses the damage onto the troll.
Yeah, it doesn't line up. Ghost is still fairly happy. It's a lot of time where he's not really CSing, but it's also time where Dandelion are just not finding kills. YBB is just not able to take anyone out. And again, this is very detrimental for Chanming more than anything else. The Tiny still level 3, tied in with X-Nova. I mean, you're at the same level as this Omni Knight. You're not able to really swing around to mid. He grabs a bounty rune at least. Somnus already has regen. You're just not able to open up the map as much as you'd want and just kind of leverage that damage, or at least that control you have on this hero. It just allows RNG to play their own game right now.
It certainly does. Very, very sad game right now for YBB. 2-1 with a very slight net worth lead, the way of RNG, but it just feels like every single lane has gone their way on the side of RNG, and Beyond now, bottom lane going to be in a bit of danger, is going to be able to chain away on the Timber. But literally every lane has been won by RNG, even if it's just barely. And now mid lane, there's going to be a chase. SJ, he'll be targeted here by Somnus, and there's just no way to survive as the Bane. Somnus, able to take his second kill of the game on the Bat Rider. As they even have a look around for ZC and they find him. Snowball and Flamebreaker are going to land. They have the lasso if they need it. They'll commit to make sure the Requiem never comes out. ZC is still going to try and fight back, but realizes he is just going to die. And while that's happening down at bot lane, Beyond was dropping rather low on the Timber. He's going to be able to chain away and survive on this Timber Saw, but again, RNG just finding so much across the map.
They're just getting online. They're hitting those level spikes they'd want to hit right now. And they're just playing off the back of Somnus really well, bullying out that SF, not allowing it to get the build-up it wants. Just providing some openings. You're not quite going to be lining up for that mid-push yet. Chalice is still just kind of camping up top. Does have a good time up against Summer here as well. But you're just hitting all your spikes. You're dragging all these heroes down mid.
Oh, Beyond just barely able to get away once again. Regen really kicking in for that Timber with the reactive armor. It's just such a concerning sign, though. Like, you're playing Timber against a Troll and Ghost is winning. That's not a good time whatsoever. As mid lane, Somnus and Karka are going to try and get aggressive once again against three heroes. A nice toss out of the shards here by Tianming, but Chalice, he'll go for the chase with the snowball in. That'll be another. Your Tiny gone here in the mid lane, and with the Exorcism popped, they can easily secure this mid-tier one. There's nothing really in the way of stopping them.
Your supports just don't have play, your SF isn't ready to show up, your Timbersaw isn't tanky, and they've just got all the room in the world. 4 to 5 pop just to try to stall it out, but no real defense coming out here from the side of YBD. So it should be a nice little push coming out. TPs are still coming in though, Chanming.
They going to try and punish Somnus. He does get caught out on the Batrider. Going to be a great pickoff if they can find it, though. Somnus is going to be on the run. A toss in onto X-Nova, only going to help Somnus now. And X-Nova, he might drop, but he won't mind dropping for the bat. In fact, he just TPs out. Oh, boy. That's rough, John. Like, the last target you want to toss into that Batrider you want to kill off is the Omni Knight.
Yeah, and providing a little bit more healing coming out for Somnus, giving them some space. He cuts them off from walking to their mid-tier 1, giving them that very smooth ride into that mid-objective. And with all the heroes present there, Ghost gets a very free lane. He is working onto that Battle Fury on the Troll, and he's actually set to have a pretty good timing on it. Some heroes coming over now, Chanming heading back to the lane, but Ghost already leveled 7, feels very well protected.
Oh, mid lane again.
And if he... Oh.
Somnus is incoming. SJ, he'll go for the Nightmare onto the Tusk, but Somnus has the lasso up, will go right in for the Bane Chase, and SJ, well, he's not level 6 yet, so has no way of just Fiend Scripting and trying to survive, as now the lasso is out onto ZC. They've got the SF once again. Requiem is going to be there to delay things just a little bit, but Somnus, he does have another Flame Break up. He'll dive the tier 2 tower. No problem. A double kill to go the way of the bat. Somnus just having such a dominant game so far for the side of RNG. Top of the net worth on this Batrider. 7-1 now is the game state. 10 minutes in, and it feels like there's just no slowing RNG down.
It really isn't. Like, the one hope right now for YVB is just to have Summer farm up onto Faceless Void. He's trying to hit the Midas here, Mike. Considering, again, a bit of a slower start, how much farm the Void needs, how much EXP it needs, it's just going to be necessary for him to kind of get that item in it. It's still a ways off, right? Like, it's going to be a lot of time for that Void to kind of even just match parity with Ghost.
It certainly will be. Chase on. They found the Tiny. Toss back onto the Tusk, but it's not going to matter. He just has nowhere to run. John, this is a Tiny 11 minutes in with no brown boots up. This is the state of the game right now for YBB. Like, their Tiny doesn't even have brown boots.
Summer.
Yeah, Summer's in trouble now. Looking more like winter at the moment for him, John, as he does get stunned up, and, well, there's no chance of survival. He will drop. RNG to find another kill, and it really does go to show you the state of the game. Like, your POS 1 Void is farming Midas, and your POS 4 Tiny doesn't have brown boots up yet, let alone a Blink Dagger. Like, it's just so rough.
Yeah, it's all kind of delayed here for YBB. And we talked about that Tiny timing, right, from the laning phase. Chanming needed to be able to show up mid to help set up more. And to be fair, like, the support duo of YBB does have a lot of play. Nightmare, Avalanche, Toss can be really nice to play with. And you've got CC, who's had Requiem for a while. So there is opportunities there. It's just... It's not particularly great opportunities. You've got a little bit more durability out now from Beyond with the Hood of Defiance up. So the Timbersaw can kind of tank up for you. It's just that their movement has not been aligned. RNG's just been reading them pretty well, cutting them off from any pat, and they're just not able to get too much done yet. They will go for a smoke layout here, though.
See what they can achieve with this. SJ, he does hit the level 6 mark now as well on the Bane, so you do have Fiend's Grip up. Problem is they are playing into the Blink Dagger of Somnus now. Mind you, the Blink is on the Courier, and they're going to aim down Beyond. Bot lane, X's and pop, Silence is there, Lasso is up for Somnus, he'll commit right away and there's just no stopping it. Beyond, he'll try for the chains out, but with the Spirit Vessel available on Chalice, there's just so much damage. That'll be another tier 1 tower to drop. The last tier 1 tower available for YBB, just going to go down for free. Get no defense to come out. A 6k advantage now for RNG in terms of net worth. They don't really have time to go for the bottom tier 2 yet, but John, we're only 13 minutes into the game. They'll come back for it later, I'm sure.
They're still lining up for it. Beyond is coming in. They don't have Lasso, but they're just poking product.
Oh, Beyond, he just respawned. Shards are there, Silence out, he's been Spirit Vesseled up, the Nightmare to try and save us. Now the Fiend Grip is there, but they do have the Heavenly Grace out on Chalice. They'll try to pop the Chrono, but do you have the damage? Chalice, he's a tanky boy. He'll turn around now with the Siphons down. He is still not dead. They are still going, however. Chalice still trying to man up, eventually will drop. Oh my goodness, they just had to commit absolutely everything for this Death Prophet. Chalice finally going down. ZC able to take the kill on the SF. Now Chanming, Trying to go for a bit more. We'll try for a toss back on X. Nova will not find it. And with that, Somnus will jump right back in. That'll be your Bane set to drop as SJ. Well, certainly wasn't looking for that kind of toss onto a creep, John. And Tianming at least will be able to TP out in time, it seems. We'll make it out. Very, very awkward gank attempt there from YBB.
Yeah, look, it's still a big kill to get. You kill off Chalice, you prevent that shove in onto your tier 2, although again, connection system is gone. Goats wasn't there on.
Run, Summer. Oh boy, I think Chalice, he's got him here, John. Well, never mind, Tianming's going to cut him off. Summer is going to be fine for now. Very, very scary when the DP can just run your Void down like that. To be fair, Summer only has a Midas up at the moment, so you can't be too surprised. Meanwhile, mid lane, Kaka gonna get caught, but Chalice is there to try and help out as the Nightmare. Gonna lock down the Tusk, but they will move their way in onto the Tiny as Kaka somehow still alive, still running, might just make it out, and does do so as now Somnus. He's out with the lasso onto ZC. It's not gonna be enough yet. They'll go back to the Tiny instead. Tianming is gonna drop. ZC does make his way up, but Kaka does spot him out with the shard. ZC still being chased down with the snowball. It's going to connect. Nightmare will buy a little bit of time here from SJ as they do end up losing the Tusk. In goes Ghost with that battle trance. Does take down the Bane into Beyond now. They'd love another Timber kill. They might just have it though, Somnus. He may have gone too far. He'll back off with the Heavenly Grace. Back up as Beyond now. Still trying to fight this one out as the Timber is not going to have the damage. In fact, the chase is on. Onto the high ground, Somnus. He'll find a monster kill streak. In comes the Tiny once again with the toss back onto Chalice. They may set up for a DP kill, and they do so. Not a bad kill whatsoever for the side of YBB. They'll try to go for a bit more now. Onto the Omni X Nova. Will be able to back his way out, but the chase is on. Summer will just try and walk forward. X Nova still trying to delay this as much as humanly possible. Purification is there. X Nova still alive. Summer, he's got Chrono up in 5 seconds. He just needs to buy a bit of time, but the jump is back in. Summer, he might not have the time, and he won't. He does drop as the Tiny goes down as well. Mean Grip is there, but it's not going to matter. Heavenly Grace will dispel it off as ZC's going to back his way out with the TP, but SJ's been caught out. TikTok is the core from Somnus as SJ will go down. A godlike spree now for Somnus on that Batrider, 10-0-5. And a disastrous team fight for YBB.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling there, Mike. Somnus is stuck in the cliff, but he's just gonna wait for his blink, unfortunately. Nobody's just watching with a high five. I mean, you can see how well RNG is feeling, right? They're feeling themselves, they're having a little bit of fun. YBB are the exact opposite right now. It's a tough game for them. They've got the Midas up and running on Summer. He's going for the Mask of Madness into the Maelstrom. He's going for 3 farming items, Mike. It's just the state of the game. He just needs all of them. He wants all that attack speed and chrono, rely on some time locks maybe to just try to get some damage off. And again, the build up for the Void is going to be a slow one. You already have the Battle Fury up on Ghost. He's just farming lanes. He's going to go into the S and Y. Be very hard here to hold down in the front lines. You know, Somnus has just been dancing around. BKBs are about to go up for Somnus and for Chalice as well. That should help with her front line hold as well. A little bit of a move forward from YBP. They are lacking vision here, Mike. They've only got the Triangle Ward right now to help protect themselves. Nothing forward.
Snowball, Spirit Vessel, Silence. They are going to blow him up. Summer just can't survive. Once that Silence lands from Chalice, it's just too easy. He's got nothing to purge off the Silence like a Manta either. RNG. 9k ahead now. Really no fear in the world for this game number 1. This whole time, Ghost has been free farming on the Troll, and now a 3-man smoke out from RNG. Right into that mid lane, Somnus, he'll pop the Firefly, try to have a look around through the Dire Triangle. They have spotted out the Tiny, I believe, as Tianming is at least going to be able to find an Invis rune to back his way out, but RNG is still on his tail. Somnus going to have his smoke broken, but they don't have detection. Nice little smoke break there from the Tiny, if not lucky, as he did find the Invis rune, but top lane, Beyond, he's not out of danger yet. Root is there. Flame Break will connect Somnus. Not going to try and move in with the lasso. Keep in mind, Somnus does have the blink up, but not feeling like making the jump in for the Timber. He's essentially just going to back his way out, and RNG, they'll go for Roshan instead. Why the hell not?
Doesn't take them too long to clear this out with all the damage they have on hand. They pump the Exo as well. YBB are close enough to try to go for the play. Invis is going to fade on Chan Ming, and he still doesn't have that blink, so can't really do anything here.
Yeah, I don't think there is a play right now for Tian Ming. He just kind of scouted this out and realized he is way too far forward and is going to drop the Somnus. There'll be free Roshan going the way of RNG, and YBB, just no way they can really stop that from happening.
They just kind of have to accept it. They've got the Chrono ready. Mask of Madness already up as well on Summer, so you've got a lot more attacks coming out on that Void, a lot more damage to toss out in the Chrono. So that could be the next hope. Just get the Maelstrom up, maybe try for a BKB afterwards and play around with that. Run up, try to lock a lot of heroes in that Chrono, try to catch the Omni Knight in that as well, and clean up. 19 to 4 though, 8k lead still stands here for RNG as we approach the 19.5-minute mark. And they're kind of ready to go for a push. Like, they're lining up top, you're just clearing out the top jungle. With Ghost around, just with the Yasha and Battlefield, he really just doesn't care at all.
Up tier 2 tower, going to be tackled here by RNG. Aegis up, of course, on Ghost. Beyond, already copying the Spirit Vessel charge up from Chalice is now Somnus with the Firefly right into the tree line. Is going to find that Pos 5 Bane. SJ, he'll get a Nightmare off, but no Fiend Trip to come. Meanwhile, on the backside, they found the Timber as well. Beyond is just going to drop. They just can't help him out. They try to channel the Requiem from the SF, but he just doesn't bother. There's just no point. It wouldn't have been enough in the end anyway. And RNG, they'll get themselves a free top tier 2 as well as 2 kills for their trouble. Aegis still standing for Ghost. They could probably think about high ground right now if they really want to. But they might just wait for the Exorcism to be back up on Chalice first.
Yeah, it's still not too far away for Chalice. They could line up for the mid-tier 2 here as well. Knowing that YBB just doesn't have much to play with unless Summer shows up with a Chrono. And again, a big Chrono is probably their best bet here. Like, you just don't have anything else to play with. No Blink on Tiny. Nothing major on ZC. Had to go for the Yules going into the BKB himself. So you are heavily reliant on just Summer pulling out something amazing. You see when he does decide to give it out a shot. Mid-tier 2 looks like it will just fall without contention. RNG still smoked up his tree here, though.
But they are. And why slow down if you're RNG? Like, again, you've got the Aegis up, you've got all the items you could ask for. Kaka's got the Blink up, and they're going to head down right towards the bot lane with Tian Ming. Oh, he's still trying to farm his own Blink on this Tiny. He's probably just gone. Somnus, he'll make the jump in. Kaka's there with the follow-up snowball to cancel the TP off. Another nice, easy kill for RNG. Even more delays for the Blink Dagger of this Tiny. Still about 700 gold off that item. Just hasn't come fast enough this game. And with that, RNG looking for a very easy bottom tier 2 tower to take. And John, that's going to be the final outer tower that YBB own going down very soon. You could try to force a fight, but it just doesn't feel like they have the damage even through the Chrono.
Yeah, I think a lot of things have to happen with Chrono. You have to be able to keep your SF out of it. You have to be able to channel Requiem right on the edge of it. And you have to catch the Omni Knight inside. That's a lot of conditions for the Chrono to be successful. I think that just makes it extra hard for Summer to find that openings. They will go high ground now on RNG's end.
We'll try. Tier 3 tower under siege. Is going to be forced out here by YBB, but a big lasso Somnus. He's already in. He found the Void. Kaka's out as well. Silence connects with the Nightmare. It might have bought a bit of time, but not quite enough. They will lose Summer on the Void. At the very least, they found Kaka as a trade, but that's about all they're going to find for now. As RNG continue chipping away at that tier 3 bottom tower. YBB going to find a way to try and force this fight. Ghost still has the Aegis up, so he doesn't mind dying a first time. And even then, it's not going to be that easy. He has Battle Trance up as well. Onto the racks they go. RNG still not afraid of anything here from YBB, especially while the Chrono is unavailable. Ghost will keep going onto the Tiny. They've got the Spirit Vessel, they've got the Silence, they've got enough damage. As Chalice does secure another kill for his team. RNG seeing the Void respawning will not stick around too long. They are going to back their way out. They do only find themselves a tier 3 tower. But at the end of the day, John, they control the whole map at the moment, so there's just no need for them to rush this game 1.
Yeah, they can take it easy on their side here for RNG. I like that they respect the fact that You know, Summer is back. They don't have Lasso. They don't have that same play from Somnus, where you can just instantly delete the Void, remove that Chrono from play. Still have to respect that. Like, there is still some opportunities. You can never underestimate Void at this point. And you do have that full Maelstrom up with Mom and Midas. There is a lot of attack speed coming out there into that BKB we mentioned afterwards. BKB already up for Ghost though. Aegis does expire at this point. So a fairly well-timed retreat, all things considered. YBB are trying to look for more down in bot jungle, but have to be a bit careful playing tag because Chalice doesn't care. There's a lot of heroes from YBB in the general vicinity. It's just kind of playing tag with Timbersaw, knowing how far ahead they are. For ZC, he's got his fresh BKB up, and he already used one charge a while ago, of course. Just the BKB ults on the SF does make this a very hard game to be impactful. Like, with this kind of build, you'd reckon you'd go for, say, the Blink Up and try to just kind of melt someone with a Requiem. I don't think that build has been popular in a while, so I don't think that's what we're seeing at all. At the least, you've got the Blink Up on Tianming. So there's some plays now. Toss backs in the defense are pretty much one of the biggest ways to turn these fights. Isolate someone going a bit too far forward, toss them backwards to tier 4s, and just kind of rinse and repeat and force RNG to overcommit. So we'll have to see how much Tianming can get done with this. They could try to play outsider high ground with this as well, but it does feel risky considering how far behind you are.
Absolutely, RNG. It doesn't seem like they're done quite yet, John. They're running through this bot lane once again. Big smoke up though, YBB. They'll go for the 5-man. Again, if you can land a big Chrono here from Summer into a nice Requiem, that could change the whole outcome of the game here for YBB. Problem is they've got to try and make it towards their own high ground of that dire triangle, and there is going to be a counter smoke now, RNG. 5-man smoke on their own terms. Will reveal themselves in this mid lane, just clearing out the creep wave, and YBB. It doesn't seem like they want to go for a smoke on smoke fight. Instead, Beyond, he will show himself down at the bot lane, maybe trying to bait the side of RNG, and they might just take that bait. Lasso is there, but where's the follow-up? It's that easy. RNG just jump in for a lasso, and no one's ready to fight. Now Tianming, he makes the jump in onto Ghost. Fiend's Grip is there onto the Troll Warlord. Maybe they find something. Chrono is out, but Ghost, he is not trapped inside of it. Snowball is there. Ghost will just keep running with the Battle Trance out towards the fountain. Maybe he has gone a bit too far. Ghost getting trapped up and taken out on the Troll. They've got one way of fighting back, and that's in their own fountain here for the Dire. They do kill off Ghost, and that's going to be enough to force the rest of RNG back. One range rack's going down, but that's it.
Yeah, they respect the fact that the taunt back is a big threat now. They didn't have Lasso, they didn't have Exorcism after that fight, and they just kind of forced back. It did still seem like a very awkward fight for YBB. Right? Like you mentioned at the start, Timbersaw shows up, Beyond has no backup for his bait play. The Chrono doesn't catch the Troll, so it takes a little bit longer to kill him off, although they managed to kite him into the base, which works out for YBB. RNG is still in a good position, but they have to respect that move. Look at YBB right now, looking for more.
See what they can find. I mean, they'll run into Chalice if they kept going, but Chalice gonna avoid the gank coming from YBB. Feels like YBB are just happy with the fact that they've defended high ground and they didn't really lose that melee barracks, which is much more important than, say, the range barracks. Giving RNG something to think about as they do make their way back into the farming game. It's like Ghost will work on towards a Bashanel on that Troll Warlord. Meanwhile, you are getting to the point where Summer is going to have a bit more damage in that Chrono with the Maelstrom up, and he's even getting close now to his own BKB on that Void. Definitely feeling a little bit safer as time does go on here for the side of YBB. Well, RNG lane are currently being watched by this Tiny, but RNG are going to back themselves out successfully and go right back for that Dire Outpost. It seems like they might just wait out the next Roshan instead of trying to force the team fights over and over again for RNG's end.
Now, still a minute away until that objective is up. And that is giving some time for YBB to at least keep up in the farming pace. That BKB you mentioned for Summer is going to be big, but it doesn't fix their issue of Ex-Nova. Right? So you still have to be concerned on this Void to catch out that Omni Knight in the Chrono, because if not, the Guardian Angel is still going to be a massive issue. Like your biggest headache in that entire fight, in the entire use of Chrono. But it is finished up now on Summer. So they could look to maybe contest. This does make the Roshan fight a little bit more feasible for YBB as well if they do want to go for that play out in the next half minute or so.
Well, there's a big smoke out. BKB, they're going to try and make something happen with these item timings. BKB obviously going to be very influential here for Summer, but it kind of goes back to what you said, John. If you can't find the Omni Knight in these chronos, X-Nova, he'll have the Guardian Angel for the chrono, and naturally Heavenly Grace will be saved up for the Fiend's Grip of the Bane. So the Omni Knight has to die for YBB to have a successful team fight, I believe. As YBB, they are going to wrap around the long way with this 5-man smoke. Single file formation. Ghost is there to break the smoke in the Roshan pit, hanging out within that fog. YBB now must know someone's in there somewhere. RNG, however, still hanging around, will be under vision as Chalice. He's going to be spotted. A nice toss back into the Fiend Strip at Chalice. He's got the BKB off in time. He's happy to man up and fight back, but a nice chrono now. Has found X-Nova. They would at least find the Omni Knight straight away. Is now Kaka still surviving. Get the snowball off the Void.
No.
Oh, the Void gets taken out. Onto the Timber. They'll find another. It's not too bad of a trade for YBB, but they lost their carry Void. They lose their pos 3 Timbersaw. And Roshan eventually is just going to go the way of RNG.
That was a great bait play from RNG. Ghost just standing in the pit, knowing that the smoke play was coming out, breaking the smoke, and forcing Requiem out right outside. It only catched really Ghost. And then they still had that good chrono coming out from Summer to take out X-Nova, but it didn't matter. No one else was ready to follow up on the damage. No one else was ready to kill off some of these important heroes. And RNG just gets their trump cards. You know, like Requiem gone, Chrono down, high ground's very, very open for them to take. And now you don't have that many tools in YBB. With no threat of Chrono, you're fully back to just relying on Chan Ming to get the toss backs.
There you go, there's a toss back for Ghost. He's right in onto the SFCC. This is not exactly what he wanted, so Ghost, he'll just keep going with the ensnares out, forcing the Yule Scepter out from the SF. Ghost won't quite be able to get the job done. Ming needs to be slightly cautious with these toss backs on the Tiny. It can definitely work against you if you're not too careful. Have a look around for another one, it seems, but RNG have already backed their way out. Even with the Aegis up, there's just no need to rush for them. They'll head back into that Dyed Triangle instead, and again, keep just controlling the map and keep the farm coming in their way. It's like Ghost has queued up a Satanic anyway, so has plenty of more farm to go on his end of things on this Troll Warlord. Meanwhile, mid lane, Chalice, they're not going to get the toss back. Tian Ming unable to find the toss, so Chalice is able to just walk out of there safely. To be fair, even if you toss him back, John, BKB and Aeon disc up on the DP. Not going to make it very easy to burst him down.
Now, it might not be the target you want to bring right next to your SF anyway. Hex already up in Chalice, Side of Ice ready to go. So they have that instant disable. Instantly TP up top. They know Summer was there farming, but he does manage to TP home himself, getting a good read as to what RNG is trying to do. So RNG, you know, not quite using their Aegis as much as they'd like to as of yet. They still have 3 minutes on that for Ghost. They should start to really think about high ground. But YBB stalled out long enough here, Mike, that Chrono is back up, Requiem's back up. You know, they are ready to try again on the defense, and they don't need to just rely on the tossbacks from Chan Ming. Summer can now kind of set up with a Chrono. They just need to kind of repeat that Chrono from the Roche fight, like catch out X-Nova and catch out Ghost, kill off X-Nova, and you get the follow-up.
Well, RNG, they found an Arcane Rune for Somnus. He's already popped it, so he does want to force the fight immediately. Ghost does pop the Rampage for himself. We go. Free tower, not going to last very long, but Tian Ming's in with a nice toss back. Who has he found? It's going to be Kaka. Snowball is immediately back the other way, and now the lasso is out catching the SF, so Ghost, he can get right to work on this Troll Warlord. The SF barely surviving for now, but not for long. Surely a ZC. He got the BKB off in time into the Requiem. Ghost getting tossed right back into the fountain of the Troll Warlord. He's going to die the once. Can they find him a second time? They need another toss back here on Ghost, but he's just going to run his way out. Instead, Summer, he's the one to drop in the Void. No Chrono to come out. No buyback available on that Faceless Void either. It's RNG still going for the racks. Are going to get a toss back onto Kaka. Snowball not going to be available in time. Instead, RNG trying to force the fight. Not quite. They just want the top lane of Barracks. Even with the Void gone, they don't feel quite safe enough to keep this fight going. Oh, I say that. Cross back again, this time onto Somnus, but a nice 4-staff away. Somnus barely surviving. As Tianming now's the one in trouble. Chalice will chase him down. Beyond as well. Will be able to chain away on the Timber. As YBB still trying to find a way to punish the side of RNG. They have only found the possible tusk so far. Back into Chalice, but the Aeon Disc, it's going to proc once again. They'll at least try to burst down the DP, but Chalice, he's a tanky boy. He's out of Spirit Siphons, however. This time around, Chalice surely dies and will. ZC, able to pick up that kill with the Raze. So in the end, they do lose a top lane of Barracks, but it's not the worst team fight in the world for YBB.
Now, they're still finding a little bit of a back and forth. They're finding ways to catch RNG off guard. I think for RNG, that caution coming out from Ghost, it's a lot of respect coming out to the damage output of ZC. It's also maybe him expecting that there was buyback available on Summer, and that threat of Chrono was still there. So they go a little bit cautiously with the Aegis gone. They only find the melee ranks this time around, so it's a little bit better up top in comparison to bot. But it's not an unplayable game for YBP, and I like this build-up that we're seeing coming out from Beyond. He's got the Halberd up, he's got a way of stopping that physical output from coming through from Ghost. And with Chrono still up, YBP can just go for the smoke play and look for that opportunity.
They're going to try. In through the mid lane they go. They'd love themselves a core target here on the side of RNG if they could. YBB. Around that mid-river. Oh, they're going to find Ghost. That's a big one. They found the Pos 1 troll. Warlord Ghost. Toss back. It's not there. Beandrip will hold him down. Where's the backup? Ghost. He's still alive. In goes Kaka. That'll be the Bane gone immediately. Is now the side of YBB. Just need to back their way out, but it's not looking too good for them. Tianming should drop and will do so on the Tiny. If they look for a bit more, RNG. Oh, they found a lasso. They find the Void. Summer. He went back to farm the jungle. And Somnus just sees him immediately underneath that Observer Ward. That's not great. No buyback available for this Void either, John. That'll be high ground for RNG.
Yeah, and again, they tried to line up for that combination. They tried to toss back into the Requiem, doesn't connect. And they never get the Chrono use. Like, that's 2 lives where Summer's trying to go up forward, trying to look for the Chrono, doesn't come out. And without that Chrono, you just have no fight with this Void. They just run you down.
Chance is out. Kaka right on target. That'll be SJ gone. Beyond. Well, he's going to chain back towards his fountain, but it doesn't really seem like they care for the Timber. They're just going right after tier 4s. And that's going to force the GG call out now from YBB. Game 1 does go the way of RNG. The favorites do end up pulling off the Game 1 victory. And well, John, I don't want to repeat myself after the first series, but I gotta say it was quite a dominant victory here for RNG.
Yeah, it really was. They play a really fast game. Well, not quite fast. Not as fast as the first series we saw today, but they play a very stable game. They hit the objectives. They buy a lot of space for Ghost to farm up. And Ghost, for his part, goes for a more farmy build. You know, he goes for that Battle Fury into the SNY, BKB, which does take a little bit of time, but he had way more room in comparison to Summer, considering the map state that RNG managed to set up. And for YBB, they just didn't manage to hit those spikes they want to, as we can see in that scoreboard coming up soon. Like, ZC didn't manage to really overwhelm on that SF as you'd expect, and Summer went for triple farming items, Midas, Mask of Madness, and Maelstrom, and still couldn't really get the investment he needed to. So I'd be keen on seeing how the stats ended up, because that was a lot of investment onto that one hero, and it just didn't feel like they got the returns.
Well, let's bring the scoreboard up and have a look to see exactly what happened here. Is, as you can see, Ghost having a very good time. Somnus really popping off here on the mid Bat Rider, John, just unkilled, 12-0-16. He really set a pace that they just couldn't keep up with. The lasso is just perfect throughout these team fights. The countless times he caught Summer in that Void, just giving him absolutely no chance to survive. It was a rough one. This mid Bat really set them up perfectly.
Yeah, he just had a fantastic time. It did look like ZC was holding up in that lane fairly well early on. Like, you know, we saw the raises coming out. We saw ZC just use up his entire mana pool, playing tag with Somnus. But again, Somnus just held back. He knew he'd eventually have more mana than ZC. ZC did not have the bottle. He was reliant on his wand. And I think that's where the balance of that lane really came up to, right? Like he just managed to find the opportunity, especially with that TP back on the water rune, right? TPing back to the tower. He knew he had an opportunity to just run down, and that's where the game really opened up for Samus. So I'm keen to see what YBB changes up. I feel like the Faces Void pickup at that point in game just wasn't ideal, and Beyond did as much as he could, but he didn't really slow down Ghost's game on the offlane either. And the Timbersaw last pick just it's a front line here that you want. It does make sense of getting on Whirling Death and the added strength. You feel a lot better taking away some of that durability, but it also didn't quite get the space or create the space that the team really needed in this game.
Yeah, that's fair, Jonathan. We'll see what they do end up changing up here for Game 2's draft, though, as we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between RNG and YBB. We'll see you then.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are heading into Game 2's draft here between RNG and, of course, YBB Gaming. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, the draft is going rather fast and is underway, so I'm sure we'll be heading into that very, very soon. Do you want to give us a quick overview of what you think that YBB need to change up once again, John, for Game 2 to at least give themselves a chance to force to game number 3? Because again, Game 1, let's be honest, John, it wasn't really that close. It felt like RNG were always in control.
Yeah, I think changing up their draft like this is a pretty good start. They start off with a Marcy and Dawnbreaker, banning out that Chalice DP that we saw a while ago, and taking care of the Somnus Troll, the Somnus Bad Rider, the Ghost Troll. Maybe a little bit too focused on the last game, because I feel like it wasn't a complete drafting issue, although the draft was not ideal for sure from YBB's end, but to focus in so much on what RNG picked up last time around with these bans instead of thinking what they don't want to really play against with this specific lineup, it does provide a lot of potential still for RNG. I think that's the one thing coming in here for YBB that they've got to watch out for. RNG, for their part, again, a bit different of an opening for them. Tiny and Puck coming out, so likely our Somnus hero already up early on, along with a Kaka Tiny potentially coming through here. Although there is some room for some cheeky flex, I think that is the way they should go. Pretty good combinations early on, toss back from Coil, and you know that's already a very solid combo to have. Kaka hit a pretty good blink timing on his Tusk, and he should be able to meet that blink timing here in the Tiny in comparison to Chun Ming's game last time around, where his blink really only came at the end game for the last 2 tower defenses. So yeah, we'll see if YBB can kind of put a dent there. I'm keen to see what they do with the Dawnbreaker. Like the Marcy for sure should be a support hero, and we have seen the impact of that rebound stun actually feeling a lot scarier than the Dispose stun, because it does feel like you don't need as much, right, to get that up. Yeah, you're not waiting for the Aether Lens blink anymore. You just kind of show up, jump in, and you get the stuns, and you just have that impact from the laning phase into the mid game without too much itemization.
Those damn cat headphones, they always get me. As Somnus. It's just a Giga Chat move from Somnus to
It's
wear
good.
those.
It's
It is
great.
good. You got to be
These
a
are
chat
great
to
headphones.
put those on.
Dire team
Can I just say, by the way, while we're talking about appearances, John, apparently you were sending me some screenshots from our lovely Twitch chat, the viewers in Twitch chat, of course. Apparently, for the first time ever, this is the first time I've heard this one. Shout out to Foggy_BS. Call me Armenian Shroud, Jonathan. Is it because of the haircut? Because I have an explanation for this haircut, if that's what it is. Do I look like Shroud to you, John?
5
I
seconds
don't-
remaining.
You know what? Maybe it's a bit of a stretch, but you know, I can see it somehow. I can see it
Yeah.
somehow. I
This
can
is all
kind
my
of see it.
barber's
Mike.
fault. It is my barber's fault, John, because I was rushing to get a haircut before we had our previous tournament that just went by in Malaysia. And I'll tell you what, John, I went to my barber, which is, by the way, it's in like a garage. You know, it's your backyard style barber because, God forbid, you know, I actually pay for a proper barber. And he was very hungover that day. So I kind of walked in, there was bottles of whiskey everywhere, and that explains the haircut, which I'm not too happy with right now, John. But we'll get that sorted soon. Hopefully he's not hungover the next time I see him.
Yeah, hopefully not, Mike. I thought it looked pretty good when we saw each other again in Malaysia. So I don't know,
thank you,
maybe
John.
just growing it in just didn't quite work out. What should
Oh,
work
that's
out
the
is this
Shroud.
pick from RNG. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I appreciate
nice.
your segue, John. I've got to kind of give, you know, no disrespect to Shroud. I'm not saying he has a bad haircut or anything, you know. Go on, John. You had a fantastic segue with the Chen.
10 seconds
This
remaining.
should work out for RNG, right? The Chen, we've talked about it. Highly contested
5
hero.
seconds
It just
remaining.
provides a lot. Considering the pace of game RNG played last time, this should fit into that playstyle if they want to bring that pacing back this time around. So just get the creep army going, run down. You have really strong rotations towards mid with the Tiny and the Chen creep army potentially coming through there by even the 4-minute mark could be nice. 6-minute mark more than likely here for RNG. And what I'm seeing from YBB here, Mike, is there's not a lot of hold for the Somnus Pop.
Radiant
Like
team
it,
pick.
they instantly go for Marcy Dawnbreaker. They go for the Ember now as well, which can lane pretty nicely against the puck. You're not really getting much hold though. They go into the Phoenix now as well. So there's some good sustain coming out here from YBB, right? Like Sunray, Solar
Radiant
Guardian on
team
top. You've got
back.
really nice team fight with Egg and Solar Guardian to kind of stall out. But again, a lack of hold is looking like a big problem. Rebound is probably your best bet, and that's not exactly the longest stun in the world. As now you have to contend with a Morphling now as well, and
10
if you had
seconds
problems holding
remaining.
down the puck, you're definitely going to have problems holding down this Morphling as well.
5 seconds
absolutely.
remaining.
Apologies, by the way, to the viewers if they heard a dog whining in the background. The dog's very excited right now because the wife's home. So apologies for that.
Dire team
She likes
back.
to be very vocal, Jonathan. Final ban-outs to come. Does seem like a position 1 is necessary here for YBB. I suppose you could run the
Radiant
pos 1
team
Ember
back.
if you're feeling rather spicy, but I highly doubt it here for YBB. RNG's end, they are lacking what appears to be an offlane here for Chalice. Though I do believe we saw a pos 3 Chen from a different region come out recently, so I suppose you've always got that kind of opening if you wanted to run an offlane Chen, but highly
10
doubtful. I
seconds
imagine
remaining.
Chalice would prefer something a little bit better than that. You'd rather just run the
5
pos 5 Chen
seconds
if you
remaining.
can afford to. Any kind of picks you'd like to see coming out from either side here, John? Pos 1 for YBB, Pos 3 for RNG?
For YBB,
Dire team back.
it gets a little bit weird up against Morphling, right? You don't necessarily want to go for something like the Terrorblade because Morphling's just going to have a nice hero form to steal for himself and just kind of play with that. They could try...
Radiant team.
I don't know, it just feels like they lack lockdown. There's nothing on the pos 1 that kind of fixes that. You could maybe get something a little bit more up-tempo. A Wraith King could be a good way to survive through, say, Avalanche Toss with Dream Coil Break kind of combination. You can kind of clear out Creep Army of the Chen fairly
10
well as well with your own
seconds
Skeleton
remaining.
Army. Kind of match that pushing pace with something like the Wraith King. You don't mind the
seconds
Morphling too
remaining.
much, although that can be moderately annoying, but it's also not the worst thing in the world. So that could fit in. You could go for a little bit more wave clear instead, focusing on like farming up, although it feels like with the Ember and Dawnbreaker, you might not need that much. But Luna, again, picking Luna into Morphling gives Morphling pretty happy time there to just shift in and out, getting the Lucent Beam stun. It's not particularly the best thing in the world to hand over. I feel like YBB just needs a faster pace. Maybe something safer like a jug could be one way to go. Doubling down on the sustain you get with Sunray and Solar Guardian in the middle of these fights. Having a nice spin away. They go to Bristleback instead, so
I like it.
tanky frontline here. You do lack burst damage right now on RNG's end. Magical burst isn't really there outside of Tiny, but that's likely a support. So you have a lot of play here on the Bristle. And for Chalice,
10 seconds remaining.
a Mars could kind of work out here. Because you just kind of spear back, Bristleback's
5
facing forward
seconds
suddenly.
remaining.
He's not really blocking too much damage. You don't have the best tie-ins for Arena, like Dreamcoil Arena is kind of anti-synergistic. They will go for the
Now
Necrophos
select
instead.
your heroes.
So they've got a way to just instantly burst down to Bristle once he's around half, maybe less than half HP. And it is a hard hero to bully out, but I feel like YBB this time around does have some good enough magic damage coming out from the Phoenix in lane if they are running, like, say, Bristleback Phoenix lane. That Chalice shouldn't have the freest of times there.
No, it certainly shouldn't be the freest of times. Like, even when you go later into the game, the Sunray of the Phoenix obviously going to be quite painful once you get into that Ghost Shroud for Chalice, but I was kind of looking at what could be a decent counter towards the Bristleback throughout this game, because they ban out the Viper, they ban out the Timber in that final ban phase on the side of YBB, so I suppose Necrophos was one of the only ones really left that kind of fit the bill in terms of dealing with that Bristleback. Overall, though, you would have to argue YBB's draft does look a lot better than Game 1. In fact, I dare say they came out on top of RNG in terms of drafts, but I suppose it is going to be all about how you play these drafts out. John, did you have a favorite draft going into this game too between these two teams?
I think I'd agree with you. I feel like YBB's draft just looks a lot better on paper. I think the one issue I'm seeing from RNG is the Chen Morphling lane doesn't feel very active. It does feel like something that Beyond and Chanming should be able to kind of work really well, although they are playing double melee, which can be annoying, but they've got really good gap close. They could actually be really aggressive, slow down Ghost by a bigger extent here. And ZC should have more impact on the Ember in comparison to the Shadow Fiend. Not as farm sensitive. You can just kind of play along once you hit level 6, maybe get a Blightstone into your phase boots, or the Orb of Corrosion into phase boots, and you kind of feel good and just can kind of work with your team. So YBB has that faster pace, and I think that fixes a lot of the issues they had in the last game where it was just super greedy. I'm wondering how RNG works their lanes, because I'm just looking at Chen Morphling. It's not exactly the most aggressive lane for the Chen to play with, and it's a bit, I mean, you can play nicely with Divine Favor Aura, but you know, it's not exactly the safest time for the Morphling either.
Oh, it looks like we've got Game 1, or rather Game 2 underway now here between RNG and YBB, so we can head into that very, very soon and see what does get underway between these two. So we both kind of agree YBB having a bit of a better draft here going to game number 2, but again, it feels like if you lose control throughout these laning stages, you just start to fall apart, right? Like, if you have a great game on this Ghost Morphling, he gets online a little bit too early. If you don't have a good game on this Bristleback for Summer, it could be quite detrimental, right? Like, Bristleback, it is kind of reliant on having a good start. If you hit that mid-game and you're a little bit behind, it could be very problematic for YBB, that's for sure.
Yeah, it can get scary if that time does come out for RNG, if, say, Ghost does manage to, you know, drag the game out a little bit and hit some really good items to build up into. Same goes for YBB, though. Like, if this Bristle hits its Ag's timing really quickly with a Hood of Defiance on top, I'm killing him off. It's not going to be a simple process. You just don't have that great magical burst. You've got Tiny, but it's upon his 4, so you're not going to be getting all your levels that quick. You're not going to have max out Avalanche Toss with your grow up by, like 15 minutes. You're not going to have that kind of timing. So there's a lot more room for this Bristleback to play fast. There's a lot of room for ZC to kind of run around. We were talking about a lack of control from YBB in keeping out the Morphling and the Puck. You kind of have the same thing going with this Ember. Like, you don't have the best way to lock in ZC. You've got Reaper's Sight. You've got the Coil at the least is a little bit more stable. But that is a ult you're going to have to commit out as well.
I can't lie to you, John, as well. I mean, just off topic, but that Rampage voice line, the first time I saw that in the Battle Pass, I could have sworn it was you and me for a moment. You know, with the Rambulan that we used to do back with the SCA teams, but it wasn't, sadly. You know, still a very nice voice line that I might add. Very, very nice indeed. As bottom side, Kaka Gonna get caught with the Starbreaker, but a very nice avalanche is gonna allow him to take the banner in away from the side of YBB. It's gonna be a 2-for-2 anyway, though. Summer will be able to secure the other on the bristleback, so a 2-for-2 trade. Another nice even start between these two teams. And while we're here, John, let's start with the mid lane. You're gonna have the Ember for ZC against, of course, Somnus's Puck. I asked you last game around between the SF Batrider who would have the advantage, and John, I'm gonna ask you the exact same question. Do you expect the Puck or the Ember to have the hero advantage? The hero advantage here in this matchup.
I feel like we've seen the Ember kind of do a little bit better in this matchup. It does take a little bit of dancing around. I'd say it's just easier to execute on the Ember's end. Shouldn't be too bad for Somnus, but it's just the damage coming through from Sleight of Fist is pretty annoying for the Puck to deal with. You don't have the best armor in the world, so it's very easy to bully you out for ZC. Landing that, the right clicks are big, and Somnus, the dodge window is not the easiest to kind of work on as well. So ZC should have a much better time, but Somnus still has play as long as he can tag back and forth and control the runes, which is key for the Puck in this matchup, then you should still be fine in this game.
Yeah. What's that bot lane? Kaka, Chalice. Going at it as Summer. He's starting with the Quill Spray stacks. Comes Tianming, and that Dawnbreaker as well. And again, a very kind of lane-dominant Dawnbreaker hero. Just chases down Kaka on that Tiny. You see with that level 1 Starbreaker, kind of hard to land as long as Kaka does have Avalanche available, but you can always just try and wait that spell usage out here from Kaka. And of course that top lane as well. Ghost going to be there with X-Nova against Beyond. And of course the Phoenix of SJ. Seems like a very passive lane up at top side, however.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the most active time for both sides. I'd say you have a little bit more play here for YBB. If Beyond can land a good rebound dispose, you could maybe try to follow through with the damage output of SJ. Although, again, that's going to be a little bit longer to really get that done. You'd ideally want level 3 on your Phoenix as well for better damage output there. And it just takes a little bit longer to get that. You are giving Ghost a much better lane than I think you'd expect him to have up against Beyond. So he is able to farm up a little bit more. Although every single time the rebound's there, the threat of damage is at least present for YBB this time around.
Yeah. Very quiet game. No first blood being drawn yet from either side. Top lane, a little bit more of a struggle here for Ghost compared to game number 1.
Has been killed.
Shay doing a very nice job of just zoning out the Morphling, and just the creep equilibrium was in the favor of YBB up the top. Meanwhile, bottom lane, there's going to be a Starbreaker out on Kaka, but he will just pop the Avalanche and be just fine, as Tianming have to go for a run, should be just fine as well on the Dawnbreaker. It's kind of the opposite thing happening down at bot side here for RNG. Looks like Chalice just having no issues whatsoever on the Necrophos, and it's one of the things with this hero, right? Like, if you get a great start as Necro, he can just kind of snowball and carry the game for you from that offlane.
Yeah, just hit some early item spikes, hit some level spikes as well, and you've got a lot of opportunities to kind of play. Summer is forced to really expend his mana pool. Like, the Quill Sprays are constantly flying out just to harass out and just to trade evenly with that Death Pulse coming out from Chalice. Still has 2 mangoes to play with, at least, but whenever you do run out in that lane, Chalice just has an overwhelmingly good time. Like, every time he finds CS, it's just going to be enabling himself to keep spamming out his spells. It's a very nice, positive feedback loop for the Necros to play with.
Top lane. Ghost still doing just fine. Beyond just constantly have the creep equilibrium his way though on this Marcy. Ghost, suppose is there, Beyond, trying to go for a fight. Ghost does have waveform up, however, and well, Beyond, I'm not sure what the dispose was about. No backup there to try and really pick off Ghost.
Yeah, he was left all alone. SJ was elsewhere on the map, and I mean, he does get a large camp stack, but you know, this is the moment where the Morphling is very vulnerable. That pre-level 3, around level 4 is when you can kind of whittle him down. Now he's got level 2 shift. As long as he manages to get the strength shift off, you're gonna be fine now whenever the jump's there.
Toss back onto Tianming. Dawnbreaker, Avalanche will be there to stop the Celestial Hammer pullback, and eventually Chalice going to be able to take a very nice easy kill on the Necrophos. Very nice setup there from Kaka. You see Summer on that Bristle. He is still farming, but it's a very slow process right now, and you are very reliant on Summer having a very good laning stage, and for now I would only call it average.
Yeah, it's not that overwhelming start you'd want for Summer. Chalice has been doing a great job just holding this lane.
Top
And
lane.
again, no,
And beyond, he's going to be okay, barely surviving here to Ghost, but it's a solo Morphling going up against two and just doing a great job of it. In comes X-Nova now from the side, trying to move his way in with his creep army. Ghost, he'll get to work. Beyond, Penitence is there and they just blow him up. No chance of survival. And that's your position 3 Marcy dying for a second time to Ghost.
yeah, that's not good news. Ghost is having way too good of a time. Expected more aggression out from YBB once they hit level 2, level 3. You know, just threaten Ghost while attribute shift is low again. That window is kind of cast with level 5 up. He's got a lot of damage and good durability coming out. For YBB, I guess the one thing they can look at is maybe just ZC's lane down mid. The Ember is having a pretty damn good time as to be expected. A lot of CS above Somnus this time around. And he does have the early Orb of Corrosion already up. So he does have output. You can play around at that level 6 spike. You can try to look for the angles in. Maybe relieve some of that pressure up top. Although I don't know if you really have enough damage to kill off Ghost. But considering that Ghost is staying here with low HP, it could be.
Summer getting dived right here. Still gonna be okay. Had plenty of stick charges as Kaka now will be chased down by Jian Ming, and Starbreaker will be there, but a nice toss back from Kaka. Gonna protect him for now, though Summer still able to secure the kill very nicely with the kill spray. It's a very important kill here for the side of YBB. See, Chalice still kind of untouchable here on the Necrophos, but at least Summer will find something. Problem is, John, Chalice, he's getting very close to level 6 now, and once the Reaper's Scythe is up, that's when you start to get very afraid if you are the Bristle.
Yeah, I mean, you have that instant kill threat coming out from the Necrophos. Doesn't care for your durability. So it's going to be a big spike for Chalice to play with. I think for YBB, though, it's still not the worst game in the world. It does feel like a much better start in comparison to that game 1. They've got good stacks in their triangle this time around. And even though they're giving Ghost a lot better of a lane in comparison, the Morphling does take a little bit more time.
Bottom lane now, being chased down. This could be the attempt they needed. The nice avalanche out, going to cancel the Starbreaker, but ZC going to show up on the Ember, ensuring they do end up killing off Chalice. And but to be fair, Chalice, he did go a bit greedy with his skill build, not leveling up any points in Ghost Shroud. So going to be unable to really give him a chance to walk away from that. But a very nice rotation from the Ember. Going to try and slow down Chalice, and speaking of ZC on the Ember, he's currently top of the CS board, John, having a very good game thus far.
That just goes back to that lane up against Somnus. The puck just doesn't have as much to toss back up against the Ember. Sleight of Fist is very spammable. Your own harassment from the Orb and with a Waning Rift is easily dodgeable by the Ember as well. Good deny on the double damage route to prevent Somnus from finding an opening. And a lot of that momentum now has to come out from ZC. Again, early timings are there. Phase Boot's up now with a full Orb of Corrosion, so his right-click damage, his Sleight of Fists hurt a ton. And anywhere he shows up on the map, it's going to be hard to pin him down unless you drop something like Coil or, you know, fully commit your Avalanche Toss onto that one hero.
The person I really feel bad for right now is Beyond on this Marcy, though, John. Just really unable to get anything done as bot lane. Ming. Mossback is there. Chalice, move in. Reaper's Scythe is now available. They could just commit it straight off the bat, and they will. You want that permanent stack straight away, as Kaka is also just going to be able to TP out. Summer just unable to get the damage off in time. It's a very nice pick up there for Chalice. That'll be the first stack of the Reaper's Scythe being added to his Necrophos, and a sweet revenge back onto the Dawnbreaker.
Just a nice bit of punishment. Not the biggest kill in the world. You're starting to get a little bit of room for Summer to breathe, although again, it's not much in a Bristle. This kind of start is fairly slow. There's a lot of room for RNG to just keep your own farm game up. Good stacks built up by X-Nova up top for clearing down line.
Rebound away. It's one of the nice things about Morphling when you're playing against Marcy, John. You can just rebound. No problem.
Just highly mobile with a rebound and a waveform on yourself. So pinning down the Morph is just, again, it's one of those issues with this draft. Holding down a Morphling, holding down a puck. They are making moves mid.
Yeah, Kaka's creating so much space so that he just avalanche tossing away ZC. He had 2 remnants available but just wasn't willing to commit them. And to be fair, Somnus was just around the corner, so it would have been very dangerous to commit them for the tiny kill. You do have the Dream Coil up here on Somnus. It's like for now, ZC just wanting to ensure he does at least secure a power rune for himself. He's hoping to get lucky here as Somnus will head down bot, but it is going to be up towards the top side. X-Nova, however, going to be able to deny the regen room off with his sad tier banisher. So nobody going to be able to find that power rune for either side. But I suppose ZC wanted it a little bit more than Somnus did, so a bit of a miss there from the Ember.
Just not quite able to get that and just kind of run around, try to use the power runes as an opening. The space is being used well though. Summer does have, again, that room in the triangle to clear out these stacks. Good amount of farm to be found here for the Bristle, and that should allow that acceleration into an early Lotus Orb. I expected maybe the Ags Rush, but the Lotus Orb does make sense in saving, especially against that early burst and control that RNG does have on hand.
Speaking of the burst, Chalice committing the Reaper side there onto SJ, going to secure another kill for himself and another stack on the Necrophos. With the siege creep up, they might just head into that bottom tier 1 tower and slowly start chipping away at that. Meanwhile, Beyond and Ghost going at it at the top lane once again. Beyond gonna walk away this time, won't overextend against the Morphling.
Dire's middle tower is
And it
under
seems
attack.
like YBB, they'll try to pressure the mid tier 1 a little bit while their bottom tier 1 goes
Radiant's
down.
bottom tower is under
Not so much
attack.
damage being dealt, however, as Kaka does get spotted, but does go for a toss back. Hammer is not going to be on the mark.
Ooh.
Avalanche is there now by Kaka. He's still surviving. They'll drop the egg. Kaka somehow still alive, still trying to fight back, but does eventually go down, and the egg is not going to make it as the coil is out from Somnus onto the Dawnbreaker. They might just have another, and they will. So a 2-for-1 trade, but in the meantime, looks like Ghost ends up going down a top lane.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they do manage to punish him this time around for going a little bit too far forward. And that does provide a pretty good trade coming out for YBB in the end. I think just killing off Ghost is already big enough. Again, with the space you're giving to Summer, Bristleback is starting to hit its timings. They are defending top here, though.
They are. Summer, not the easiest target to try and go after. I think Kaka would much prefer to try for Beyond on the Marcy. Spose is there, Beyond. Gonna rebound away as soon as Kaka shows
Radiant's
himself. And
bottom tower is under
enough
attack.
for YBB to just back their way out of this situation. RNG, they do still manage to hold on to that 2k advantage that they have in terms of net worth. Seems like YBB, though, might be able to hit their timing as Xiangming with a chase onto X-Nova, but X-Nova can be just fine. Has the mech up as well, so plenty of heals available on the Chen now. And that's going to make life even harder against Chalice, right? Like, you've got the Hand of God plus the mech available on this Chen. Just so many heals to come out through the Ghost Shroud, and be very, very hard expecting to be able to burst down Chalice, who is also top of the net worth board at the moment.
And I like what RNG is doing off the back of that, just grouping up mid, looking for that push. YBB is ready for the defense here, though.
Here we go. Coil is there, but
Ooh.
completely whiffed onto ZC, so he's fine to run his way out. Instead, they'll go after Qianming. They should be able to find the Dawnbreaker. Question is, can they hope to try for Summer? They're going to give it a crack. They have the Spirit Vessel up. Chalice, he's also got the Reaper side, but just doesn't find the opening to commit it to Summer. He's going to be able to back his way out, and in comes the cavalry. They'll try to focus down X-Nova, but the heals are coming out. In fact, the Marcy is the one to get Reaper sight by Chalice. No kills going out here for RNG yet. They don't drop any kills back the way of YBB. They find two themselves, however. As RNG, they'll go into that mid-tier 1 tower. There's not really much in the way of stopping them.
Yeah, you don't have the egg to play with anymore. You still have the Solar Guardian. There's no more heals, although.
Is there. Kaka with the toss up onto the Phoenix once again, as the Starbreaker is going to land very nicely from Qianming, but there's just no follow-up to the stun. He just does not have the damage on his own. So now ZC needs to back his way out and will do so. But RNG, they just keep going. They don't feel the need for a reset. They'll find the tier 1 mid tower and that'll be enough. They'll back out.
Yeah, and just like that, the map opens up massively for the side of RNG. They can start to take that bot jungle for themselves. But, you know, X-Nova starting to rebuild his army down there. There's a lot of space up top to kind of build up if you want to leech that farm there on in the supports. And for YBB, they just focused all in mid. Hold on, foil.
Mid lane, gonna find the Ember. Now he's gonna be just fine. Kaka. Chase down, may go down, but a nice toss back up onto the Phoenix. Even the Solar Guardian gonna be expended to make sure they get something for all of this. Somnus, he's gonna be just fine to back his way out. Though I say that, a chains is there from the Ember. That That'll be enough. Somnus not gonna drop. YBB, they do at least find themselves a support.
Yeah, it takes a little bit more than I think they'd want to sacrifice. Having Solar Guardian down from his support is
Radiant's bottom
a big
tower
enough thing
is
to
under
take away,
attack.
because it is a good amount of damage and healing sustain to kind of match RNG zone sustain. But they are just buying time, trying to get that build up they want on Summer. The Lotus Orb isn't too far off now. Into the Ags, he'll go right after, and that's going to be the major spike really for Summer. That's when he feels like a very, very tough nut to crack. Ghost, for his part, still working onto the Manta. With a mid-tier 1 cleared out, again, just bot jungle, it's completely free for Xnova to free farm, and he's just got all the room in the world. They've taken control. They could just easily shove in mid and bot, threaten the tier 2s a bit. They don't care about this top tier 1. Free tower for YBB, not the most important tower in the world anymore, though.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Mid lane, ZC currently being watched here on the Ember. But they probably don't want to dive into this tier 2. Kaka doesn't have the blink up yet either, but they have the Dream Coil. They can hope for the toss back out of the coil. The Qianming is there to try and help out, but a nice avalanche. He's going to lock him down to the Ember. Unable to survive as Beyond. He's going to try and rush forward on that Marcy and find something for their trouble. But we'll find nothing. Summer, he'll keep trying to move forward on the Bristle, but realizes he cannot keep this fight going himself. They'll back their way out. Always very scary trying to fight into that Reaper side of Chalice.
Structures are fortified.
And while all that's happening, Ghost is just casually pushing the bottom tier 2 tower with the siege creep.
Radiant's
They will try to
bottom tower
rotate to
is under
defend, but so
attack.
will RNG very aggressively. Somnus will move right in onto the Dawnbreaker. Ghost, he'll be onto the Marcy though, Beyond, trying to man fight through it with the Unleash, but it's not going to be enough. He'll get stunned up. The Egg not going to save either. Solar Guardian though will buy a bit of time here from Qianming, who has brought back as they will focus down Kaka on the Tiny, and they'll find something. YBB not willing to lose this tier 2 bottom tower this early on, though Chalice might just turn back in onto Summer. The Bristle in trouble. A nice rebound Beyond, trying to set up once again, but the Hand of God is there, and now the Reaper site's going to take him out. ZC, he'll remnant his way towards the left side, right into the loving arms of Somnus. They'll even find the buyback, or rather dieback on Qianming. And now the Bristle,
Oh, no.
not going to be safe either, as Summer's down. 4 down for the side of YBB. If you count the dieback, John, that's basically a full team wipe. And RNG dropped
Radiant's
nothing.
bottom tower is under
They're
attack.
just playing so clean. The patience this time around from Xnova to hold on to that Hand of God use towards the end, right when they were getting jumped by that really good angle coming out from ZC, and just keeping Chalice alive long enough
Radiant's
to get
bottom
Reaper's
tower
sight
has
off,
fallen.
to kind of break off that initiation from Beyond. It looked pretty awkward. Like, Ghost was standing his ground, kind of trying to bait him in, but he was also not winning the trade with Beyond. They just managed to split up that fight, force YBB to switch focus a lot in the middle of that they just weren't able to jump key heroes and back in. Remember, all these plays Kaka's been doing on his Tiny as well. The sneaking around he's done, the great avalanches he's had, was without the blink. He's got his blink up now. 18 minutes in, not the fastest in the world, but now the impact of the Tiny should really be felt.
Chalice, then a bot lane, almost inviting them to try and jump in. Beyond almost just dropping. If the Reaper site's been up, that would have been another kill the way of Chalice, that's for sure. So RNG, very confident now with the 10k advantage. They aren't going to smoke up. Into the mid lane. Coil is available for Somnus, so they could go for that same combination onto ZC. In fact, never mind that. They're pinged down towards the bot lane. RNG just not able to find the target they really want. They might still head down bot as SJ is still hanging around on the Phoenix. He does have first dive available, but it may not matter because Kaka's there with the avalanche. Too easy.
Yeah, just a very squishy target in that Phoenix right now. They're still buying space out for Ghost. The build-up is still coming out for Summer. I mean, Lotus Orb is up, going for the BKB now before the
Radiant's
Yags.
bottom tower is
So he's
under
still
attack.
tanking up. It's just not the scary Versatile back in those kinds of games where he snowballs off to a strong start. And look at RNG, immediate smoke once more. Still wanting
Dire's
more.
top tower is under attack.
Here we go, RNG. Trying to move in, Beyond. Gonna be okay for now. Summer. Back his way out, in fact, never mind. Summer, the chase is on. Kaka, he will be around with the smoke broken. They know somebody's around here. Kaka, Link on cooldown. Oh, is he going to go for the avalanche? Oh, he's
Ooh.
not.
Ah,
He didn't have faith.
Dire's middle tower
He
is
threw the
under
tree
attack.
right on target, but he just did not have faith. Still, Roshan is ongoing.
you gotta love those skeletons. Still speeds up the rush by a very good margin. Doesn't take the Ghost too long to get that done. With just the Manta and Ultimate Orb along with Morbid. 2 lives up in the Morphling. They barely handle him with 1 life. I don't think they're gonna be able to find Ghost now with 2 lives up. You've got to get that build up. It feels like this game is now more on ZC than it is really on Summer. Like, Summer's still a big hero to have if he doesn't manage to find a farm, but it's ZC that needs to be jumping in, creating the space with Beyond, and just kind of causing havoc, punishing that lack of control, especially if Dream Coil and the Reaper's Sight is down. So he's working onto that BKB, have a little bit of protection from the puck. Once that's up, I think that's when YBB's game starts to kick in a bit more.
Somnus once again moving in. Qian Ming has been spotted out. Somnus the other way. Qian Ming will try and head towards the north and make his way out, but Chalice is right on the chase and does have Reapers. He just needs a bit of vision. Somnus will hand it over. The end, Chalice will not get the Reaper sight he wanted, but now you just save it for the next kill. It won't matter. In the meantime, Ghost top lane does end up finding the tier 1 tower, and John, you kind of talked about this Dark Troll Summoner. Of course, it is still up for X-Nova. More skellies on the way. And that means the tier 2 top tower is now under siege as well from RNG's end.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take too long with a Chen, right? Like, it's just something that goes really fast. You don't even need to use them. Just give him the aura onto Ghost. He doesn't even need him to attack.
Look
He
at Dota
just
Plus,
does it
John.
himself.
0% already. It's a bit
21
early, isn't it?
minutes. I mean, I can see where the AI is coming in from, you know, like the timings of the Bristol just don't
think
feel
it's fun.
fast enough. It could be, but I mean, it's a tough game to come back from. It's really tough. Like, you have to find the right angles. The puck's getting big. This Necrophos is just such a great foil to the Bristleback and all these high HP heroes. Even Morrissey doesn't enjoy it much.
Kaka. Nick is there. He will save his own life. Kaka might just drop for this. Meanwhile, Somnus CC, he gets jumped on. Immediate death here from Chalice. The Reaper Sight landing perfectly. Lotus Orb was not out in time from Summer to try and save his Ember. RNG moving in again. Kaka, just no fear in the world, but the toss back is not there. Instead, Beyond, he'll be the one to jump in and force the fight. Hand of God is out. X-Nova still not dropping, barely alive, gets the mech off, still alive somehow as RNG. They'll just keep the fight going.
What?
Beyond, he might be the one to drop. Meanwhile, Summer, he's in huge trouble, and X-Nova, he still stands strong. So they go for a little bit more now. A triple kill out for Ghost.
Is under attack.
4 down. The only man to survive was Beyond, and he survived on like 50 HP. Maybe there were some uphill misses there on the Marcy, John, keeping Beyond alive. RNG, they dropped nothing once again.
Yeah, you're saying about that draft, Mike? It's looking a bit accurate now. So they managed to clear out. I mean, if you can't even kill the Chen backline, you've got some issues. X-Nova, his positioning was perfect. He got a good juke line. The blocks from Kaka were great. And onto the towers they go. It just doesn't take that long with the damage they have. They still have ages for a long time. Scotty's up and Ghost. Oh,
Somnus,
Dream Coil in the back.
immediate jump in. Orb is there, Kaka. That's a great avalanche with the Dream Core combination. That's going to be 2 down. Summer's going to try to fight this one out. Look at Beyond just drop. GG's call. You talked about the graph, John. I guess it's a new feature from Gaben. He always knew. He was just trying to help people make some money.
Yeah, they definitely knew the timings were there. RNG just played this really good game. They have a really solid draft. Like, on paper, the draft of YBB looked better, right? Like, and it may be managing to be a little bit easier to execute if you got certain conditions. Like, if Summer managed to find that farm, hit his Ags timing a little bit faster. I think the big thing that went wrong for YBB was Beyond's lane. Beyond's lane, and you pointed this out multiple times, Mike. Solo morphling for the most part, as X-Nova's farming the jungle as Chen does, and they couldn't do anything about it. Like, you had this really, really free lane for Ghost somehow, and I don't think the movement of SJ helped out, because this Phoenix was trying to head towards mid, secure runes, to kind of help ZC's game, but it sacrificed Beyond's game by such a big margin that when you're running the core Marcy, it feels like that BKB timing is key. And you love to point this out whenever we see that core Marcy. Anyway, like it's not that much different from the support Marcy. I'd argue with how Marcy's been reworked, it doesn't feel like it's worth the investment anymore because you really don't need a blink. You just need a rebound. So I think that the execution fell flat for YBB. The ideas were there, but it RNG. I mean, there's a reason why they're probably one of the favorites among a lot of teams here in this qualifier.
Well, I'd love to have a look at the scoreboard here, John, and see exactly what happened during that game number 2. Because, you know, our memories, we're getting old, Jonathan. We've got terrible memories now. But there you go. The scoreboard is up. You've got to give props to Somnus, Jonathan.
Oh my
he
God.
went through this whole best-of-3 series unkillable. He didn't die in game number 1. He didn't die in game number 2. I believe game 1 was a 12-0 in terms of KDA. And this time around, 6-0-13. So, total for this best-of-3 series, yeah.
Look at Xnova. When was the last time we saw Chen with 0-0-18? 0-0-18 on Chen. I've never seen a score like that. No deaths, no kills, all assists. The purest support from Xnova this time. I mean, Somnus had a great performance, not dying in both games, but this feat from Xnova, I don't think I've ever seen in our 5 years, Mike.
It's a performance. Xnova just... I mean, as that last team fight, he should have at least had one death, but the heals coming in with the mech hand of God just proving to be way more than enough. Oh, and there you go, John. That's going to be the second series of the day gone. RNG versus YBB going RNG's way, so that means YBB will be knocked down to the lower bracket of these qualifiers, so they're not out of it quite yet. Of course, John, we do have another series coming up right after this one. That's going to be Vici Gaming up against Aster Aries, I believe. But there you can see the playoff bracket. YBB do go against Team Magma in round number 2 of the lower bracket now, and RNG naturally will be able to progress through the winners bracket for round number 2, and they're going to find out their competitors rather soon. It'll either be Vici or Aster Aries.
Yeah, and again, this path for RNG is looking good, but it's also very cursed. The last 2 qualifiers we've had for South America and Eastern Europe, we had really smooth runs in the top bracket, 2 zeros all across, and then 0 trees in the panel. So we'll see if RNG maintains that path. Maybe they find themselves the 2 O's, break that curse. Maybe, you know, one of these 2 teams, VG or Aster Aries, manages to break that curse and spice things up a bit.
We'll find out very soon, John. We are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our 3rd series of the day between Vici Gaming and Aster Aries. We'll see you then.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our third series of the night here between VG Gaming and, of course, Aster Aries. Jonathan, brand new matchup between these two teams, and we'd have to argue this should be maybe the closest matchup we've had so far, as these two teams are a lot more, say, equal in terms of performance compared to the last two series. And, of course, we do have a draft underway, John, but before we talk about the draft, is there anything in particular you're expecting to see out of these drafts from either team?
I think we've already seen at least from the opening from Aries, the Chen coming out. It's not that surprising. The Pangolier may be a little bit more off the rails, at least for today. We haven't really seen the Pango yet, at least, you know, in today's qualifiers for China, the kickoffs here. But it does make sense enough. You've got good teamfight control. You can jump in, kind of take care of the Morris, take care of the backline, clear out the trees the Hoodwink wants to hide in. I would say this being the closer one, I would agree with, because I think I was the one who told you that, but I would still give Aster Aries the edge, as they have had overall a bit of a better time than VG. And the scorelines are pretty close from the last DPC, but last time they met VG was a 2-0 affair, going Aster Aries' way. So should definitely be the favorites coming in. We'll see if VG's managed to put that time to use in the interim period to get the practice in and maybe prove a point here up against Aster Aries. I'm keen to see how else they build up. I like that they open up with a Mars, right? Like, we haven't seen a Mars at all today as well. So you do have really good team fight already just coming out from that one hero, pretty strong in the lane. Hoodwink Mars lane is also a really potent combination to have on hand. I mean, there's some counter synergy with the fact that Arena will break trees, but you can always just plant another tree once Arena's down and just kind of bushwhack onto that if they're all stuck in the arena. So you have a lot of play here for VG to kind of look to build some team fights up. I am wondering what direction they do go for the rest of their picks. They've been dipping into the Monkey King every now and again, something they could bring out if they wanted to. The Puck, which has been a very hot hero, has been banned out by Aster Aries, which would have been nice with Mars. There's no option for that. And there's maybe some room for something like, say, the Dawnbreaker if they want that. We've seen a lot of Dawnbreaker today. I don't know if it's really the best hero to line up. We've seen a couple of support Dawnbreakers with Mars. It can work out pretty well, but it's just felt underwhelming overall, right? Like, from what we've seen today, it just doesn't feel like it has that same presence anymore, and I think that's reflective in its win rate. Like, overall, from all the qualifiers that have been run before today, Dawnbreaker had like a 38% win rate across 13 picks. So maybe not the highest priority, but it is something that VG loves to dip into.
See what they do. Like you mentioned, win rate not too high right now for the Dawnbreaker, but certainly available for either team if they do wish to go down that route. If you are Aster Aries, I feel like you wouldn't mind going down the Dawnbreaker route anyway, because, you know, adding heal onto the Chen always going to feel very, very nice, and just having that crazy kind of sustain in this current meta just feels very, very good when you get into the game. Still VG Gaming, third pick up for themselves, might just go for another support here. And they do. They'll go down the Winter Wyvern route. It's a hero that still feels very, very influential if you can land a very big curse. And, of course, against the Chen as well, John, you can kind of turn the whole army against him. It could be a very nice target, just every team fight, just curse the Chen. Just kind of delete him before the fight really starts every single time. And you know what, John? Another hero that can do that very effectively these days is the Enchantress. If VG Gaming wanted to go down that route, but it doesn't seem like they do, to be fair. But you've got to love the new shards build-up of the Ench against Chen. Seems very, very funny to have to play against if you are the Chen. Still, for now, Aster Aries, they'll go back for a Clockwork Pos 4 for themselves. A hero that I don't know if I should say it's been buffed based off the Ags change, John. I personally don't feel like it's that great, but Clockwork itself still a pretty strong support to have.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd say it's a downgrade. The Ags seems cool on paper, but really, what are you going to do with 250 attack speed and cogs? Battery assault hitting everyone's nice, but you get stunned afterwards, so in a prolonged chase, It's not amazing. The hookshot stun radius doesn't feel bigger. It doesn't feel big enough at the least, so I'm guessing it's just not going to be a priority pickup anymore. You don't get that refresh on hand. Felt like the refresh was a lot more impactful, but the clockwork can still do a lot. I think the key thing here is hunting down the hoodwink, hunting down the backline Winter Wyvern. Just ensure that it can't line up for a good curse. Try to prevent that here for the clock. Vici do go into the Lina. So they've got some good reach coming out here. Lina versus Ember lane. Lina should have a pretty good time, although Ember again still has play with a sleight of fist, so it's not the worst thing in the world. I think this does hurt Lina a little bit more, simply because, you know, with no small camp, Lina is a hero that actually feasted on that quite a fair bit. So you still have the jungle to dip into, but the item timings of the Ember are a lot faster. So you should expect Yi here to be active a lot earlier on that Ember. You know, just kind of work into Orb of Corrosion phase boots as we tend to see, and run around the map, hook up with his Pangolier, and just look for some opportunities.
Final banouts to come. As you saw the Lina coming out here for Vici Gaming. Both sides look like they're lacking a position 1 here, so those ones to be banned out from either side, I'm sure. Asteres, first ban for themselves. You still have options like the Bristle. We saw that last game, obviously it didn't work out very well, but considering what Vici Gaming's going with their draft, the Bristleback could be quite a strong pick to go into, I'd say.
Vici Gaming's turn.
Of course, Asteres still have, you know, a chance to ban it out, though the Troll Warlord will be targeted here by the side of Asteres. Vici Gaming.
Dire team ban.
Is there any particular position ones you think would suit either team here, John, or?
I think Asteres could go for something that doesn't care for at least arena, so the Jug stands out here if you want to go that route for Asteres. Jug Clockwork lane can be pretty aggressive as well. Battery Assault cogs up, easy kill to come out. Even the Mars is going to be a bit susceptible to that, so that could be one way for AA to kind of go, for Asteres to kind of go in. And for the side of VG, it's pretty open. They can kind of just go for long-range hitters to kind of pile on with Lina. Terrorblade could be an optional, though you do have decent enough ways of holding them down with a Clockwork jumping in, and the Ember with a Maelstrom build can kind of manage that just fine. So can be a little bit tougher. Maybe something with Wave Clear, like a Luna, could kind of help, although I don't think you're really lacking Wave Clear right now in VG, because you've got that Mors, you've got the Lina, you've got decent enough with God's Rebuke and the Dragon Slave, so you're pretty alright with just having a core that might not be focused on just clearing out very fast. I guess if I had to choose, maybe something like the Terrorblade could stand out. If you want, maybe there's room for something like a Razor, like a semi-core, have the Lina be your big win condition, have something up front to play with Mars, and just kind of make the pause one of Asteres kind of have a hard game here.
10 seconds remaining.
Final pickups are here. Asteres, they'll be the ones that have to choose first for their own position 1.
Turn to pick. Phantom
They'll go down the PA route. Always a fun one to watch. I dare say this hero, it doesn't feel so amazing so far from what I've seen, John, but it'll still be a very impactful pick as the Wraith King immediately comes out here for the side of Vici Gaming. Interesting pickups to be made by either side, John. I mean, PA into Wraith King, it feels a bit awkward on both ends of things, because, you know, you blow up the Wraith King, he just reincarnates. Other end of things, though, you have this crazy evasion on the PA, so the Wraith King might not be able to get the damage out that it's looking for. I don't know, what are you thinking about these drafts? Because the end of these drafts do seem very interesting.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the PA into Winter Wyvern. Like, if you don't manage to find that backline, one simple curse, PA is going to kill her own teammates very fast, no matter who it is. So there's a lot to worry about there in the back line. I feel like you do have a pretty good time here for Vici in terms of a core-to-core matchup, at least early on. The PA, it had its limelight and then got immediately nerfed. I think it was in Genting where it was really popular with the Life Steal on the Phantom Strike, and then that got nerfed down, so it's not as good. And here it's just kind of been meh. But it can still work. I think the item timings to look out for Ulu are still very important. The Battle Fury into Desolator BKB, you're kind of set. The important thing for Asteres here is that Yi and Red Panda has to find a backline. You cannot allow Yang to get the curse off. The biggest threat in this game is actually really just that Winter Wyvern. Like one good curse, you've got the arena to follow up or to set up for it, and then you've got this Lina who has a lot of damage to play from a mile away as well. And Eric can just kind of tank the front line if he needs to as the Raid King. So whether or not Esther Aries can execute that is one question, but again, the last time these two teams met up in the DPC, Esther Aries did have a very good time for themselves in that series.
Okay. So are you favoring one team or the other here, John, just based off the drafts going into this game number one? Do you have a preferred draft?
Just based on draft, I would say it's because the one thing with Aster Aries is that you're very slippery in the Ember. I'd say Vichi's draft is still easier to pull off, but I think Aster Aries are going to be able to, look for that back line, make that Winter Wyvern look a little bit too squishy, and maybe nullify the threat of Curse.
Well, I actually agree with you on that as well. I think VG Gaming do have the better draft going into this game number one, but like you mentioned, John, Aster Aries might be looking to be the favorites as we do get into game number one, which is now underway. It's not even just the curse that bothers me from the Wyvern as well, right? Like, you've got the Cold Embrace against the PA, which it's just never going to feel great if you are this PA trying to take down these supports throughout the back line. What's happened, Jonathan?
No, it's just Ponlo, all chat.
Ponlo's
Unfortunately,
already started.
Ponlo, we're not there yet. So no,
Yeah.
because we missed Ponlo. It's been a while. We've been talking to that kid since he's been around, and I was like, oh, Ponlo, you're here. I forgot that you were on a team. I thought you was this one out. And it's like, hey, John, give me bias cast. I'm like, no, Ponlo. You will
Sorry,
not have
boss.
your bias cast. You play good, and then it will sound like that. But you got to play good first, Ponlo. We'll have to find out.
We'll see how he does, John. We'll see how he does. Ponlo he's a cheeky lad. We've known him for quite a while now, and sadly, John, even I forgot that he was part of the team. So there you go, Ponlo. There's your bias cast, and that's what John was laughing at. For anyone that didn't, well, they can't see John, but Ponlo was asking for a biased English cast in the old chat. That's what John was having a good laugh about. No bias here, Jonathan. No bias whatsoever, especially not for Ponlo. I mean, if anything, we're biased against Ponlo.
Yeah, for sure. Remember Team D. Krish is doing well now. Ponlo, yeah, you could argue he's doing well. I mean, you could argue both of them are kind of struggling, actually. Well, maybe not Ponlo. Actually, Ponlo's doing a lot better. If you consider, DPC standings, position of the teams, yeah. You know what? Never mind. All right, so we'll try to see how much Ponlo can get done. But yeah, this should be an exciting series, Mike. I am keen to see if we see anything different here for XM on the Lina, right? Like the mid Lina travels build up is the usual. That timing, it doesn't feel like it's going to be too bad, but again, without the small camps, it is a lot slower. You're going to have to play in the triangle, eat up some stacks yourself if any are built up at all. And that is something that Aries could contest if they plant some forward wards, although we haven't seen the movements into early triangle contestions too much, right? Like, we've seen a lot of, especially in that last series with the Bristleback, the last game, there were massive stacks built up. No one really contested, but it also didn't feel like it did enough for the Bristle. So maybe just stacking up in that area and trying to build up in one hero is probably not the go-to here for VG. But yeah, it's an interesting shift, because before those triangles would feel a lot more in terms of the gold input or the gold output you'd get from just 2 triple stacks or something.
Yeah, it's not the be all end all anymore. It's kind of like you have to now decide whether you'd rather go triangle. Would you rather hang out on the other side of the map, hit that jungle, hit the creep wave instead? More decisions to be made, that's for sure. And in case people are wondering why they're still looking at us, there is a pause going on right now, which is why we have not switched over to the game, but we are getting underway once again. It looks like the unpause is there. It's like it was a settings issue with some of the players, Jonathan. They never have their settings ready to go for some reason, but now they are.
Yeah, we're ready to go in. Unfortunately, you do not see the Ponlo chat, but to be noted, it did happen.
Nobody wants to see Ponlo's chat. Nobody wants to see it.
You know what? You are right. You're all right. No one would want to see that. I'm sorry, Ponlo. Thank goodness we didn't see it then. Bit of a smoke out. Looking to go into the high ground. It is the high ground advantage for VG. They're cutting off the smoke angle. Good, but look at Ponlo. Brave little Chen looking for the ward.
Very deep observe ward being placed there by Ponlo as well. It's interesting, to say the least. I mean, some aggressive action early on here from Ponlo. We'll see. Of course, nobody from VG Gaming actually spotted that happening, so they won't have any idea the ward is there for now. Now VG Gaming just trying to set up for a first blood attempt here down at the bounty rune spot on the river. Another pause to come out. Hopefully not too many settings issues still going on here. This time Asta Aries the ones that might need to fix some settings up. No, we have some FPS drops, which, you know, it's fine, Jonathan. There's a lot of animations going on these days in the game. You know, FPS drops, they happen.
Yeah, they do.
Too many particles.
Yeah, I was thinking more of blaming it on Ponlo existing in this game, because we've got obviously Southeast Asian player. Now, mind you, we've already had, like, you know, a couple of Southeast Asian players in some of these Chinese teams, and we didn't get the lag issues there, so, you know, maybe it's just a Ponlo curse. I wouldn't know.
Probably is. It probably is. What do you do?
Not what you can really do. Still,
No.
I'm trying to think of more things to tearcraft about. I feel like I've actually exhausted everything I could possibly say without the game actually starting. So, you mentioned lunch, Mike. You know, you mentioned having a pretty good lunch lineup.
That's a terrible segue. That's a terrible segue.
I couldn't
didn't
think
mention
of
lunch.
anything. No, I mean, you mentioned
Alright.
lunch in the back scenes. You know, we're having a bit of a conversation. I said I was going to have some lunch myself. I had some fish and tofu. And you mentioned something very delicious. What are you having, Mikey?
I'm having banh mi, Jonathan, because I'm a very cultured man, and my wife was kind enough to bring me some banh mi home. I haven't had it yet, though. Very, very excited to have it a little bit later on after this series is over. But for now, Jonathan, we've got some great Dota to feast on. You see, that's a bit of a
Very
segue
true.
right there, John. That's how you
Very
do a
true.
segue.
Yeah.
I know you were waiting for me to ask you, have you had merienda? I know you were waiting. Maybe I was just putting you under pressure. You know, getting you sweating a little bit going into this this third series, John.
That you are,
Here we go.
Mikey. There we go.
Pauses there. See if they do break out into a fight for that first blood early on. And nobody really showing up from Asta Aries. They are playing quite conservatively, though I say that. The Ember show up there for a moment, but eventually
The
does back
battle
his way up.
begins.
It's like VG. Oh, Ponlo. Oh, Ponlo.
Oh.
The drive five. Ponlo gets away with it. There you go. 3-for-1 trade on the bounties. Can he get himself out without taking damage? Ponlo does seem like he can, John. The ward paying off. The Chen getting tipped straight off the bat. And Ponlo even getting a sentry ward wasted here by Yang. They know he can see them somehow. Ponlo already making the value plays.
Yeah, that's one way to get into the heads of the enemy. You force out the first use of Arctic Burn as well. It's a laning presence that Winter Wyvern isn't quite there. Still, taking a look at that mid lane, of course, about that matchup that we were kind of theory crafting on. The Lina versus the Ember. Ooh, Yi versus XM. And this one should be playable for both sides. Again, normally the Lina has a much better time, but I think with the lack of the small camp, the Ember is just going to be fine. He's not going to have to worry about additional farm going out to XM. He can try to dance around with Sleight of Fist down the line, and once that same Orb Corrosion timing hits, your right clicks will just kind of rip through the Lina. She's not the tankiest hero in the world. That is something Yi can kind of punish here.
Certainly so. Not the well, it can go either way, right? This Lina versus Ember matchup, but I'll see what Yi can get done. For now, XM also just perfectly fine to CS away, and as the levels go up for XM, it starts to get rather scary for the Ember. So you're not really relying on just pure magic damage here against the Ember Spirit. Just the right-click damage is so high from XM as well. You really can't underestimate. If you get hit by that stun of XM, it can turn quite quickly as you're going to try and get a little bit aggressive, but as you can see, John, XM, he can always just turn around. Just start right-click. There's nothing else to it right now.
Yep. Just not many options for Ember to play with there, and already down to way below HP lines. XM going to be feeling good. We'll see if that lane gets any easier. Rune control going to be very important for Yi to kind of maintain himself here, as he does at least have a bottle to play with. Maybe by the time you have level 2 Sleight of Fist, it feels easier, although level 3 is really when the CD starts to feel better, and Lena's just got level 9 Dragon Save. She doesn't care. Her timings are just fine in terms of harassing out.
How's that top lane going? Well, Frisk, BAB against Red Panda and Ulu. You saw Red Panda, he was trying to get a little bit aggressive with his positioning. Does have that level 2 mark with the Battery Assault cogs, but probably wouldn't really be able to set up too much here onto the Mars or Hoodwink. Sure, with Red Panda, his job is just to make sure Ulu has a decent laning stage, and it can be a scary lane for the PA considering you do have so much lockdown on the side of BG Gaming. One decent bushwhack or one decent spear to set up, and it could go real downhill real fast. There's bottom lane, a bit of a chase going on now for the Wraith King, but Erika also going to be just fine. Yang able to hold them back and ensure the Wraith King does survive another day. Things are starting to spice up in these side lanes, John, as it does seem like Asta Ares in particular trying to get a little bit more aggressive.
Yep, I'm just trying to get those spikes. I do like that little play that came out from VG. They had a block on the large camp, not allowing Ponlo to find any big creep, but he does still manage to find at least a chain lightning creep. Not quite the mana burn creep, which might be a little bit more annoying for Erica, especially as the level 6 starts to approach. And still, it's a very annoying creep to have to deal with. Shoves in the lane, and you are finding some really good farm come out here for SS and the Pangolier. Like, you aren't really slowing down Erica, but you are finding your own build-up on the Pango, into your own Orb of Corrosion, into the Man Boots, into the Diffusal Blade, and once that Diffusal does come out, it's never a sure bet for the Raid King to have that Reincarnation, which severely mitigates his presence in the early to mid-game.
Absolutely. XM still having such a great time in that mid lane, 25-7 compared to the 15-0 of years. He does cop the Light Strike Array once again from XM. Man up a little bit with that Flame Guard, but XM not too afraid and can rely on the right fixes. Now Frisk is going to rotate over as well. Unable to break the gap to land a Bushwhack onto the Ember, so he's going to be just fine.
Radiant's middle
He salves
tower is
himself
under
up now on the
attack.
Ember Spirit just to keep his lane going. Is XM going to be able to bottle up the other Water Rune as well? 4.5 minutes in, still no first blood to be drawn. Neither side able to find the opening they're looking for.
Yeah, both sides just playing really patiently here, just trying to get as much farm as they can, poking and prodding. I think when it comes down to it, Aster Ares does have more passive lanes, but don't.
Aggressive movement. They'd love to try and go on to Frisk. Kongs will be there. Frisk, he's going to cop a fair bit of damage out from BAB as well with the spear, but it's not going to be enough. Frisk ends up giving away first blood, and that's really a fantastic start for Aster Ares, giving the first blood over to Ulu on that POS 1 PA. You really couldn't have asked for a better target to get that bonus goal.
Yeah, and it took a while. They find the angle out with the battery assault. It's a little bit harder to kind of get aggressive in that lane, it feels like, especially since the Hoodwink can just maneuver herself in the tree line. Doesn't quite have to scurry up, so managed to get some good punishment off. There's not much you can really do there on BAB to kind of stop that, and you feel pretty good. Oh.
Yang, bottom lane, is going to end up going down. Just getting blocked there by the creep wave. Just very unlucky, and with all the damage you've got from Ponlo, of course the Pango, it's just a bit too much for the Wyvern to try and handle. So another kill to go the way of Aster Ares. Especially after that Arctic burn, you've got to be very cautious of getting body blocked by those creeps, and sadly for the Wyvern, just no way out.
Yeah, and after a bit of a slower start, it builds up for Aster Ares. They managed to hit some spikes, get some openings, and VG are the ones on the back foot. I think they're still fairly happy with how, say, the farm is coming out to XM. Remember, you probably do want the Lina to be a bit more farmed than your Raid King, just because the Lina does scale a lot better into the late game. Kind of need a running start to get into that. So you're going to have some good timings lined up here for XM. Does have the Laguna ready, although on top.
They will lose the clockwork. Red Panda is going to drop, but Ulu going to try and find some form of a trade. Unable to secure anything, especially prior to that level 6 mark. You just don't have that crit burst damage to really rely on here for Ulu. Won't matter too much though, he'll just get right back to farming. In the meantime, a bit of a group up here down towards the bottom side, as it seems like Yang might be targeted on the Winter Wyvern. Does back his way out. It's a thing as well, like, Yang, in fact, hold that thought, because even top lane, BAB now being chased down, Ulu, not going to be able to keep the chase going. Frisk was there to cut off the gank, or rather the rotation from Red Panda. The Mars is going to be able to survive once again. So a 1-2, very slight net worth lead the way of Aster Ares.
Yeah, still feeling good. They do have a bit of an opening to play aggressive onto me down mid, but the Ember does have at least the
Radiant's
Fire
middle
Remnants
tower
up, so
is
he
under
can kind of
attack.
bail out. Laguna was expended from XM, doesn't find the kill, and you're pretty happy about that in Aster Ares. Like, yeah, you're not being run down on the Ember. It's still a bit of a slower start for Yi, but XM isn't also like just absolutely bursting everyone down, leaving the lane and finding openings to play with burst. He's just kind of camped mid as well, trying to match Yi's farm.
Top lane Red Panda He's going to rotate up towards BAB. He's by himself this time around. There is help slowly incoming, but it may not make it in time. The Cogs is going to lock him down. Still a nice spear onto the PA, Azulu. He'll keep trying for the chase, but now you've got the Hoodwink who misses the bushwhack. BAB still running, however. Yang, he does have Cold Embrace, but he'll turn around with the Arctic Burn back in onto Ulu and Red Panda. They might be able to secure the Clockwork as Frisk will have Bushwhack back up. Does land it very nicely just on the edge. And BAB able to take the kill with the spear. Problem is, in the meantime, Erica is going to drop on that Wraith King. He was left alone. That's a much bigger kill for the side of Asta Ares.
They managed to draw out the TPs, find that opening down bot. Very unfortunate for Erica. Just needed like one creep from that creep wave to die. Would have had the level 6 and would have had the mana for the reincarnation, but Asta Ares manages to find that opening quite nicely and just instantly force the issue. Ponlo, his presence in this lane is definitely felt. He hasn't made any rotations out elsewhere, but I think he understands that going to Alina just allows your creep wave or your creep armor to die off, so you might as well play down bot, take the objective, and kind of open up the map a little bit more from that bot chunk.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's the bottom tier 1 tower. No contest here from VG Gaming. They aren't really able to set up for their own top tier 1 either, so the unfortunate state of the game here for VG so far is now Red Panda. Going to try and move in onto Yang, but the Arctic Burn going to allow him to fly over the Cogs as he will chase down BAB instead. Battery Assault is going to connect. Zulu is making his way over. In the meantime, they even found XM, but the spear, it's not going to land. BAB somehow surviving those. The Cold Embrace does heal him up by Yang, and it seems like Asta Ares is going to be fine to walk their way out of this. The Bushwhack is still going to land onto Red Panda, but the spear once again not going to connect. Oh, BAB getting very unlucky with those spears. Unable to find the appropriate angle. And so this 4-man rotation from VG Gaming, it amounts to nothing.
Yeah, it's really not doing much. It's not even relieving the pressure Erica's facing down bot. So you still have this Wraith King who's not farming as quickly. You've got a freer time now for you to just kind of shove in mid. And the bot jungle's just open for Ponlo to kind of AFK farm build into that mech. So you're still finding everything you want. You are impacting the PA's farm, but it's not like the PA farms that quick whether or not you're there anyway. It's a bit of a slower farmer, needs a Battle Fury up, and that's still a ways off here for Ulu. So your bigger issues are watching that Ember, watching that Pangolier, and kind of trying to get that build-up you want on your Lina, and especially your Wraith King. You did say the Lina is probably the primary core, but you don't want this Wraith King lagging too far behind either.
You certainly don't. XM, he might be having a good time now as well, but you give one kill away and suddenly the game just turns completely on its head for this Lina. Now XM, weight of the world on his shoulders to just continue having a decent game. As we do approach that 11-minute mark now. XM second in net worth at the moment, only behind the Pangolier of Asta Ares, so Sheng-Si having a very good game. Not really much they could have done about this Sheng-Si Pango. He's just had the freest lane of his life. And I do like the way Ponlo is playing this Chen, by the way, John. He just continues to hang around that Radiant jungle and just not let Erica have the time of day. Just continues following him around. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yang is going to get caught out, but a nice Bushwhack going to hold the gank attempt that was incoming. An immediate remnant out of there from Yi. Just not willing to risk his own life for this. But certainly applying quite a bit of pressure. And you'll see VG Gaming, they've got to group up in that Radiant jungle. Because poor old Wraith King, Erica just can't catch a break. Mid lane.
Yeah.
Oh, they try to move into XM, but he's just perfectly fine. Onlo's still hanging around, and Sheng-Si shows up, and my god, that's a lot of damage. Meanwhile, top lane, Arena has been dropped. A nice pushback to set up into a double light strike array. This is the team fight they wanted, but can they get the PA down? Surely they do, and they will. Red Panda, he'll be the second to drop on the Clockwork. That's a perfect setup from Frisk on the Hoodwink. Light strike array, it's perfectly timed from XM as well, right after, and you couldn't really have asked for much more.
And that's where the strengths of VG really lie. They've got really good team fight, the follow-throughs there from the Hoodwink and the Lina, and they can just kind of pick and choose how they want to go into those engagements. You're severely slowing down Ulu's farm, but not to the same extent that Wraith Kings has.
They land one swashbuckle on this Wyvern, John, and half her HP's gone. It's such a scary position for the Winter Wyvern.
yeah, the farm is there in Changsa. He's got the fusel up along with the orb of corrosion, so he's got pretty much everything to melt someone down and just be a massive nuisance towards Erica.
Top lane BAB getting caught out this time around should go down as Red Panda surely has the control, and with the Sleight of Fist, he is going to be able to secure the killers. Bot lane, Erica also being chased up. You've got the pushback with the Hurricane out of that T2 tower. He does have Reincarnate available though, so they can't continue to chase up. Apollo does back his way out, and Erica still survives as Shang Tsung now does get caught out. Rolling Thunder is up, but the stun's going to make it in time. That's quite a bit of gold to go back the way of the Wraith King as Erica walks away with both his lives intact. And well, suddenly Aster Ares giving a bit of gold back the way. Even Ponlo sticking around that jungle is going to get punished here by the side of VG Gaming. Very greedy play there from the Chen to stick around and had another kill back the way of the Radiant.
Yeah, Aster Ares is going to be very happy with those exchanges. Finding everything they could possibly ask for. Highest net worth on Pango killed, punishing the greed coming out from Ponlo. And they're starting to build up. Like the travels up on XM can run around a little.
It's a risky gank attempt to go for onto XM, but it looks like they might just have enough damage, and they will. It's a massive pick-off now for the side of Aster Ares. Great setup from Red Panda, just hooking from the high ground. Making it away from the side of VG Gaming and securing the Lina kill. You know, even Yee's going to find a double damage on his way out. He'll be more than happy with that. So the 2k net worth lead still stands for Aster Ares.
My thrift rewarded.
VG Gaming, though, not really out of it yet. Sure, Eric is struggling to farm on this Wraith King, but things should slowly start to escalate.
Yeah, it surely should. You've got to blink up for Yi here, Mike. He's gone Power Treads, Orb of Corrosion, Blink on the Ember. So he's highly mobile and slippery. Can't see what sort of tricks we see from him with this. And dodging around and kind of dancing around, maybe finding the backline a little bit easier here on the Ember. You're also going to have the Blink up in Chunks Gratter soon. Still a ways off in that one. But that's the key thing for Ares. While they're trying to build farm up on Ulu, they need to be able to run around with these.
Oh, Red Panda, he ran into the curse. Oh, he extended the duration. Now the Bushwhack's going to land, and they've got the Ember down. To the Rolling Thunder, they'll keep the fight going. XM has been slowed up by the Purge and the Fusel Blade of Shengxi, but now a great arena.
Timing.
BAB with the perfect timing on the Mars. BG Gaming taking down 3 for nothing. There's a really awkward start as well, John. Red Panda, he walked into the curse, and that extended the duration of it.
Yeah, that wasn't the way Aster Ares wanted that to go. They probably spotted out this Blink now as well on Yi, so they understand what the Ember might be trying to do in jumping backline, and now they'll probably just hold their control to lock in. Hookshot misses here.
Chris on the run, but without the hookshot, it's going to be hard to catch. Still, Yi does make his way over. Remnant's forward as well, and he's on the chase for this Hoodwink. Chris, Slack is there. Sharpshooter is very nice to get to the low ground, but the chase is still ongoing. Eventually, Frisk will die for this. A little bit of time wasted on the Hoodwink, and honestly not the biggest kill in the world to give away. Ares, they will just kind of take whatever they can get, but VG Gaming, they are now the ones that seem to be pulling ahead. Erica's second in net worth and XM is first. A very good state of the game now for VG Gaming, and Aster Ares, it looks like they've got some catching up to do.
Got to build up.
Here we go.
They are buying a lot of space, although.
They have that found at least Yang, so the Wyvern should get caught out and try for a deny it himself, but has to get to the low ground and eventually does die. Ares pick up another kill for themselves and head into that mid lane, but there's really nothing to play for.
Yeah, they don't have a tower to take. They can kind of maybe solidify their control of the bot jungle, plant some forward wards on the triangle area as well, which they do. So they're going to be able to spot the farming patterns that mainly XM has been taking on that Lina. Key items going to be flying out soon here, Mike. BKBs for XM is going to be big. We've got the BKB being saved up here for Yi. They are trying to go for Roshan here. With just Red Panda, Yi, and Chengse, and a creep army of Ponlo, of course, so that should speed up the process. The side of VG have no clue what's happening. They don't have any forward wards in the Roche Pit. So this is going to be a nice Aegis to pick up for Ares.
There's that Roshan. He will take it on the Ember.
is under attack.
Very slight net worth lead the way of VG Gaming. VG Gaming, they do kind of have to sit back now that the Roshan is gone the other way. Definitely don't want to have to try and play into that Aegis if you can avoid it. That being said, they've got a very nice timing with the Desolator now up on Erika. So you might want to force a fight as top lane, BAB. Can get caught out here on the Mars and will have no help around him. He'll try to go for a defensive arena around him. By himself, hook shot is going to land. Stunning him up, BAB though, he'll go for the TP out. Red Panda is going to make it with the battery assault, and eventually BAB is going to drop.
Dire's bottom tower.
Thing is, in the meantime, VG Gaming, they do at least find a bottom tier 1 tower for that kill. Problem?
It's not
There is a smoking coming.
it's not the biggest tower. Oh.
That's a big kill though if they can find XM. Stun will land. Purge is there with the diffusal blade, so XM, he's slowed up but still is on the run. Line Striker Raid not really going to land on anything, but the chase is still ongoing. They found the Lena now with the chains out, but XM, he's got the BKB up. He'll try to turn this one around, but Yi, he'll be on the chase against that Lena. Just waiting for the BKB to wear off. What a blink dagger in Yi. Baiting the pump fake. He'll take him down. Yang in the meantime, in that tree line, is going to get caught. A decent curse. It's probably not going to matter though. And it won't. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah. Aster Ares find that swing back their way with the kind of two very different fights that broke up top and down bot. They've managed to hit this point now where Ulu is more than willing to show up for these engagements, going for the BKB next on a PA, understanding you probably don't need much more minus armor here. You're just going to need survivability from the magic and from the control. And with the creep army of Ponlo, that wasn't cleared out by Lena. They're going to be able to get the push going onto that bot tier 2. Fortify is thrown out early. It's more than enough to slow Ponlo down. He is kind of left by himself. Shangsa is just kind of standing back in the jungle farming up, so maybe not going to find any early tier 2s yet. For the side of VG, we need to see them play with their team fight again. Like, they've got this blink up on BAB. They need to just get Arena, try to get a nice bushwhack inside of it, LSA on top, clean up from there. The Curse, more of a counter initiation tool, and they will go for a smoke play here.
Radiant are scanning.
Honda's the only person they see on the map at the moment.
Radiant's
And the
bottom
Chen
tower
army is just
is
going
under
after the bottom
attack.
tier 2 towers, so they've got to address it. The smoke, it does feel kind of wasted. Maybe you find Ponlo for this, but he's just happy to hit away at that tier 2. He'll break the smoke and tank the gank. In fact, he's not even tanking the gank yet. There's no gank to be tanked. He just walks away. And in they go. BAB, he's going to find the Pango. That's a much bigger target. Line Strike Array is there. Try to heal him up, but it's not going to be enough. In the end, they give a bigger kill away. And Ponlo's still going to get caught anyway. In comes the cavalry, though. Curse is out. Onto the Ember. Chains forward, but Yi trying to back his way out as Red Panda. He'll make the jump back in with the hookshot cogs. BAB, he'll try to aim for the clockwork. Red Panda, he'll be slowed up and eventually taken out.
Oh!
Oh, he gets the night off. Never mind. Those damn mud
man.
golems.
VAV's just not having his luck today, man. Gets the spear back, hits the tree this time, and the neutrals just take the kill. I mean, it's not the biggest kill in the world to lose out on, let's be fair. It's a clockwork, so you don't feel too bad. You found a bigger kill in the Pangolier, and you had a freebie in the Chen. So it's, all things said and done, it's not the worst thing in the world. The side of Aster Ares have to be really careful about bleeding out kills like that, because that's where we see VG really shine, is when Aster Ares are kind of just playing really relaxed. Like they just feel like they control all of the map, they feel strong, and they're just kind of farming. They can't allow that to happen. VG still has really good angles back into the game. The scaling for XM will build up. He's going for an MKB next. Your PA is going to be very vulnerable to that Lena, and your backline jump is solely on Yi to kind of catch that out.
We really haven't seen much of the PA in these fights at all, have we, Ulu? Like, sure, you're going to have the BKB up on the Phantom Assassin, but like you mentioned, once the MKB available on XM, things get a little bit more complicated for the PA. That being said, you do kind of need to start with the Light Strike Array to really ensure you can secure that kill. And for now, with the BKB to come out on the PA, it should be decent enough timing for Ulu to get involved with his team before the MKB is available for XM.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Damage
attack.
rune now going to be spotted out by Red Panda, and this could be
Dire's
decent
top tower
timing
is
because,
under attack.
well, VG, they are pushing the top tier
Radiant's
2
bottom
tower.
has fallen.
To ask the Ares as to whether they really want to try and force a defense here. They've got a very nice power rune to play with if they wish to do so. Or even the BKB now
Radiant's bottom
available
tower
on
is under
Ulu.
attack.
But the top tier 2 push has just halted. It looks like the
Dire's
fortify
top
was more than
tower
enough
is
to stop
under
them from
attack.
continuing, and well, they do leave Frisk behind on the Hoodwink, but that's about it. They're not going to go for that top tier 2 tower.
Don't go all in. The fortify was popped, but I understand that probably a couple of openings left for Aster
Dire's
Ears to
top
take
tower
with a
is
flank
under
around. They don't
attack.
have vision in the jungle to kind of spot that out as well. And they kind of miss out on an opportunity at the same time. There's no real rush for VG to play this game fast. This is a game that scales nicely for the side of VG with Alina, with a Raid King. Even the Mars kind of feels good, and again, potential build up for Frisk into something down the line, like say the Ags could be interesting here. Smoke out from VG though.
Erika. Find down a bot. Hookshot meanwhile top lane. Gonna find the Hoodwink. Frisk doesn't even have enough mana for the sharpshooter to try and just bounce his way out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they do at least find Ponlo. So VG Gaming able to find an equal trade across the map. Finding the Chen out and even taking down his whole army.
Unworthy.
12 to 13. Still a very close game between these two teams, John. Only a 1k net worth advantage here for Aster Ares. And I really do wonder when XM does have the 4 MKB up, I wonder who really wins out this game after that. Because you've certainly got the answers for the PA.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about Ulu too much. I think the key thing for Aster Ares is going to have to be on Yi and Shengsi. Like, they need to be able to jump in with a Pangolier, jump in with the Ember, force the early BKB,
Radiant's
retreat,
top tower
reset,
is falling.
and kind of bait XM into a prolonged fight once that spell move is gone, and have Ulu's BKB on the standby. So it's a very specific in and out weaving that they have to do, but they can do because they have such highly mobile heroes in that Pangolier and in the Ember.
Erika. Be alone down at the spot lane, but go for an immediate TP out once he notices Ulu is around. Not gonna mess around with that creep wave. Very awkward positioning for Erika had he done so. Both teams still playing very conservatively here. It's like Ulu starting to work on towards that basher for the PA. He's not even bothering for anything like a Desolator, just doesn't feel the need for it, would rather a bit more control. And we go, Aster Ares. 3-man smoke and head through that mid-river. Into the Radiant Triangle they go. They haven't made their way up yet. They'll hang around the Roshan pit and try to use that rocket flare to get a bit of vision in that Radiant Triangle. Keep in mind, Roshan will know when it respawns in about 5 seconds. That's going to be the big objective for both teams to try and play for in this game number 1. And it's going to be a very early timing. Only 10 seconds for the Roshan respawn.
That's big. Ares are in a pretty good spot to kind of just dip in once more, although again, probably want a pick off first. There's so much team fight coming out from VG. They have to watch the Curse, watch the Arena, watch the Bushwhack, the LSA, XM, just very, very close already to that full MKB. It starts to feel like a pretty dead game for Ulu if he's not careful. If they don't manage to make a move on Aster Ares soon, this Lina is just going to be a terror from the backline. That, again, you're just relying on your Ember, relying on your Pango to try to deal with, but as long as the BKB's up, there's not much threat to stop her.
It's coming out very soon. Both teams again just hanging around the Roshan pit, understanding how important it is going to be considering how even the game is between these two teams. Gotta say, I really appreciate the fact that this Alpha Wolf is just chasing Ulu this whole what seems like the last 5-10 minutes, just giving him that aura and that bonus over. You know, no deso necessary. We've got neutral creeps.
Yep, you do. But MKB's done. Instant smoke out from VG here, Mike. And if they catch Ulu out, then that wolf ain't gonna save you.
He's got a BKB though. There you go. Vision is there from the dire end of things, so they've got a bit of an advantage going into this team fight if VG do get it started.
My thrift rewarded.
They know they're on the high ground somewhere. Aster Ares being very patient. Will rocket flare and will notice the Roshan pit is full of VG gaming members. Ulu gonna pop the blur and try to make his way around, make sure they don't have a chance at really securing Roshan yet. Or even send the Alpha Wolf in just to scout out, and that one's gone immediately. In with the Dark Troll Summoner as well. Erika will take care of that. Ponlo, meanwhile, does get caught out. A very nice spear set up from BAB, but the Hurricane is going to help out a little bit. Ponlo, he's still alive. In goes the team fight now. Hand of God is there. Ponlo, he'll finally end up dropping. That's one down for the side of Aster Ares as they will at least find the reincarnation life of the Wraith King. Arena down, but Ulu, he'll go right for the chase onto Erika. They've got the control with the basher. Erika, he's going to get crit to death. 2 lives down for the side of Vici. They need to run, but the chase is ongoing. Yi, he'll have the chain slider fist up, but they won't chase any further. They'll see the buyback out from the Winter Wyvern. Yang still has Winter's Curse available, and that's going to be enough to force back Aster Ares. But Roshan is open. The Wraith King is down for another 30 seconds, and even if he has buyback and even if he respawns, John, it's 93 seconds without reincarnate.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to help too much in this next rush. Really like what Aster Ares ended up doing here. They split the fight into 2 fronts, isolate the Wraith King and Mars, and remove the Lina onto a different area where it's Yeek playing tag.
Oh, what a hook shot! Oh, Red Panda, that's a perfect hook shot initiation. They can get right to work, and they will. 2 down already. They're going to find a third. BAB has no way out of this, and he will drop. Perfect hook initiation. Sure, you probably didn't need the buyback there from Red Panda, but what does it matter?
Yeah, you cut off the Lina, the one here that might have been able to do something with a Winter Wyvern, and you take care of everything. You get a secondary life up on Ulu, free shards as well with a fan of knives, having that percent base damage and a nice break to kind of deal with some of these heroes as well. It's going to be big. And now Aster Ares has the opening for the high ground. Like after a little bit of a back and forth, they just have the superior, almost like battle plan going in. Again, before that, Roche splitting the fight into 2 fronts. And the investment on Ulu is paying off. This Lina is still scary, but VG has to be able to get it in the right spot. They've got to be able to find a curse. They've got to be able to at least find the arena and kind of hold back the PA, bait each other's BKBs out, and just try to focus in on melting Ulu somehow.
Certainly a very strong game now for Aster Ares. 9k advantage. Even another basher coming out this time on Sheng Si. So the Pangolier has his own basher on the way, and there you go. So many ways of controlling VG Gaming now. It's very awkward in the middle of these team fights, getting bashed up consistently. Zulu, has he gone too far? Bushwhack and Sharpshooter are going to be there, and they've got the Aegis. He even popped his BKB. He's popped it a little bit too early. They might be able to punish him, and it looks like they will. Ulu, he'll blink strike out for now. The chase is on, however. Raid 5 Blast is going to land. Now the curse to lock down the Rolling Thunder of the Pangolier. But the Light Strike Array not going to be able to land because the Rolling Thunder was still ongoing. Still BAB. He can go for the chase and maybe find another target, but won't find him. Still a bit of an error there from Ulu, just getting caught out by the spear pushback and then popping his BKB before he died the first time.
Yeah, that's a big oopsie out there from Aster Ares. They didn't really find any big objectives off the back of it. They can't really breach the high ground now, and it gives VG more time to just kind of cement their position, keep this farm game up, keep building up on their scaling heroes. Speaking of itemization here though, Mike, we were talking a little bit in the back, right, about the Chen Ags. Ponlo is working towards it. You know, he is actually going into that martyrdom, so there is a little bit more healing on hand here coming out from the Chen, but there's a lot of ways of stopping this PA. Having Salibert already up on Erika, you're going to be able to just, when the BKB's down, prevent her from hitting, and it's just painful. Like, this game gets tougher and tougher for the PA, and so much easier for the Wraith King and for the Lina as time just goes on.
Yeah. So, you give a couple more of those kills away, back the way Vici Gaming in this game really does turn on its head very, very quickly. Really can't afford to misuse that BKB on this Phantom Assassin, that's for sure. Vici Gaming back into this game number 1. Still 9k net worth behind, but certainly feel like they can make a bit of a comeback here in this game 1. Oh, even XM now going for the Silver Edge build-up. It's going to have the break as well as the MKB. It'll be very, very painful for the side of Aster Ares. It's not just the Lina you have to worry about once that break kicks in. The Wraith King just has so much burst damage with that Mortal Strike. Don't really have any issues hitting you either once the break is there onto the PA. but it is still going to be a bit of a conservative game once again. Like, Aegis is down. Roshan's not going to be up for quite a while. You do have a Satanic Timing now available for Ulu, so maybe you could force a smoke for Asteres. And they will. They'll go for a 3-man. Down through the mid lane they go.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Problem is, VG Gaming, they're just hanging around onto that Radiant Triangle. They've got the high ground advantage. Ulu gonna have his smoke broken. Blur, not so much yet. They'll wrap around the long way, realizing they are just hiding in that Radiant Triangle for now. In fact, never mind. Ulu's going to run right in. They have the rocket flare to give vision. In they go onto the Mars, but a nice spear back. It's not going to land onto the tower, though. It was right out of range, but now the curse going to hold down the PA as BAB will get right back to work. Lands a very nice arena as Ulu trying to run his way out. Hand of God is there by Polo trying to save it. They're just trying to blow up the PA with everything, and they will. Even the sharpshooter landing right in between everybody else onto Ulu's PA. They focused him down with everything, and they got him. As the Ares, they cannot fight without Ulu. There's Red Panda. He's going to keep trying to run. The chase is ongoing. XM, he will have a light striker ready to land, and will do so. That'll be a secondary pick-off here for the side of Vici. Asta. It's just that thing, John. You lose the Phantom Assassin like that, you've just got to run. There's no team fight left.
I'm not sure why they're starting these fights with Ulu. Like, it should be either the Ember or the Pangolier. Yi or Shengsu has to be in front. Although, they are playing tag here.
They are. Yi. Maybe we'll go back onto Frizz. Ace Rune will be denied off by Yang. He doesn't really have much damage right now on the Ember. He will be healed up here by Ponlo. Even forced to pop the BKB to try and secure Yang's life, and does do so. He has one remnant left for now. Atos gonna hold him down though. Light Strike Array is there and they'll have the damage. Oh boy, Asteres. It really looks like they're throwing this game here, John. Now only a 5k advantage. And one by one they are falling.
Yeah, I mean, look, I appreciate Ponlo with the Ags did get off 2 martyrdoms. You know, the healing was there. It's not enough when your Lina is just doing so much damage with that little silver edge shot. And as you mentioned, even the Wraith King is a big issue towards this late game. I mean, his Deso, look at his Deso. It's still only 4 damage onto it. He's not had the best game, but he still has a lot to offer once the break's there, if he can focus in on the target. And the side of Aster Ares, I mean, they've just kind of locked themselves into the corner. They go for this hyper mobility build on Yi. Shengse is kind of the secondary core instead on the Pangolier with the Basher along with the Diffusal. They could kind of play off the back of that, be really slippery, maybe work onto the Ags. No.
That'd be a big pick-off. Erika, you can just BKB up. Hookshot is there, however. He might have to try for a quick TP out, but they have bashes as well, so Erika is in between a rock and a hard place. There are TPs incoming. No mana for the Reincarnate, so this is the only life that he has available to him. He's still trying to run and buy a bit more time for himself, but Erika surely is set to go down, but he is armor toggling. He is trying, but they will find him eventually. A very nice pick-off for Aster Ares. And a bit of an error coming up from Vici now, handing that Pozzo and Wraith King away for free.
Yeah, I'd expect them to kind of clump around that and try to go in. They don't really have forward TP points though, but they did have the outpost, so don't really manage to back up the Wraith King in a big way, and that's a bit of an opening for Aster Ares. It still doesn't feel like the biggest kill. I think the big threat is still XM, but it does give you a little bit more breathing room. Wait out the next Roshan, maybe hope that it's a fast respawn, and kind of just get that secondary life once more. Although VG are clumped around this triangle, and they've got good wards to play here.
Red Panda, he'll be the one to break the smoke. XM is going to move in, and that's a great bushwhack out. Fighting 2 once again, but the Hand of Gods are there. The heals are just not enough, however. At least for the Ember, he will be able to run. It's actually 2 down. They got the Lina. XM, he ended up dropping to Ulu on the backside. Now Ulu, he'll keep going for more. Onto the Mars. They'll find BAB. A curse is out onto the Ember, but he's got his hand up. He knows they've won the team fight. It was a great start to the fight. It was a double bushwhack again, but Ponlo with the martyrdom and the Hand of God. It's too much heal flying out.
It is way too much healing. And he still doesn't have his Holy Locket up as well, so amplify that up a little bit more. A lot more to give out. No buyback on the Lina. Big opening out from Ulu, and the big difference there, again, the patience from Ulu this time to just hang in the back, wait for certain spells to be used up, jump in, and burst down afterwards. PA still has a ton of damage, fatter crits than Lina can have, so if you can kind of jump in and stun up, you can still clear out that Lina fine.
They go again. Now they're feeling it. Yi does move in. No chains to land yet. They'll just chain up the Wraith King instead. Not really wanting to tie Fountain this early on, and that's fair. Aster Ares, back into the mid-racks they go, and they've got plenty of skellies to help Ulu out here. Wraith King, get bashed up. Erika, be very cautious. Instead, they're onto the Hoodwink though. Cold Embrace is there to save for now. Now the Curse is out, catching two of them. You can jump in with BAB with a double spear combination. This could be the team fight. Vici, they're still trying. Red Panda gonna move in, but they do find Yi on the Ember. That's one down, as Aster Ares do need to get the hell out of there. Red Panda, he'll be the second to get caught out. At the very least, Aster Ares does find that mid-melee barracks. But they end up dropping 2 lives to their trouble. It did feel a little bit unnecessary there, dropping the Ember's life, diving into the tier 4 towers, but... Oh, HE Gaming, they've still got a chance in this game 1.
Yeah, and that was some pretty good timing for them to find those kills as well. Roshan is up in a few seconds. You're going to have to commit buyback here in Aster Ares if you want to fight in that area. And having that secondary life up on XM could be massive in turning this game around for them. I'm going to just check the Roche really quick. BAB along with Illusion coming out from Shengsi does spot it out. So both sides know Roshan is up. Hold on.
Oh no, gonna get caught. Don't have the vision on the high ground and the sharpshooter. We'll get the job done, so Roshan looking even tastier now for HE Gaming. Without the Ember here, surely you really can't hope to try and compete. They can get some vision with the creeps from Ponlo, but that's about all they can get. And even then, BAB is just gonna block the way and not allow it, so Roshan is going to go the way of VG Gaming. Better be a free refresher shot on Erika now as well. Why the hell not? Mind you, you do need to commit some mana for the refresher shot these days, so he might still have mana issues going on for the reincarnate, but nevertheless, he's got it.
Yeah, it's there, and it's ready to go at very least. Feel like you might be better off giving a refresh to BAB. Double Arena, double Spear is going to be nice. 4 heroes potentially being locked up. It's pretty damn big, as we've seen time and time and again. And VG, though, again, keeping themselves in the game. 3k lead for Aster Ares doesn't amount to too much at 14 minutes in. Lots of back and forth. It feels like both sides have, kind of gotten overconfident here and there. VG, though, with the smoke play out, if they manage to find a kill here, that could cement their position onto the high ground. There are buybacks available on Aster Ares' end, so there's not too much to be scared of. Only the 2 supports kind of lacking it. So you have some leeway here to kind of make a mistake, if you want to say here. Scotty fully up on Ulu, so actually he does run out of buyback now. So everyone, but probably the PAs, not something you'd want to sacrifice right now here. We'll see. VG for their part though, just kind of playing the jungle, playing it safe, getting some more build up, taking control back on their side of the map. They do have really good wards across the river up top, watching the ramps, watching the top jungle, and watching their own entry point down bottom. But it's not giving them info as to where Aster Ares is playing, so just gonna have to play it safe.
This game is just so even now, John. The win probability swinging back the way of VG Gaming as well, 52% to 48. It's decently the way of Aster Ares as they were pushing that high ground, but just giving those couple kills away have certainly allowed VG Gaming a way back into this game. Now the net worth lead, only 1k the way of Aster Ares, and it is slowly dropping. If you are Aster, you certainly don't want to have to try and fight into that Aegis timing. Zerika will get started onto the bottom tier 2 tower. You are certainly thinking about high ground right now if you are VG Gaming, but they don't have their full squad with them. Instead, they'll hold the dire triangle. Seems like Aster Ares already assuming they would not go high ground. Will hang around across the left side of the map. Few rotations in from VG around the mid lane, trying to bait with Erika, but we have an obvious bait here from VG. Aster Ares, they're not going to take it. Seems like it's all about pushing those creep waves out and not getting caught right now by Aster. Meanwhile, Aster, they want to find a way to try and use this Aegis effectively. Almost going to be fine to TP out in time, and there's only 2 minutes left on that Aegis timing. It almost certainly feels like you want to try and make a high ground attempt before the Aegis does run out. Problem is, you are still against the PA who does now have buyback gold, or just about has it. So you do have to be cautious moving into that high ground.
Okay, you've got a little bit more leeway here for Ulu to kind of stand forward and have that secondary life ready to go on defense. VG, Toon, it's still a lot of time. They're going for a smoke now. 3-man smoke, Baby, Frisk, and XM. Looking for something. Again, their forward wards is not giving them that much info as to where Aster Ares is at. Aster Ares, their map is also pretty dark, but they're the ones that kind of want to dodge. So VG, gonna have to try to chase and find something, but Aster Ares are doing a good job of just slipping away, stalling out, and as you mentioned, Mike, just allowing the Aegis to kind of whittle down.
Do you force the fight here if you're VG? Like, do you think it's smarter than to just let the expiration of the Aegis happen?
I think it's fine to let the Aegis expire. I still feel like VG has this massive threat with XM in comparison to Ulu. Ulu can still burst down XM, as we've seen time and time again. But it does feel like the game's a lot easier for VG because they have this team fight. They've got this BKB Pearson, the Winter's Curse. They've got the Arena as well for AoE control, whereas for Aster Ares, their AoE control isn't that reliable. You've basically got Sleight of Fist, maybe the Cogs if you want to count that, and a Rolling Thunder from Shengsi. That can be good, but it's just not something that locks you down, allows your big heroes to hit for a long time, like, say, the Mars enabling the Lina. So I still feel like VG has a lot of leeway there. And I think both sides are kind of scared of making a mistake, because it feels like a lot of the bounces in this game, like, came down to cores farming in the wrong part of the map, solo, teams not backing them up, you know, just kind of overconfidence from both sides. Although VG will smoke up now, but Aegis is about to expire.
Yeah, but this is something that Aster Ares probably aren't going to be expecting. The run-up. They've even got the Refresher Shard now up on the Mars, so you've got double Arena, double Spear available. Keep in mind, he also has the Scythe of Vice now. Aster Ares, they do predict this smoke rotation and do back off at the exact right moment, avoiding the gank attempt that was incoming from Vici, and now the counter smoke is going to be there. I don't believe Ponlo was spotted out, getting smoked up by his team. His mid lane, Vici, gonna have their smoke broken. They run right into each other. Bushwhack's off the mark, but Yi, he'll jump right in. Onto the Hoodwink. They want the supports first, but the Cold Embrace, it's gonna buy a bit of time for Frisk to try and survive through it, but eventually, he does end up dying. That's one down as the hook shot, right through the middle, onto the Lina XM. He's been caught out. He'll try to fight back with his BKB. Hill's incoming for Red Panda. He's still trying to fight. Where's the backup? XM, he's still going to work as Ponlo, throwing out the heals, but they're not going to be enough for the clockwork. Meanwhile, the PA now has been caught out. BAB with the perfect arena setup is going to take him down. He does have buyback on the Phantom Assassin. And I'm not sure what happened there, John. Red Panda, he found the Lina, but there was just no backup to it.
Yeah, no one jumped XM. You still had this BKB ready to go on. Ulu was caught off in the backline, maybe trying to deal with BAB more, gets punished for it, and Aster Ares suddenly finding themselves on the back foot. A bit of a push coming out from VG. They've got to buy back. There is no way you can do this without the PA unless you get some fancy footwork coming out from Yi.
VG Gaming make their way to the high ground now, feeling a lot more confident, wanting to force the buyback out of the PA. Of course, Ponlo is down for 20. No buyback available on the champ. Only 80 gold short of that buyback being available. Hook shots there, Red Panda. They'll make the jump in, but the Hex is immediately out. Spear pushback as well. Still, they've got XM locked down, and that's the Lina gone. Yi, he'll rush forward onto Yang. Even Erika, he'll get bashed up mid-TP. He's going to drop at least the first time, but they'll find him a second for sure. No one there to help out Erika. That'll be 4 down for the side of VG Gaming. The buyback from Ulu pays off dividends.
It works out the way you'd want to. You protect your tier 3, nothing on the high ground is lost. But if Ulu dies again, that could spell the end. It gives a very clear avenue for VG to just run down. They've got their own buybacks ready on everyone save for Frisk. They are trying to make their way forwards mid here for Ulu, maybe switching up to top or bot to kind of clear out more racks once his team manages to connect to him. It's only him and Shengsi. So it's a little bit tough to kind of fully commit without the Ember around in particular. But they've got a window here to kind of try to force some buybacks out. They're not really going all in. Everyone's a bit too far behind.
Radiant's middle tower is under
True.
attack.
The area is still trying to make their way over. Creep wave is way far behind. John, it's going to take quite a bit of time for that creep wave to come in, but they've got the mid creep wave at least, so they can still go this top tier 3 tower. Buybacks are available for the Wraith King and the Lina, so they can try to get involved if they need to. Jump in again very, very deep from this Ember. And now the buybacks are incoming. Erica, he'll get started. The arena is down from BAB. Yi, he's able to get out of there just barely, as they do find Yang. But he will buy back into the curse, but they only find the PA. Another nice spear back, however, right into
boy.
XM. They've got the Lina's control, and they'll take him down. He has no buyback available on the PA. So we'll see what VG Gaming can get done with this 2 minutes. And that's the, I think the second time now Yee's made a deep jump in on the
Yeah.
Ember. And it's cost them high ground.
I get what he's trying to do. He really wanted to find that kill on Yang. He does find it and forces the buyback, but losing your PA is massive. I mean, same thing goes now for VG, but they've got leeway. Roshan's up in a few seconds. They've got easy access to it. There's no threat of PA's damage here. You don't have anything even like the Ember Ags up, so your damage output from the Ember is just not particularly amazing. You're really relying...
Oh, Yee.
no.
Yeah, he's been caught. BKB popped Remnant the other way, and he's going to be all right. But now no BKB available for the high ground. For 70 seconds still without Ulu. Now no BKB on the Ember. Means this side the Vice out from BAB is going to be very easy to land, assuming you can break the Lincolns on the Ember Spirit.
Dire's middle tower
And onto the
is
high
under
ground they
attack.
go, Vici. They'll get started on their own lane of barracks.
You're hard pressed to stop this. You're probably just gonna have to surrender at least one Rax.
Dire's middle
Again,
tower
if
has
Yi and
fallen.
Chengse does find a way to dance around here, they could try to stall long enough for the respawn and maybe work this team fight into their advantage with buyback's gone.
Erica, he's got the top lane of barracks, no problem. They want a secondary lane, however. There's still 30 seconds without Ulu. The jump is there from Xingxi, who'll lock down the Lina. XM, he's gonna book the BKB. The cold embrace was there from Yang. It won't matter though. They just want to get back safely, and that they will. Sadly, they could not stick around for the mid barracks, but it doesn't seem like they're interested in risking it anyway. Considering the state of the game that was 5 minutes ago, they're in a very good position, and Roshan is available. They'll try to burst it down ASAP. Asta Ares, they are making their way over, but can they make it in time? It's all up to Red Panda. Rocket Flare is there, but the hookshot's not going to make it out. In fact, Shengxi, he'll make the jump in, but it's all too late. They'll force the fight anyway, but the bushwhack, the spear, it's out onto Yi. They've got the Ember. The arena is going to be dropped. Yi brought back for this. Hookshot's off the mark. Cold Embrace to lock him down, or rather Winter's Curse to lock him down. And Shengxi, the only person he's going to find is the Wyvern.
Tower is under
It's a
attack.
dieback on Yang, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. We'll see what Asta Ares can get done with this.
Yeah, this is pretty scary. The Ags upgrade for Erica, just having that reincarnation aura, even if you die at the end, I mean, having Lina around for an extra 7 seconds just kind of clears out these fights. It could lead to very stalematey engagements for Aster Ares if they're not careful, and you've got 2 lives up on XM anyway. So how much they can get out of this high ground remains to be seen, but no buyback, no Winter Wyvern, no Winter's Curse to worry about. And that might be enough for Aster Ares if they manage to somehow isolate the Lina once more.
Radiant's
We go.
bottom tower
Bottom
is
tier
under
3
attack.
tower now under siege. It's
Radiant's
still a
bottom
5v3
tower
situation in the
has
favor of Asta Ares, so they're feeling
fallen.
confident to keep
Radiant's
this going.
bottom barracks are under attack.
Refresher Orb now up and available for the PA as well. We'll just have it on the
Radiant's
courier.
structures are fortified.
On its way down. Really looking to just blow XM up, as there's a very nice bash, but the Scythe of Vice gonna make sure the Rolling Thunder never comes out from Xingxi.
Radiant's bottom
XM
barracks
just so
are under
important
attack.
for this
Radiant's
next
bottom
team fight.
has fallen.
He does have double lives, but he's going to be very cautious not to give the first one away. It's just so easy to follow up after the first life is gone. Especially when you've got Ulu on that PA, but it looks like they're ready to back this themselves out. Yang is up in 15, so they're not going to risk it. They'll just hold
play
on
it
to that
safe.
Radiant Triangle instead.
And they respect that Winter Wyvern Curse, but double damage for Ulu. This could lead them to not respect that as much, although it is a bit of a double-edged sword. Let's see. They are just backing off, so they do play it safe. What a back and forth game. I want to see that graph. Holy crap, that is one hell of a graph.
Dire's top barracks
Up and down and left and right it goes. I mean, every single moment just feels like that's one mistake here, one mistake there. You know, getting a little bit overconfident, just being by yourself. And both sides have kind of done that. You know, maybe gotten into their heads a little bit. Now it just boils down to those moments, Mike. Who's going to overstep their bounds? Who's going to be a bit out of place? Who's going to be able to isolate each other in these fights and kind of force out the BKB uses? Smoke out from VG. Gonna look for the angle here.
Now that double damage rune does end up wearing off for Ulu as well, so you're not going to have that for this fight. VG, they still have that refresher shard available on the Mars as well, so double arena's still there, double spear still there. BKBs, double sight device, everything's still available. Hell, he's even got 2 stacks of cheese on this Mars, just in case he needs it. They do jump in, Rolling Thunder, they'll use Erika to bait this one out. Meanwhile, Ulu, though, right into the backside, has found that Mars we just talked about, and they've got him down. That's so much control gone to the side of VG Gaming. So he does have buyback and will commit it, because Erika's in trouble on this Wraith King. Continue moving himself forward. Yi will keep up with the damage. That'll basically be a wasted buyback here for the Mars. As BAB never gets there in time to actually make use of it. And Master Ares look to be very happy about that.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play for Master Ares, splitting the Mars off away from the Wraith King, preventing the Reincarnation Aura from really coming into play. That 7-second delay on that could have been big. It allows you enough time for an arena, kind of just toss everything around, set up for the Lina, set up for the Hoodwink to also get a good bushwhack off. And now, despite having Aegis and double cheese, the side of VG are just back to farming. Less than a minute left on the Aegis. They know that they're in a very risky spot with BAB at this side. The buybacks are still kind of coming off cooldown as well. For Erika and for XM, still about a minute 20 left max for Erika, so gotta wait that one out. And Ares, once that Aegis expires, and that's their opening. They've only got 1 Rax left to worry about. They still have control of their top jungle here. There's not too much forward vision coming out from the side of VG. They've only got this Cliff Ward watching the triangle area down bot, but not much else. And again, it's also still fairly blind for Aster Ares, but you've got the Clockwork, you've got the flares to check around. And again, somehow both sides are still playing tag with each other, Mike. This is the longest game of the day. We've gone through 2 series already, and it's taken until now for us to almost approach that 1 hour mark.
I mean, not only the longest game, John, it's the longest series so far as well by the looks of it. Even with just game 1 underway, it's already the longest series of the day, I think. Still a great series as we are 4.5 minutes away from a very nice timing. I won't say what it is. It's VG Gaming. Again, playing for the next Roshan. So I'm sure BAB wants his 3rd cheese of the game if he can. Mr. Ares trying to make their way to the high ground of that Radiant Triangle, but do decide to back themselves out. Still very, very dangerous, but instead they'll 5-man smoke up. Ulu showing himself in the mid lane with the daggers flying out. BAB looking for that arena. Hook shot. It's in the backside. They found the Wyvern. They want to blow up Yang. Arena down, however. They found the PA. Oh, BAB. He's right on target. Frisk still going, but a nice curse out from Yang just before he dies, locking a couple down. Buybacks are incoming from this PA. Erika, meanwhile, moving in as they've got Yi down. Another nice spear up from BAB, locking down the Pangli, but the Aeon Disc, it's going to save for now as they'll keep the fight going. They finally found the Hoodwink, but the Reincarnation, it's going to be there. Ulu, he's finally made it to the team fight. He'll jump in onto XM with the Cold Embrace. It's going to save. He'll refresh. Another arena down though. There's your spear. There's your arena. Have they finally got the Lina? It looks like they do. XM's down, but the Reincarnation, it'll keep him going. Meanwhile, Erika, he's still alive. He's got 1 life left. They're trying to focus down Yang for now on that Winter Wyvern as more buybacks are incoming. Meanwhile, what is Ponlo doing down to that bot lane? He's trying to push into the Ancient. He's trying to just cheese them in the meantime as the Pango does go down. And they go after the Ember. Side device is there from BAB trying to lock down the Ember 1 more time, but Yi, he's going to be alright to back his way out. Ponlo, in the meantime, he is still trying to cheese them, forcing XM to defend the Ancient. See, we'll look for a TP position. Yang. Oh, there's no way to stop him. Ponlo's fine. XM, he had to commit to the defense. He bought back to make sure Ponlo couldn't finish the game.
Oh my god, that's a massive
this.
buyback to commit out.
Tier
I mean,
4's a
the
gone,
push
John.
is there. Yeah. He opens it up, and look what Ponlo's building next, Mike. He's going for the Desolator.
Ponlo
Ah,
is
yeah,
so
let's
good.
go. Mike, what do you mean what he's doing? This is the kind of gameplay you enjoy, isn't it? If only he had a
Well,
Necro book.
He
Maybe
might-
a Book of the
he
Dead
might
comes
soon.
out, you know?
He might soon, John. The boys might be back in town very, very soon for Ponlo. Ladies
Oh,
and gentlemen,
jeez.
if you are a Chen enjoyer, don't buy Desolator, is my my best advice.
Let's get started.
Don't
Hey,
follow what
hey,
Ponlo's
hey.
doing. This guy's a madman.
Hey, if it works, it works. You know, it's an R in. You're not playing Dota 2 anymore. You're playing some custom hero chaos at this point. So, anything goes. Any build goes.
Well, Roshan's up in 1 minute. So much gold on the map right now. Like, Eric is holding 7k just in the bank account. Just doesn't know what to do with it. That bot wave, it has to continuously be dealt with here by VG Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, being a man down, that's an opening for Aster Ares if they find the angle up top. They looking for Ponlo here.
Oh, they're gonna find him
boy.
too. They'll drop the arena. Make sure he cannot run in this tree line. Take him out, and that's him down for 100 seconds. Big pick off here for VG Gaming. Question is, can they get anything done while this Chen is down without buyback? That's the question that matters.
I think it just means they don't need to worry about bot as much. You know, the creep army can't just smoke up and go for the ancient play. So that could be a big opening. You even managed to finish up a couple of items here. Aeon Disc done on Yang. So there's some leeway for the Winter Wyvern to actually get that Winter's Curse off of control. And that could be all the opening they need, because a lot coming out from Ponlo. That global healing has been big, along with a Martyrdom.
Oh,
You're
John, I've
not
gotta
going to
point
have
out
at least that one hand of God.
I've got to point out a mistake here from Ponlo. Johnny's got the Philly stone in the backpack while he's dead.
Oh yeah,
Very-
no,
very
that is
embarrassing.
that is a mistake. He's trying to rush the Deso. Every single gold counts as the Roche begins here for VG. No vision out from Aster Ares. Already have the flare coming through. Can they
What
stop it?
Roshan
Though?
is
It's risky.
Is this the
Roche,
fifth
I
one?
want to say sixth.
Here we
Maybe
go
fifth.
again. Another Roshan to go the way of
Free-
VG Gaming.
Free eggs for Yang. Support
Why not?
with the eggs. Very nice. Arctic burn all the time. That'd be big.
Oh, Hex is there. BAB. Gonna try and save the day, but Ulu, he's gonna make the jump in. Aeon Disc is procced on the Mars. The arena gonna allow them to get out at least for now, but the chase is still going. BAB, he's a big target, but
Oh,
what
what
a
a
curse
curse.
coming out. Yang, he'll save the day for now. BAB is still alive, but surely not for long. A great spear out, however. The cold embrace gonna drag it out a little bit longer as BAB somehow, some way, still survives. Eats the cheese. He'll make it out for now as Yi will make the jump back in, but they cannot finish him. Yang has saved the day. There's VG Gaming. They want a little bit more. Yang, he's gonna find Red Panda. He'll proc the Aeon Disc off the clockwork, but with this Arctic burn, he'll slow him down. A nice hook shot away back onto the creep wave. He will make it out. And here we go, John. Tier 5 items are underway, and we've already got the Giants ring.
Oh, that's what you like to see. Giants ring out. Can we see a gigantic Sheng Si Tang Li rolling around? Are we
It
going to
should
be
be.
getting a gigantic Yi Ember? It should be Pango. That sounds pretty fun. No one's picking it up yet. What else are we going to get? Is it going to
Oh,
be the
there
Book
it
of the
is.
Dead? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Ponlo, get your Desos out, boy. Get that push going. Go for it.
It's literally a great item for him, and he's
They-
picked it up. He's gonna.
They
courier
might
it out
actually
right
win
now.
off the back of this. Legitimately, they take a
Yeah.
fight, distract anyone from TPing back, smoke out with his godforsaken strat, and just play actual defense of the ancients. So this could be the play. Who knows?
Exactly,
What
got it.
win rate would Chen have with Desolator if this does win? Would that be one game, 100% win rate? I want to
I don't
say
know.
yes, but it might have happened before.
I don't know if Knoxville's listening right now, but if he is, we'd love a tweet about the win rate of Chen Deso. Here's the thing, John. Like, this build is kind of genius, right? Like, with the Book of the Dead, he doesn't have to join the fights. He's got the Ags upgrade. So he's Hand of Godding. He's
Yep.
using the Martyrdom. He just doesn't need to be there in these fights anymore.
Actually, he lost his Ags. He didn't eat the Ags. He sold it at some
What?
point. I don't see it. Is it just me?
Yeah, it's gone. It is
He
gone.
he doesn't have the martyrdom. He hasn't been playing with martyrdom. He's just been working towards this. Travels. The raid pack was there earlier, but the travels and Deso. All right.
So where's this Giants ring? Mirror showed up on Shang-Chi, so he doesn't want it. Oh, the Giants ring's on Red Panda. All right, fair enough.
All right.
A lot of items here. What's Erica got on the way? He'll take the Trickster's cloak for himself. He's just wanting the survivability as they are gonna sneak in the mid lane. It's open, no tower there.
Oh,
XM
it's
with the
double
double damage is gonna show himself. It's just so much damage available from this laner. Away slowly, rolling thunder. It's gonna be committed, but BAB, he's still okay with the BKB up. He'll make his way out. Instead, Red Panda now getting caught with the rolling thunder. It's still going, setting up on a couple. They found the Mars. BAB in trouble, but does get the arena off. Still catching nobody. In the meantime, Hookshot is there. Red Panda trying to set up as well. Who's actually getting jumped though? It's the Clockwork. Red Panda's gone. That's one down. No buyback available. It's a 4v5 situation, but Asteris are going to keep this one going.
The Ancient,
XM,
Ponlo,
he's in.
Ponlo.
And the Ancient, the Chen's onto the Ancient. Ponlo's trying to get the job done while this team fight's going.
What?
And there's nothing to stop the Necro books. Oh, there's nothing
No
to
way.
stop them. The
No
Book of the
way.
Dead has done it, John.
No way.
The Book of the Dead has done it. Oh,
Oh my
Ponlo.
god.
Oh,
my God.
Ponlo, I can't believe he's done it.
He did it.
Oh, he's been
He
playing
did
too many
it. That's
pubs, this
it,
guy.
it's exactly what we said. It's exactly what we said. They just force a fight on the high ground. This madman comes in with this Deso and the Book of the Dead. Ah, if you're VG right now, you must have seen that coming. You must have seen that coming a mile away. They had ample time to TP. They TP their hoodwink in, they TP to Mars, and it's just too late. They focus in, they hit the racks, they don't go for the tier 4s. Ponlo, what have you done? VG, they're gonna have to. I mean, both sides were kind of, iffy in the game a little bit, but my god, Ponlo's thinking, he was like, whew, that's some 5-head level shit right there.
That's an SCA. That's SCA pub level of thinking. I think Jonathan. He decided I'm carrying this game as a pos 5 Chen. I can do it, and I'm sure it's not the first time he's had to do that. I'd love to know what the stats are on this kind of Chen build up and the success rate. I'm not sure if we have a scoreboard coming out. I mean, there's so many things that happened in that game. Number one, I'd love to see exactly what the score lines were, what the items were.
Yeah, it was a back and forth game, and it was really tight. I mean, they had a lot of presence out. It felt like one of the turning points was really when they managed to get that free Ags up in Erica, right? And that's where it felt nightmarish going up, and it just felt really hard to go in. I'm keen to see how VG adjusts for game 2, or what Aster Ares does differently as well, because that was, as we said, it was the closest match we've had all day, Mike. And on paper,
Well,
Aster Ares was at an advantage, but it was closer than you'd expect.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 here between Aster Ares and, of course, VG Gaming. See you then.
sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into game number 2's draft here between Asta Aries and, of course, Vici Gaming. If you didn't see what happened in game number 1, I don't even want to spoil it. Just go back and watch the replay. It's quite a hilarious ending. I think everyone agrees, Jonathan Ponlo with the Giga Chad plays at the end of all of it. And what a match it was. What a way to end game number 1. You know, past 60-minute mark, neutral items in the end of the day. I want to say they didn't matter, John, but for one man, they did matter.
It really did. I think that was the most impactful tier 5 we have ever seen. The most impactful decision to sell the Ags to build Deso that we have ever seen. What a madman. Like, really, like...
If that didn't work, he would have been shit on so much. If he sold his Ags for a Deso, he would have never heard the end of it. I guarantee Asta Aries' coach is somewhere in the back. He was just ready to nail Ponlo if that didn't work. And I think Ponlo just saved himself a real headache.
Oh yeah, for sure. It reminds me of that moment. You know, I can imagine exactly what happened when we were casting. I want to say Eclipse with Shadow, right? And he jumped in and died when he was, I don't know, microing his illusion. And there was a pause right after, and you can tell someone got slapped at the back of the head. I think that would have definitely happened. Maybe not as a pause, but at the end of the series, you could probably see it in the player cams. Still, into the draft we go. A little bit of an adjustment from both sides. Surprised that Vici Gaming did not respect that Ponlo Chen, because quite frankly, like even outside of that ending, right? Remove that ending. The Hands of Gods, the mech usage, and the martyrdom usage was on point. The way he'd rotate in, use the penitence, set up for his team, know his positioning just right, was actually really strong. So I'm surprised they were willing to give it out. Again, Chen's been on the up and up since Genting, since this patch came out. It's been very popular. But I do feel like the adjustments from Vici kind of work out. They got the Pangolier, and the Hoodwink is back once more. Frisk did a great job in the Hoodwink. The Pangolier here does a great job of clearing out the Chen creeps. So it's less of an issue managing that massive army when the push comes into your tier 1s, tier 2s. You do have the wave clear on hand. Not that you lack the wave clear anyway, right? Because you had Alina, you had a Winter Wyvern and a Mars. You always kind of had that wave clear, but I think the Pangolier also adds this factor of being able to jump the backline a lot easier. Because in the case of VG in the last game, they didn't have that high mobility here to jump the backline. You had Alina mid, you had a Raid King safe lane. Only really the Mars could do that, and every single time when the Mars would do it alone, that would lead to a free pickoff for Asta Aries to just kind of break it into a 4v5. So I think just having the Pangolier plus maybe a more mobile mid could allow VG to kind of fix some of those issues in taking those fights that we saw in game 1.
Certainly. So we'll see where they head. Obviously, we have to wait for these bans to come out before these drafts can continue. I gotta say, the Chen Ags heal kind of seems pretty ridiculous, right? Like the amount of burst heal you get if you do get the chance to get that Ags, and yeah, in a decent Chen game where you're allowed to just hit jungle a lot or just push out creep waves, it is really detrimental to have to play against. It's kind of unbelievable how much healing can come in, especially if you have to wholly lock it up to offer that bonus healing as well. Still, one more ban to come here from Asta Aries, and we can continue with these drafts. They actually end up banning out the Lena themselves on the side of EG Gaming, so not wanting to have to play against the Lena, even though XM was doing a pretty darn good job of it last game around. You kind of did mention, though, you wanted to see maybe a bit more of a mobile mid laner up into this matchup for game number 2, and I suppose VG Gaming, they are intending on going that way.
Yeah, they can kind of line it up. There's still a lot of the Spirit Brothers left in the pool, Quap taken out by VG themselves, but and if the Spirit Brothers kind of work out, we saw Yi with an interesting Ember, right? He went for the Blink, what was the item order? Was it Blink BKB? Power Treads? Or no, Desolator Blink, something like that. And It was a bit awkward. He never had Ags. It felt like he was really just kind of disrupting these fights, but he did set up very nicely for Ulu and for Shengse to kind of clean up. So um, that kind of play, I think, is what VG was lacking, just someone to disrupt what Aster Ares wants to do. And again, the Spirit Brothers are still on hand. What I am interested to see from Aster Ares right now, as they too take the Ember themselves now, taking that option away from VG, is what they do with the Doom. Like Shengse had a really good Pangolier game. I think he was setting up well. I want to see the Doom Ags, Mikey. I need to see the Doom Ags in a pro game because I feel that Ags is pretty busted in the right circumstances. Now, you don't have this wide AoE control to just keep people doomed up. But think about it this way, right? Isn't it funny how Doom has evolved into that because we already had Disruptor turn into the AoE Doom already with his own Ags like years prior, and now Doom gets to have a Static Storm upgrade to his Ags, which is better because it follows the hero around so they can't run out of it. So it's just a kind of funny thought there.
I actually had the misfortune of having to play against Doom Ags the other day in one of my own pub games, John. Let me tell you, it really isn't fun. Like, if you've got a Doom with some decent movement speed, you are not getting away. It's kind of incredible. And even the AoE, like, it doesn't look that big, but it is so easy for him to just get barely in range to stop you from using the items or the spell you needed to use at that exact moment. It's a very interesting Ags upgrade, but certainly looks like a better Ags upgrade for the old Doom, and we'll see how it pans out this game around. Of course, Dawnbreaker does come out for VG Gaming as their third pickup. Could be a support, could be a core. I think it's more than likely a position 3 here for VG Gaming and maybe throw the mid Pango out. But you could also just run support Dawnbreaker. And for now, VG, they're going to go back for a Lifestealer for their position 1.
Yeah, the Lifestealer is nice. You've got vehicles in the Pangolier and the Dawnbreaker. It just came to mind. These are like 3 strength heroes. Like, you could just slot in maybe... I don't think a Timbersaw fits in. An Undying could. And the Morphling's pretty nice here as well. Just slot in something to soften them up. Take away some of that strength would be nice, but the Morphling alone is already pretty nice. Turn into the Lifestealer, free rage for you to run around with, free swash for you to kind of run out from, and even a free, say, Starbreaker or Celestial Hammer if you want to turn into that. Heck, even a Hoodwink can be useful. So, pretty good morph game. No hard lockdown from VG. You are reliant on the Rolling Thunder and the Bushwhack, really. Dawnbreaker, Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker can kind of be there, but not the most reliable. So, it's a lot for Aster Ares. They've got a lot of mobility with the Ember and the Morph. It's not an easy game for VG to keep them down here.
Yeah, again, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this this Hoodwink as well as the Pango, and we kind of saw that last game anyway. They was doing a very good job within these team fights of just kind of holding everyone back, but you do get to a stage where everyone's got BKBs up, everyone's got Aeon Discs up, and well, suddenly those stuns don't really matter anymore, that's for sure. Final bans to come here from either side. It's like both sides currently focusing on some support ban out, so just not confident that both sides have their support duos they're looking for. Again, do you think VG are just going to throw this POS 3 Dawnbreaker in and maybe the POS 2 Pango?
Yeah, I think that's how they'd lean. It's hard to say. I feel like you're better off just having the Dawnbreaker as a support. Have the Pango come out for BAB and just go for a better mid. Although the mid matchup for Pango versus Ember isn't particularly bad either way. So you could just be fine with that. I'd say I want more solid control for VG. Like, they need something in the offlane that just holds people down. You could still go for, say, the Mars could still fit in. Hasn't been banned out yet by either side. And we saw a pretty good game from BAB. His Sight of Vice was doing a lot of work. His initiations were good as long as he wasn't cut off. And it just gives you a lot. With the Hoodwink once more, with the Dawnbreaker on top, with Solar Guardian, you have a lot of play there. So a Mars could still work out. Lane matchup against a Morphling is... There's not much you're going to do to stop that if you do go for something like that. And that can make it a bit rough. It does look like Aster Ares expects maybe a flex onto the mid with the Pango off, as you were mentioning, and the Dawnbreaker and Hoodwink support. So could still be a possibility. Pangolier versus Morph, you could poke and prod from away and build into that Diffusal build that we saw Shingse build up into himself. That would be annoying for the Morph as well.
Well, the final pickups are incoming. Not much time left to really think about this one here for the side of VG Gaming. Though I say that, there's plenty of reserve time left. I'll go through it now. Again, seemingly needing another support here. Really going to take their time with this one. Does feel like you are looking for a pos 5, but again, their draft is very flexible. Could still pick up another core and run the Dawnbreaker support or even the Pango support. And Hoodwink not too bad in the position 5 role anyway. It might be a little bit harder without, being able to go for those greedy itemization, but can still kind of do your job with the Bushwhack and the Sharpshooter. No problems there. 50 seconds left. They're not going to use it. They're going to go for the Timber Saw route. So what are we looking at? Like pos 5 Hoodwink and maybe a pos 4 Dawnbreaker or even a pos 4 Pangolier to come out?
I think you'd prefer, at this point, the Pango mid and Hoodwink 5. No, Hoodwink 4, Dawnbreaker 5. You don't need much items in the Dawnbreaker. You can have a little bit more play with Hoodwink and with Timbersaw, although there's some counter synergy to that, but you can always provide a tree for the Timbersaw to cut down. Laning phase, it's not the most important. I feel like this Timbersaw pick was just to block off maybe a weird adjustment out from Master Ares, because again, they have like triple strength heroes. So Timbersaw could have slotted in a little bit awkwardly for Master Ares' draft. Like, you would have to do something like a Doom 4 in that case. And they close out with the Ogre Magi instead in Aster Ares. So I like that. Like, Ogre Magi, as we talked about, has really strong laning presence right now. The Morphling is going to enjoy maybe some of that early opportunities Red Panda might offer. And Timbersaw early levels doesn't feel great because your reactive armor just isn't as durable anymore. So there's a big opening for Red Panda to just run up, ignite, right-click down, and just look for those kills.
It's going to be an interesting game number 2, John. I mean, VG Gaming obviously backs against the wall here, looking for this second game victory to try and force it to a third game between these two. So the draft's looking pretty good on both ends of things. Is there a draft you find preferable, John? Like outright, do you think a draft came out better than the other?
I'd lean towards Aster Ares. I think there's just no way you're going to be able to pin down December. Your control for the Ember Spirits really just on Frisk and XM. There's a severe lack of teamfight this time around from VG. It's mainly just skirmishing, looking for pickoffs. And it just feels like if you're going to have issues holding down Yi, you're going to have issues holding down Ulu on the Morphling. It goes hand in hand. These are two highly mobile heroes. And Sheng Se has a lot he can try to build. Like, if we do see that Doom Ags, I mean, you have an answer to everyone. Like, there's just no way of stopping that. So I feel like Aster Ares have all their bases covered. What you do have on VG's earlier presence, you have a good way of stopping that push coming out from Ponlo this time, and they're going to need to protect their objectives.
That's fair, John. We'll be getting into game number 2 very, very soon. Very interested to see what the itemization of our old Chen's going to be this time around, and love to see the Ags debut here for the Doom today. That'd be very, very nice to see as well. One of those awkward things for the lifesteal of this game, like it feels like the kiting potential against the lifesteal are going to be so strong, and well, poor old Erica, he kind of had kiting issues last game around as well on the Wraith King, so as the lifestealer, it's kind of an even worse time if you are that pos 1 LS, and we'll see what he can get done with it.
Yeah, I think the lifestealer is, again, one of those weird heroes that has weird plateaus and spikes from mid to late game. Like, it kind of bounces back and bounces back up. So there's some play you can get done there. And keen to see how much they can kind of set up for Erica, or how much Erica can achieve in this game. How much he gets out of his lane. Laning phase just feels to be the most important thing in the world here for Erica. That initial build-up, how much you allow Sheng Se to kind of find. And Lifestealer versus Doom, it's not too bad for a Lifestealer, although if the Doom does go for a Level's Infernal Blade, if Sheng Se does go that way, there is some threat of fighting back. You know, just not focusing on the Devour could be a way to make that tougher for Erica.
Okay. Well, maybe a level 1 team fight to break out, maybe not. Doesn't seem like either team are completely interested in going for such a thing. Like, BG are the ones very confident at this level 1 mark.
Battle begins.
Should be a 3-for-1 perhaps as Ponlo. He's going to try and trade and does have quick hands. He does get away with it. Erica, unable to out-click the Chen, and the voice lines have started immediately here from Ponlo.
Yeah, they're both feeling it. I like this little change up in Ponlo's itemizations here as well, Mike. Last time around, he started with a headrest. Now he's just going for the boots. He's just gonna run around. I guess he doesn't expect to trade too much. It's a double melee lane from VG with Yang and Erica down bot, so you can just kind of keep your distance. Maybe run and plant some good wards, block some camps, and just harass out perhaps with, say, Penitence to chase someone down.
The hard lane here for the Doom as well as Yang. That pos 5 Dawnbreaker, you're going to be able to do a lot of work. Ponlo, understanding he really can't do much, just takes the range creep for himself. It is one of those things, though. It doesn't feel like he's going to be able to really secure the lane for this Doom whatsoever. Yang will just be able to chase him down, and I suppose this is why you go for those brown boots early on as the Chen, because chances are Yang is just going to consistently keep chasing you down here. So you want that added mobility to make sure you don't get caught by the Starbreaker of Yang.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of just holding him off. You can get the D wards now as well to get the camp spawn at 2. And yeah, having all the focus on the Chen, Yang's not even able to burn him down as much as Ponlo's done to him with a stolen range creep. It's a big distraction because you're left with a 1v1 lane with a life stealer versus Doom. Very passive, and Doom enjoys that. He's got Devour, he's going to outfarm you every time, and he's got decent base damage for the denies. You really don't mind that.
Of course, we were just having a look up at the top lane. You had Red Panda and Ulu there against BAB, and of course Frisk on the Hoodwink. Seems like a decent enough time so far, though Ulu is struggling just a little bit in terms of CS. You talked about the Ogre being good right now with the high base damage in the laning stage, but against Timbersaw, it doesn't really feel like they can do much against BAB. Feels like Ulu might have a bit of trouble here in this top lane.
I think it's something that Ulu can ride through once he hits level 3. Level 2 attribute shift, not going to be hard to burst him down. You just need to kind of find an angle to walk up here on the Ogre, because you don't have reactive armor up on BAB. He doesn't even go for a value point in it, so you have a lot of opportunities to just try to harass someone out. And they do manage to catch out Red Panda a bit forward though.
Yeah, that's the problem. He might not have reactive, but he has Whirling Death, and I think that's a lot scarier here for the Ogre. Red Panda probably not really going to have much of a laning stage this time around for himself. He'll go down first blood to go the way of Vici Gaming, and Frisk will be very happy to secure that first blood on the Hoodwink. You know, the final lane we haven't really talked about much is the mid lane where Yi and XM are going at it once again. Pango versus Ember matchup so far favoring Yi, but it is still a very close match between the two. XM only 2 CS behind, and he's gonna be able to even that out pretty much immediately.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a back and forth. Interesting change up for Yi's skill build. Does go for a 1-1-2 build up, prioritizing the Flame Guard still, but not going to have that uptime on the Sleight of Fist to dodge out every single time the Swash is ready. So there's a lot more play here for XM to have. You don't mind too much. Level 6 timing is the most important, and support rotations. It is strong on both sides, maybe a little bit stronger for VG if Frisk does find the angle with, say, an Acorn Shot Bushwhack. So that could be something that Aster Ares has to be a little bit more cautious about. Just having that little Hoodwink set up onto the Ember pre-6 could be big.
Red Panda trying to do what he can, but there's not much he can do. Four minutes in, 1 kill to go the way of Vici for now.
Still fairly static, just back to how the lanes are. I think one thing you are getting out though is really good farm coming out from Aster Ares' end, especially for, say, Doom. Again, you're not stopping the Lifestealer too much, but you're also not being stopped on this Doom at all. You can just kind of afford to build up. You've got the mana burn up from the creep, and you've got a pretty decent army out from Ponlo as well. So there's not much activity you can get out.
Bit of a chase here onto the Timber. He's going to be just fine though. 2 points from reactive armor just means you're probably not going to be able to kill him at this point. You try to chip away at the HP pool of the Timber, but BAB is going to be just fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, a bit of a fight to break out here between Yi and XM. XM the one in danger. He has no mana for the swashbuckle away, so Yi's going to go for the dive in, but the stick charges are there, and he's going to be able to get it off. Oh, the bait from XM. He couldn't get the bottle charge, so instead he relies on the stick charges, and the swash was there just in time.
Yeah, it goes back to that skill build. I mean, you've got the level 3 Flame Guard, but only level 1 Sleight of Fist. The cooldown killed him. If he just had it off, like, literally at level 2, a 12-second cooldown instead, a 3-second difference might have given him that kill.
this, John. Have a look back down at bot lane. They've got the mana burn creep here for the Tomb. So now he's got that mana aura, which means that Ponlo's never going to run out of aura for his creeps. Xiang, he's going to try and make the jump in. This is going to cost him a lot of HP, though. Probably not a death to go out on Yang, but certainly a lot of HP being dealt his way, and it's going to be so annoying. Now you don't have mana. You've got a mana aura consistently for everyone at the bot lane. And Ponlo, he can always just go get a new creep. It's really no problem.
He's got free reign over the jungle. He's got a good ward to watch if he's being stalked. I think the one issue you're getting out here from Master Ares, despite that kind of playdown bot, is the farm still building up for Erica. In comparison, Ulu is at around half of what you're seeing coming out from Lifestealer, and the Morphling does take more to build up here.
Yeah. Go for a fight. He's going to try and chase down Frisk here on the Hoodwink, but will eventually just rim it away as instead they'll turn back in onto Red Panda. This Rolling Thunder's still going, but a very nice sidestep out from the Ogre. Probably saving his own life there by avoiding that secondary stun. It's going to be 5 for now. Look at Ponlo. Look what Ponlo's doing. Oh, that's disgusting, Ponlo.
Oh,
that's
my
disgusting.
God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
When have
He
you
got
seen-
both the smashes.
When have you seen that? When have you seen someone line them up perfectly?
This guy's insane. Ponlo's somewhere else now. You know, I saw
He's a
him wearing
Giga
his,
Chen, John.
he is a Giga Chen. I saw him wearing his army shirt, of course, his NS shirt. Yeah, he's just feeling it somehow. Disciplined, focused, training every day. That's where training gets you guys.
Absolutely. I must say, he might want to eat a little bit. Johnny's looking rather skinny these days. Maybe just a bit too much Dota. Don't forget to eat. Very important.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, bottom lane again, Yang is going at it. He wants a bit of revenge. You've got the Ogre Smash available, but I'm sure this time Ponlo cannot hope to set it up. He'll try to go for a run. Yang is in on the chase, but Ponlo, he's got the brown boots, so he's still fine to just run his way out. Yang, he really wants this kill. He has another Celestial Hammer. He'll throw it out into the Starbreaker. Ponlo finally going to drop. Now, even XM came in to try and secure the kill there, John, with the swashbuckle. I gotta tell you, if I was Yang, I would have been mad if that kill was taken away from me. Very mad indeed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a little bit of space coming out, right? The Pangolier is not rotating elsewhere. He's got the Rolling Thunder ready to go, but he's not making any plays up top. In fact, BAB's the one being run down here.
That he is. Top lane, BAB, still a very tanky boy, but Ulu, he's got the Timbersaw form. Problem is, it's still not going to be enough. BAB gonna be fine to back himself out once again. Reactive armor keeping him very, very safe. And well, mid lane now. Bit of a group up over the regen rune. They are able to pick it up here onto the Pango. He's got Rolling Thunder available if he wants to try and commit it to chase down Yi. So the Celestial Hammer from Yang not going to be anywhere near long enough to be able to get within range of the Ember.
Yeah.
And with that,
Good.
it remains at
It's-
3-1.
It's a good deny out from Ponlo. Like, as XM's looking to pick it up, gets the deny off. XM can't get it. He doesn't really need a regen, and he's still going for that rotation now. With a Rolling Thunder ready, Ponlo could be sacrificed here.
Potentially. Now he's going to be fine. It'll be the creep that gets sacrificed. Him not really finding a target he can make the jump in with the Rolling Thunder. So if you look at the cores of Vici Gaming, right now they are farming very well as they do make the jump in onto mid lane. He was bushwhacked there for a moment, but they don't pop the Rolling Thunder, and well, even if they did, I doubt they would have had the chain stun to really take him out.
Yeah, and that's going to be a recurring theme in this game here. Like, you just don't have that hard lockdown to hold the Ember. And again, to hold down something like Ulu's Morphling, who is now jungling. It's a bit of a slower process. As you mentioned, Fiji's cores have had a better time in lane. I mean, look at how far behind Ulu is. Just above Ponlo. Bottom network core on Morphling at least has the Morbid Mask now. So a little bit more stability in the jungle farm, but you have this huge window for VG. They've got this Timbersaw that's fairly online, doesn't have any durability item up yet, but does have the levels, and you can just play off the back of it.
Panda in a bit of danger here. They should be able to secure this one for sure. Eventually they will. Frisk able to take the kill for himself. Meanwhile, Yang, bottom lane, going to be chased down here by Ponlo and, of course, Sheng Si. They've got the Doom available, but they don't want to really commit it for this. They just want to chase him down the old-fashioned way, and it might actually be enough. One more will do it, and the Scorched Earth will be enough damage to take him down. So another nice pickup here for the side of Asta Ares, as they do pick up a secondary for the Doom. or rather the first. Meanwhile, top lane, there is a T1 tower push going on, but there are TPs incoming from Yi to try and defend this.
Dire's top tower has been denied.
T1 tower going to drop, but a very nice deny here from Yi.
Yeah. Cheeky little play, just runs up, denies, and runs away. Not going to be able to find any kill in that Timbersaw, but does at least take away some resources. I think right now Aster Ares understands their early game isn't their strong suit. Like they just don't have the presence they need to take these fights. You have a Doom farming, you have an Ember that needs more than just phase boots and orb corrosion. He is going back for the blink build, which again I appreciate because there's just no way of catching out the Embers. You just double down on that mobility and just work the map. They still need to keep stalling for Ulu, and they have to watch VG if they do decide to play soon, because once you have that armlet up on Erica, there's a lot of Infest plays. Infest Rolling Thunder, Infest Solar Guardian's big. Heck, Infest on the Timbersaw could be one way to go as well.
The AB still trying to chase Yi, but unable to catch him. Meanwhile, Smoke is there. Frisk gonna find Ponlo on the Chen, and it should be a nice easy kill. Ponlo gonna drop, and that'll be a killing spree to go the way of Frisk. This little pickup, just getting rid of that pesky Chen. They might even be able to make the jump in onto the Doom, but they will miss the initial swashbuckle. Looks like he's gonna be just fine.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's
Starting to
structures
clump
are
around that
fortified.
bot tier 1. Not the biggest tower in the world to take. There's ample time for a bit of a TP out from Yi here as well.
Here we go. Yang gonna get chained up. Yi is gonna be there. Yang still fine. He's got the backup if he needs it.
Dire's
That Yi,
middle tower is
he'll
under
just keep
attack.
going. Finding out the Pangoli this time around, and he's gonna be
He
alright.
runs. It's this game. He comes in, TP's top, denies the tower, runs, pops a haste, gets a chains off, takes a bounty and runs. Like, he's just kind of trolling. He's buying space. Like, this game is all about space right now for Aster Ares. They're just stalling out as much as they can, and maybe getting in their heads a bit. And you know, VG is just they've got these item spikes lining up. They've got these level spikes already set. They need to be able to play around that. I think especially once this armlet's up, which is flying out, I believe, now on Erica, you will want to just work the map and find some punishment.
I'm gonna find an Ogre. Red Panda, up the sharpshooter, and eventually BAB should be able to have his way with the Ogre. They'll try to go for the Hand of God out, but Red Panda not gonna survive as the chain's apparently barely connecting. The Ogre will drop. 6 kill off the board here for VG Gaming, so still having a very, very good time. It's like the side of Aster Ares not really feeling ready to try and make any form of play. By the way, John, I didn't realize how low Ulu was in net worth in this Morphling, but he has really been struggling. This is not a very good Morphling game whatsoever so far.
No, he's been up at the bottom position, of course, for pretty much this entire game, it feels like, from the laning phase. Like, he's just not able to really build up. Morphling's not the quickest farmer in the world. It does pick up once you have some items up. But right now, just with Morbid Mask and Falcon Blade, it's not nearly speedy enough. VG going for that smoke play now. Diffusal revealed on XM. And they've got that nice sharpshooter up once more. Been very passive in Aster Ares. I expected at least a casual Doom out, you know, look for a kill opportunity with that, but even that, Shengse was just standing down bot. His tower's about to go, though.
Meanwhile, mid lane, they were trying to attempt to take the life of BAB on the Timber, but they've tried this consistently so far, and BAB just chains away every single time. They just never managed to really catch him out. They can't even land the initial Fire Blast to just lock him down for a chain setup, as now VG Gaming gonna group up into the mid lane they go. They'd love themselves a tier 1 mid tower. Frisk gonna land a beautiful bushwhack into a sharpshooter. And Red Panda just not really having a game whatsoever so far. So VG right into the mid tier 1. Aster Ares, it doesn't really feel like they can defend, but they're gonna try anyway. In comes the Doom. Maybe they can. Shengxi gonna be spotted. XM, he'll be targeted by Ulu, who does move with a great swashbuckle out. They've locked two of them down. Doom is there as well. Erica, he's gonna pop out and try to help out now, but Ulu is gonna survive another day as they'll turn onto Shengxi instead. Maybe they have found the Doom, and they will. In goes the team fight. Once again, though, the fight just continues as they found Yang on the Dawnbreaker. Ulu, he'll keep going for a bit more, but BAB's going to be a bit too tanky. Still a successful team fight the way of Aster Ares this time.
And they managed to make it work. They get not the best Doom out. Did feel like it's just to ensure that the Pangolier wouldn't be able to try to swash out. but they still manage to get the value they want. Having Ulu participate, get some gold building up on the Morphling, and just kind of drag a lot of heroes out from VG. They still lose their mid-tier 1, so that is still a lot of map control going VG's way this time. They're the ones to find every single tier 1 tower right around the 15.5-minute mark, and they start to invade that top jungle. They need to cut off that farm source, because this is a greedy draft from Aster Ares. If the jungle shrinks, so does their scaling and their kind of path into building up into those items they desperately need.
Mid lane, we'll see Ulu on that Morphling. Doesn't seem like they're going to be able to really lock him down yet. Frisk trying to get within range for a
Radiant's
bushwhack, but
bottom tower is under
not
attack.
able to get there in time.
Radiant's bottom tower.
See,
is
was there to
falling.
help out just in case anyway, so they'll just get a D ward for their trouble. Well, towards the south, Red Panda and Yang have been going at it for a while. Red Panda will land the Fire Blast, but is still being chased down. In fact, Erika even shows up now with the rage popped early. Bushwhack is going to land from the high ground, so eventually Red Panda should drop. The chase still going. He's a tanky boy, but not quite tanky enough. He will go down. Yeah, he's seen enough on the Ember. He knows he can't do anything more. He'll just TP out of it.
Has been killed.
It's another kill on the Ogre. I don't think these kills on Red Panda are doing much anymore. Like, 5 out of the 9 kills VG has found is on Red Panda, and it's just not worth that much net worth to rotate 2-3 heroes for that kind of pick-off. That is space. It is tangible space for Aster Ares to kind of farm that jungle. There is a ward watching them, though, so there's a chance to invade here. BAB and Frisk trying to make their way up, not able to really find anyone. And despite that lead, it's still a less than 1k lead for VG, mainly down to the Midas and Devour on Shangsi. But, you know, they're holding out here on Aster Ares. It is a stronger showing for VG, though. And Aster Ares still have to, it feels like, stall this game for at least 10 to 15, maybe even 20 minutes here, depending on how fast they
Radiant's
can build
middle
up.
tower is under attack.
Mid lane, Yang's going to be spotted on the Dawnbreaker. Knock him down, not quite yet, but the chains are there. Ponlo also going to be targeted here by Erika, so they might find a nice trade. In fact, Yang, he's not even dead yet. Starbreaker is there, heals are out with the Infest as well. They found the Ember instead, but the Remnant away is going to be fine. Yi, unable to really help Ponlo survive through that, but does at least get himself out of there. And I suppose this is buying a lot of time for Ulu on that Morphling. And speaking of the devil, Erika is going to find him. Ulu, waveform the other way, but Frisk is on the chase and does have Bushwhack up. You don't have the sharpshooter though. So Ulu, chances are, is going to be just fine and would eventually just morph into the Life Stealer and just walk away.
Yeah, just kind of stall out. They need to apply a little bit more pressure here from VG, but again, Aster Ares are the ones pushing forward despite taking these losses and stalling this game out. Do have to say though, Mike, I am excited to see what Shangsi is building. I like this. Going for the Shard into the Ags. So he is going for the Doom Ags. Issue is that, again, it's going to take some time before that's up.
Oh, XM, barely unable to land the Rolling Thunder. He'll still get a bit of vision for his team on the high ground, but very unfortunate. It's very quick reactions from the Ember Spirit and Yi. And now line's been drawn out. They'll go for a big smoke up. They've got that Dark Troll Summoner, so they could think about Roshan. For now, though, it's back into the mid lane. It's hanging around on the river. They'll see BAB. Again, he's been a rather hard target to try and focus down. Probably not the one you really want to start with. Yi going to show himself in the mid lane, trying to bait for his team. While the rest of them, they are starting Roshan.
Is under attack.
The Dark Troll Summoner is there, so they're going to try and start it as Yi. He is just forcing them away from the Roshan pit, but they know Roshan's going. They make their way over and eventually spot it out. Still not really down too much. Aster Ares will back their way up, but it's right back in onto BAB. Just a warning shot with the Scorched Earth and the Infernal Blade. That'll be enough. Very cheeky kind of play there from the Ember. And he's actually still fighting the mid-tier 1 tower while all this is happening.
Radiant's middle tower
He does
has
force
been
the deny out from XM. I mean, why the hell not?
Yeah, you're actually pretty happy with that. Sure, you don't find a Roche. You still find an objective to equalize map control. You do lose a massive Chen army, which I think is the most painful thing about that entire movement. But VG is still looking to force something out here. Clumped up around a Roche. Could think about trying it
Dire's
themselves.
middle tower is under
Good.
attack.
Several wards down. They'll have the vision on the high ground, so Aster Ares need to back their way out of there. Problem is, Roshan is going to get started now by VG Gaming. They don't want to let this one go down the other way. Roshan already half HP, but in come the TPs. Asta Ares realizing they cannot give this away for free, do make their way over. Roshan really dropping low now. In goes BAB to try and force them backwards, but the Doom is out. Already onto the Timber, forcing the Solar Guardian to keep him healthy, but no, they're trapped up. Oh, double stun is there from Shang-Chi.
Oh, no.
Yang just traps BAB in the tree line. Frisk and Erika, they're still going Ponlo. He's just manning up right now. Hand of God is out, but he does end up going down. XM with the Rolling Thunder will just hold them back away from that Roshan pip, but the turnaround might be there from Asta Ares as they are moving in. Chains are out. They've locked down XM. He'll Manta. Or rather just use the illusions in the bottle and purge off the chains. For a nice bushwhack now from Frisk, trying to hold back. But it won't matter. The Roshan is gone. Ulu does pick up the Aegis of the Immortal. In a very, very messy engagement around that Roshan pit, but it does seem to work in the favor of Asta Ares.
Yeah, they managed to draw out that fight. The damage wasn't quite there for VG to deal with Roche. And with them being trapped in that tree line, they take care of their biggest issue. Take care of BAB, get the Doom off onto him. Worthwhile for the cooldown. And, you know, just run around afterwards. They never even popped that BKB that Chengsa built up into. So the Doom still has that fresh 9-second charge ready. With a secondary life for Ulu, he can just farm a little bit more confidently. They are standing under vision here, and that is something VG has been on point with this game. Their vision game has been very well done. They just have a great idea as to where Asta Ares are farming at every single time. They might find Red Panda with that board too.
They may. Red Panda. They'll cop the gank here for the team. The one there for Frisk on the Hoodwink.
My uncle used to say I was right blessed.
Even with these kills though, like this is just a position 5 ogre. He's died 6 times, but it's really just worth nothing. He's more than happy to tank the ganks for his team every single time.
Yeah, so I mean he's half the kills that VG's found. So you're happy with just kind of letting that go. It's an Ogre Magi. It doesn't need too much farm. You know, it's more fun with farm. You want stuff like, say, the Yags down the line, say an E-Blade, but as a sacrificial 5, you really don't mind this too much. You're getting a ton of space out, because eventually, what this investment does here is you hit the Ags timing on Doom, Ags refresh, you're gonna hit maybe the Scotty BKB timing on Ulu, you hit the BKB timing on Yi, and then you really can't stop them. Like, VG's lineup just doesn't deal with any of that spell immunity, and they barely have any control as it is. So you really are just playing that stall game perfectly, and as long as it's only the Ogre dying or the Chen, you're fine.
Here we go. 4-man smoke. They're going to see Erika. Can they land the Doom in time? Silence is there immediately onto that lifesteal. Soul Guardian is going to try and help him out. Erika, he can't make it through. Doom was not even necessary. And Yang's going to drop along with him. Shang-Chi, he's just so massive on this Doom. So much damage being dealt. And when you can take down the enemy pos 1 like that, John, and you don't even need to expend Doom, it's gotta feel good.
Yeah, that was so much damage just pouring in onto Erika. Like, I don't think he even expected to die that fast. Just absolutely melts in the middle of all of that. Big kill for Asta Ares to find, and again, with that cooldown off there, Mike, Shengsa could still go for plays. Like, they do not need to back off, although...
They have found the Aegis, though. Nice setup from our Hoodwink. XM, Rolling Thunder. It's not going to connect the first time around, but they get them off the second roll around as Zulu. He's going to waveform his way towards the north and should be just fine. They got the Aegis, and it seems like that's going to be enough for VG Gaming. They won't overextend too much. And at the end of the day, Ulu probably not going to be too satisfied with handing over the Aegis that easily.
I think there might have been a little bit of miscommunication out there. Shangsa kind of pulled back, farmed in that top jungle. He wants the Ags first, Mikey, and you can't fault the guy. Doom Ags is, like, right there. He's just got the gold for it now. Could fully buy it out. And AoE Doom? Oh, man, that's gonna be disgusting in these fights.
He chased up top lane, he's all by himself. At least they do find Yi. Towards the south of the map, they found the Ember, so it's gonna be a bit of a trade going on, but a more favorable trade this time around for VG Gaming, I'd argue. Like, at least you found the mid-Ember.
Yeah, the Ember feels like a bigger target, but in terms of net worth, BAB was worth a little bit more. Maybe not in the shared gold, but the individual gold was much bigger for Asta Ares to find. And that is Doom on cooldown, but that's also the Ags up and running. So next time around, Chungsa is going to have that AoE Doom ready to go. Really good initiation angle, self-Doom in the middle of everyone. Probably the best way to go about it if you really want to punish him. And again, the build-up is slowly forming up for Ulu. BKB being farmed up. You are in a position for VG to force a fight though, clumping up around bot. But the respawn is here for Yi, so they're going to be able to dance around once more. Bit of a change-up for Yi here as well, Mike. Going for the Orchid build-up on the Ember. So he's got some single target control to contribute for the team. Just needs to find an isolated target to kind of pin down with that.
BG Gaming make their way over. Bonlo going to be targeted first, but they found the Morphling. That's a much bigger target. Ulu's gone. This hoodwink has been terrorizing Ulu. These bushwhacks just not allowing him to do anything. And now the tier 2 bottom tower is under siege, and it doesn't seem like Asta Ares, they're going to be in a position to try and defend this one. Maybe the fortification could prove to be enough, but I don't think so.
No, they've got room here for VG to get that shove in. Doom is still 40, 50 seconds away. So you've got a lot of leeway to just get that done, focus on the objective. What Aster Ares is doing pretty well is just avoiding that part of the map. Sure, Ulu gets a little bit greedy farming there, but everyone else is farming safely. You are getting that build up in Chungsa. I think they realize that just Doom BKB, Doom refresh is probably all you need. And it doesn't feel like the Morph is the big priority, it's definitely the Doom. The threat of that double AoE Doom is probably enough to be game winning. It honestly is. And I think the Morphling's just like, you know, this scaling core. He's dying now. Down the line, he's eventually going to find a Scotty. You just need to kind of hit this mid-game spike first, Chungsa, and you're willing to surrender a few things for that.
Yi top lane. At least find Yang on the Dawnbreaker. Silence is there. Chains out. See if Yang can try and outplay himself out of this one. Does have the Solar Guardian if he wants to commit it, but goes into the Starbreaker instead. Bushwhack not going to land, but Yang, he does barely manage to survive. One more right click would have done it, but it seems like Yi just could not really afford to stick around.
Yeah, it's always a bit risky trying to go all in. They don't have that forward vision here on Aster Ares. No idea if someone's coming in, if BAB is whirling around there, if you've got the Pango setting up with a roll. So just play it safe, pull back. 5k lead standing for Aster Ares, but that is mainly on the Doom. You have managed to catch up nicely on Ulu despite the deaths, and the smoke is out here. Doom ready to go.
Here we go. We'll see if BG Gaming can try to force the fight their way. Aster Ares, they'll frontline with Red Panda. They know they're on the other side of that mid lane. PG Gaming hang around that triangle, but they're on the low ground. They'll see Red Panda. Bushwhack is off the mark, and Aster Ares, this doesn't seem like the team fight they wanted. In fact, never mind. Yi, he's going to run in. Yang is going to be targeted with the chains out, but it's by the tier 2 tower. A little bit risky for Aster Ares to try and force the fight there. So VG Gaming still holding their position, ready to fight whenever. An XM, he'll pop the Rolling Thunder, but there's your Doom out from Shengxi. They're trying to go after BAB. Ponlo, still alive somehow on the Chen, is going to make it through as BAB does end up going down. Meanwhile, Red Panda and Yi, however, both end up dropping on the Ember and the Ogre, and now the Morphling has been caught out, but Ulu, he might be able to turn back around onto Erika, try to go for the mad fight. Frisk, he goes down, into XM they go, that'll be the Pango. Ulu, he's just hitting so damn hard. Yang's gone as well. Buyback is immediate from the Timber, but he needs to get right back towards the fountain. The chase is on. Yi, he'll land the chains out. It could be a tieback here for BAB, though he does try to change toward the high ground, but Ulu still chasing him down, will eventually back his way out and does barely make it. But a successful team fight to go the way of Aster Ares this time around.
Get a good showing out from that Ag's Doom coming out from Chungsa. Doesn't quite break up everything in the team fight, but still has high enough impact in the backline that they split up the fight very nicely on Aster Ares' end and just kind of cause some havoc in the meantime, as you can see there. Initial jumps in, premature Doom already on himself, runs up, just isolates the Timbersaw, stalls out Ponlo's death, and the Rolling Thunder just doesn't connect to that area at all. Just kind of avoiding that moment, giving them the opportunity to kind of do some good damage elsewhere. And you're at the point where the Morphling, again, just morphs into Lifestealer and just feels good with Rage on it.
Shot still going to be started here by BG Gaming. Even with the lost team fight, they'll try to force something. Trying to make this buyback of VAB worth it. Roshan dropping rather quickly now, but in comes Asta Ares. They are not going to allow this for free. Erika is going to be spotted out on that live stealer. He'll pop the rage preemptively. Roshan dropping low, but Ulu, he'll make the jump in, and he takes the Aegis away. Oh, he snatches it right out of the hands of VG Gaming. Way too quick of hands as Ulu. He can force the fight perfectly now. They really want BAB. Meanwhile, Erika, he'll try to go after the supports, but he's out of rage. He's in big trouble. He can't go for the man fight. He's going to drop eventually, though. No, Sustain's there onto Red Panda, just hitting away, but it's not going to be enough. Tips out. Oh, Ulu, he's feeling confident now. Quick hands from Ulu, John. Just out-clicking Erika on that Roshan pit. It was 1v1 fair and square.
Radiant's middle tower
Just a
is under
madman
attack.
Ulu showing up there, breaking up. They've managed to get really good information with a micro coming through from Ponlo. And they, again, cut off this fight. Shungse goes for the backline, isolates BAB, ensures the Timbersaw is not whirling around, dropping Ulu low,
Radiant's middle
and it
tower
just
is
makes it
under
easier to
attack.
deal with everyone else. Now they've got this opportunity to high ground with the Aegis. Fortify is there to stall out a little bit. But without the Rolling Thunder for a little bit longer, and with a long time till the next Solar Guardian, and no buyback on the Tim, this is a pretty big window for Aster Ears to at least find one Rax.
Certainly is. You still got that double life on Ulu, and it just doesn't seem like they have a great way of trying to deal with this man whatsoever.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Really chip away at Ulu, but he's going to be protected by the Hurricane of Ponlo's Wild Wing Ripper. That'll be it. Still T2's towers standing in the side lane, so no chance of taking those down for now. But they can go back to the outpost, they can start working on those side lane T2 towers. And with a 15k net worth advantage, 32 minutes in, all you've got to do is not throw a team fight as Asta Ares.
Yeah, that's definitely all that needs to be done. If you kind of recall game one there, Mike, there were a little bit of a back and forth. We'll see if Aster Ares gives some openings up, but it doesn't feel like they are. They're just clumping together. They know what they have to do in this game. They're getting the build-up they want. They have Doom off cooldown with a minute to go for the refresh. So no double Doom, but it doesn't feel like you even need double Doom anymore because you've got AoE Doom. So he needs double of that, although double's always good there, Mike.
Oh, it's so strong. It's just so strong. Like you saw last team fight, he just chased BAB the whole fight. Just did not allow the Timber to get involved, and they just couldn't help him. So you try to help the Timbersaw while he's being chased by this Doom. Chances are you're also about to get doomed. You know, it's just not a great time.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Oh, and
fallen.
Ponlo does a fantastic thing there. He cuts off Yang's courier. That's Yang's axe. He doesn't have that upgraded Solar Guardian with evasion. That's a big item to take out for 2 minutes. Could open up the high ground once more.
It may. It's the Ares still hanging around. Roshan's, or rather Aegis, is up for another 2 minutes. Ulu still has the double lives up. So Yi, he's going to TP up towards the top lane and address the creep wave that is incoming. In fact, hands up. He wants Yang. Yang still looks to be able to get away. Yi doesn't really want to commit a remnant because he left one down bot, so instead he'll blink right in. Starbreaker is out from Yang. He'll try for the TP, and it looks like he's just fine. No way to stop him. High five a little bit too early there from Yi.
Now, lets out the sorry. Maybe you should have used... Maybe if the Orchid was up, might have gotten enough damage to burst down in that window. Held off on the chains a little bit more. Not the biggest loss in the world. And that does mean that without that pick-off, the high ground is a bit slowing down. You might have enough time to actually wait for the Ags, but Ulu will get started. A minute 18 left in the Aegis. Still a lot of time, and you've got the Doom plus the double with a refresh off cooldown now as well. So not much to be scared of. In fact, Mike, I just noticed...
Yeah.
Shungse has left Doom at level 1. He's not even using level 2, level 3 Doom. It's level 1.
Well, what's the point,
It's level...
John?
Why? He
Well,
went
why
stacks
not?
instead. Alright, sure.
It might just be a mana issue here, right? Like the mana pool, the mana cost goes up, you know? It's just
Yeah.
damage you're earning anyway. You know, the duration stays the same. The scaling's not that great. In they go into round, gonna lock down one, and there's your Doom. There's the AoE Doom. How do you help this man now? They'll force staff him away, but BAB looks to probably be dead, but not quite yet. Yee's on the chase trying to secure the kill. Meanwhile, they're trying to hold down this Morphling, but the Life Stealer in such big trouble is gonna go down. Eric is gone. GG's called. They've seen enough.
Call?
They don't have a chance here, John. There's no buybacks left. Asta Ares, they will be able to force a 2-0 victory
victory.
against VG Gaming. I'll tell you what, it was a great series overall, but this game number 2, it was a much more one-sided affair than it was in game 1, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think the kill board doesn't quite reflect that 17-20, but you have to remember how many times Red Panda died that game. He died 7 times. He's like, for a while, he was majority, more than half of those kills coming out from VG. And Aster Ares play a very disciplined game this time. They play patiently, they sacrifice their supports, they buy space out for the Morphling, and I think really Shang-Chi, like that Doom with Ags build up, just waiting for the Midas Ags BKB blink, that was worth the investment. And they just stalled the game out for that to keep growing bigger and bigger. Ulu had a good game as well. And, you know, Yi was causing chaos as he tends to with his blink pickup after phase boots or corrosion. Like, he is just an actual madman. When he sees an Ember game and he's not going to get stunned, he has that blink, he's just going to cause chaos on the map and buy that space. But really, the star of the show this time around, Shang-Chi, he managed to work his lane well. I mean, that's a Doom. It's not like that's flashy. You literally just farm for like 20 minutes. But the investment paid off. He didn't get impatient. You know, he didn't kind of get itchy fingers looking for kills. And once he had that Ags Doom, well, Ags Doom is a very good item, Mike.
It certainly is. We'll have a look at the scoreboard here and see exactly what happened throughout this game number 2 and where we're sitting right now. As well, you'll see, Jonathan, obviously, Ulu had a pretty damn good game, but I think you are correct in saying Shang-Chi on that Doom really setting up for his team perfectly. And, you know, Red Panda, yeah, the 0-7-10 doesn't look too good, but against the Timber lane, there's really nothing he could have done. And at the end of the day, when you're having this bad of a game as Ogre, you just tank every smoke. That's your job. Just throw your body there and make sure your cores don't get caught out. VG Gaming, they didn't have too bad of a game number 2, John. I mean, Frisk obviously going 8-3-4, had a pretty nice game for himself in that support Hoodwink, but at the end of the day, he is just a support and could not carry the team for him.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do from that position, and I think the big thing really was that little micro Ponlo did in this game too, cutting off Yang's Ags. The Solar Guardian evasion might have been enough to cut off some of the damage coming out from Ulu. The added healing might have been enough to offset some of that level 1 damage from Doom, especially because it was stuck as a level 1 Doom, which is also something that Shang-Chi kind of showed off, right? Like, you mentioned the mana issues. I think it really just boils down to that refresh cost on the refresh orb now. So heads up play that Yang might have been able to counteract, but Ponlo with his own map awareness taking away that potential turning item for VG and just kind of sealed the fate. It felt like VG needed to play a little bit faster, right? We talked about the armlet timing on Erica. They start grouping around that, but it just boils back to the fact that they were only really killing Red Panda or Ponlo. Yeah. And in the grand scheme of things, they don't matter.
Well, we'll have a look at the brackets right now, Jonathan, as well. Of course, the brackets would have been updated after this series. As you can see, Aster Ares is going to be up against RNG in the winner bracket round of 2 up next, which is pretty damn hype, considering that both these teams had quite dominant victories. I mean, if you were to choose a side, John, you'd have to argue RNG had a more dominant victory in their series, but at the same time, you'd have to argue Aster Ares, they had the harder matchup. So it's kind of hard to know which team is looking better going into that matchup.
Yeah, I'd say probably RNG still going to be the favorites here, right? Like, they had, again, as you mentioned, a stronger sort of showing up against YBB in comparison to Aster Ares and VG, where it looked a little bit more even. So I expect RNG to be the favorites going in there. But considering how competitive China is, that's still up in the air. Who knows? Maybe Aster Ares just shows up once more. You know, Ponlo micros like a god. It ends up being a Desolate Chen game. Who knows? Who knows, Mike?
Who knows? Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a break because we have a new duo of casters. Of course, Beacop and Lizard are coming in to cast the next 2 series, so enjoy them. We are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our 4th series of the day. We'll see you then.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rune of invisibility.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back as we are here with the Chinese qualifiers still for TI 11. I am here from the bright lights of wherever I'm at the moment, and I'm here joined by Lizard, ready to bring you some amazing Dota. We're continuing the Chinese qualifiers, and it should be a good time. It should be a fun one for sure, as now we're getting into the juice. We're getting into the meat of things, and we're going to be doing a little bit of CDEC against eHome, and it should be a fun one, Lizard. I gotta know, we've been covering it all year. Is eHome the most excited you're going to be, or are you waiting for that next series?
I'm still waiting for the next series, but who popped smoke of the seat in your room?
It was me. I accidentally bought all of them, and I popped them all at the same time. It is. I'm trying to take B at the same time as well. I'm playing two games over here.
Do you need an observer ward in that fog so you can see, or is it?
It should clear up. I got the weather report maybe by tomorrow. I've got long smokes going on, so everything should be all right. But you're looking clear. You're looking like pretty spiffy, pretty bright, and it's looking spiffy and bright this draft that we've got upon us. And I'm kind of hoping things switch up a little bit, and right away there it is. It's Broodmother's second pick from eHome.
Instant switch up, just like you required. And here I am opening the Heroes tab. Let's see, Broodmother. Let me read the notes again. Reworks Shard, increases duration by 2 seconds. Its bonus damage is increased by 12 every 1 second while Insatiable Hunger is active, so you get bonus damage on that too. There is a bunch of stuff actually. The Spin Web has been improved as well. Silken Bola. Damn, like the hero just got all-round buffs. No wonder it's picked.
Looking a little bit more viable, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's like Broodmother is one of those heroes. I skip to Meepo, and then I read from Meepo down. Broodmother is B, so it's not the part of the patch that I read. But jokes aside, yeah, I forgot that she got this buffed. It's still a Broodmother, though. We'll see if eHome can actually make it work. They did have a Brood player before, right? Like they were spamming it a couple of games at least in the season. Not in this necessarily, but I believe it was played quite a bit. Do you remember the offlane Brood in the Chinese region when it was very popular? Like the
old 11
the AC, yeah, old 11, the AC, the Vlads, the mech, just being utility.
That was last year more so, right? When we were
of course.
That was a long time ago, and there were a couple Brood players, but Old 11 always felt like he was the end all be all to all Brood players in the region at the moment. So it's good to make it see a resurgence, and kind of hoping it stays the same. Well, you know, one game in the we've had 5 so far, and this is going to be the 6th. That's a high percentage at the moment in the Chinese region. Small sample size. I can take advantage of the numbers.
Is it good that we're seeing the Brood Mother again? That's my question.
It depends from what perspective.
Yeah, from the Brood Mother fanboys' perspective, I guess it's good. For everyone that likes Dota, I guess it's not. It's like one of those heroes that just ruins the game for you. But we'll see. Maybe CDC they figure out a way of dealing with Brood. Like usually. A long time ago, dealing with Brood was like, yeah, let's get anything that deals with AoE, right? Anything that deals with spiders, things like that. Then it became, yeah, Brood Mother isn't about the spiders anymore. She's actually a really strong laner. So now we have to figure out these heroes that actually can deal with her in that aspect. So your trolls, your Slardars, these kind of your Kunkas came back into play.
I'm trying to figure out if Zeal's going to be the Brood player. Like, is that with the way Brood is now, like what kind of Brood we'll see? Is that what we expect from Zeal? Like, I feel like this team, we've talked about it throughout the year. It's like when Zeal plays something he's not comfortable with, this team seems to struggle quite a bit. I'm kind of worried about that, whether or not that Brood's in the offlane. I just don't have a big, in my mind, sample size of Zeal playing that Brood.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure as well. We'll see. It's all over the place for me right now. I've been watching the regionals. I've been watching a lot of pubs. I've seen heroes pretty much go anywhere. I've seen Undyings spammed on the offlane as well, position 3. I've seen Undyings on 5 as well. I've seen a Terrorblade on 5, so man, anything can happen, you know?
Yeah, it seems like maybe the patch is kind of evolving a little bit more. I know there is a little bit of like, oh, this is maybe the same old, but I'm not too sure about that. We're seeing a little bit of different picks.
Yeah, this should be your spirit planet, right? Earth spirit, planet spirit is usually the one that plays it. And Shiro strikes me like both the Brood Mother and the Prophet, so that's also very flexible there, I suppose.
Ooh, okay. So CDC are going to take the leap of faith and go with this Primal Beast. I'm interested to see that and what they can do with this.
Why is that a leap of faith?
I don't know.
Isn't Hero kind of busted?
It's just, leap of faith in trying something a little bit new. Every time you try something new, Lizard, you're taking a leap of faith. Whether that leap is from 1 inch off the ground or up high in the sky is, it is what you make it.
I see. What do you think about the plants behind them, by the way? Notel would enjoy this boot camp area quite a lot.
10 seconds.
Look at all. They have 1, 2, 3 pots.
Everybody's got their own plant. We'll know who's doing well when the plants are shown after the game.
It's like like when you finish the game, you need to stand up, water your own plant, make sure it's healthy after every single day. It's probably like some meditation thing going on there, right? Like with the plants, with the green, with the shrubbery. We don't get enough of that, do we? Like we're too stuck, B-Cop, in this electronical age, in this cyber war space that we have going on in Dota, that we forget about the niceties of this world, the simple things like plants.
Yeah, you need plant vibes. Get rid of the electrodes and the electrolytes, even though electrolytes is not the proper term. That's just in Gatorade. But you got to get the plants out there. Photosynthesis, you feel it through your body, feel it through your soul, and hopefully the happening doesn't happen. Good movie.
Hopefully. You see, this room, in contrast, it doesn't strike me as happy. There's no...
It seems very calm, though. It's not like
It does.
Zencom, but it's more like there's not a lot going on. Like there was a lot going on. Obviously, there were plants in CDC's room, but this is more just like, all right, guys, we're here for the Dota. We're here to focus. Let's get it done.
And they look very focused, right? Like Shiro looks incredibly in the zone. All of them do, actually. Yeah. What do they need, by the way, B-Cop? Hit me. Like, eHome, they need... it's kind of flexible for them, but it should be their carry. It doesn't 100% have to be, but probably will be a position 1. Meanwhile, on CDC, it's kind of the same thing. So we've seen, like, 4 last bans actually being those position 1s.
Okay, so it is the Morphling. I was going to say, then that assumes the Brood is probably mid, right? And you throw the Nature's Prophet off lane?
Most likely. But it's still versatile. Like, when you look at eHome, their 3 cores are... It's very simple to swap them around. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Yeah.
Well, maybe not Brood 4, but I was thinking, like... What could you do? Maybe throw Undying in the 3, throw Nature's Prophet 5. Just like crazy things. I get weird.
I don't think you need to go be that kinky with the draft. I think Broodmother, Prophet, and Morphling can just swap their lanes. That's it. But the supports are Undying and Earth Spirit, most likely.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, CDC, they go with the Klings. All right.
Hero that's had a lot of success in the past.
Has he?
In like the past, when we were seeing that hero just do so much damage and kind of hold those games during the DPC.
Yeah, like he has been nerfed, like Klink's, sorry, not nerfed. I guess buffed, like Burning Barrage now, Barrage now actually has 6 arrows from the get-go. The mana cost is increased a little bit, but overall it looks like he's a bit stronger at the moment. And you get away, like you can go for that Maelstrom, and just you always have a way of dealing with Prophet's treants. You can also kill him if he roots himself, right? Like you can shoot through that with the Burning Barrage. You also should have a very strong lane. If it's you and Tusk, that looks quite potent versus anything. But what's happening on the side of eHome? How are they gonna lane this?
Well, it looks like they've got the Brood set up to go mid, Zeal on the offlane with that Nature's Prophet. I was looking at Zeal's stats with the Brood. He's only played 9 pro games with it, but Zeal hasn't exactly had the longest pro career. Like, looking at his stats sometimes feels super irrelevant to what we think about him, because he's that guy who just kind of came out of nowhere. Nobody knew anything about him. Nova, when I asked him when we first saw Zeal, was like, yeah, he's just some kid from college coming in to play pro Dota, and then kind of kicked butt a little bit and had his moments. But it's interesting to see him on the Nature's Prophet. So I'm really excited to see where the game goes.
Yeah, same for me. I'm doing my predictions. Will Tower be killed before minute 10? Yes. Team with the most runes picked up by minute 10. I'm not going to share it with everyone, obviously.
You want to get the points for yourself. Okay, cool.
Exactly.
Team with the most Roshan kills. Who am I picking?
Both teams have good like crush potential. On one side you have Tusk, Death Prophet. On the other side you have like the Nature's Prophet, the Morphling with a ton of damage. It's not, they aren't like the most amazing teams for Rush, but perhaps if you're CDC, you have a little bit of a simpler way. You just pop that DP ulti, you go in. So, is this a DP5, by the way? It is, right?
Is it Imitator on there?
No?
Then it's going to be the 4. At least that's how they've got it set up. Undyne's usually their 5, but the way it's looking is, I would assume that Death Prophet's better off in the 5 in this situation, honestly.
4 or 5, I think it's decent. Like, right now with the movement speed that you get, and when you use the Spirit Siphon or on Undying on top lane, he started with a stick, so he's 100% gonna be top.
Right.
Basically, it will be the Spirit Siphon and just man fight the Undying, make Panda's life a little bit easier and better, which does make sense.
You like this this TikTok getting
I love
spammed here?
everything, man. I'm spamming the bok one as well. Spamming all of it.
Is it reminiscent of this is what you sound like, but just not as good?
It's good enough. Like, let's not compare. Like, comparison is what makes you unhappy. Let's just enjoy things as we have them.
I'll enjoy this game for sure. I'll enjoy what's in front of me at the moment, and it's all 3 lanes being shown us. And just interesting to talk about is obviously you saw the mid was Echo against 7E. 7E's been an innovator at times. We've seen him do some crazy things. When there used to be the Ironwood tree, he would play that Windrunner mid and do a couple of like interesting spots. And it's also 7E playing against his old team, right? Like playing against the old Phoenix Gaming boys, now picked up by eHome. And Echo is an old CDEC guy, if I recall correctly, too. Like
a little
it's
bit of a
interesting.
switcheroo here.
Yeah.
But I feel like if I wanted to play against some old team, I would definitely be a primal beast, you know, like just raging out. And I think it's a decent hero versus Broodmother. Like, he should do fine, right? Like, you can't really hit him. Like, the uproar plus trample will beat you down, so you have to be careful about the way you play. And insatiable hunger won't really help you that much if he's just hitting you for, you know, like 100+ damage every single hit.
Right. I'm interested to see how these players start to lane against Primal Beast. Obviously, you see him in pubs, but you don't exactly see him come pro games, or at least not up to this point, right? So now it's a little bit different. You have to go up against him, where teams are going to play him. Mid is certainly going to make my pubs a little bit interesting, because it's almost solely seen as an offlaner in the pubs that I play.
Well, it's because it's been played on offlane quite a bit in pro scene as well. Like, teams in the Eastern European region, they're playing it on offlane quite a lot. Even before the patch, it has been played on the offlane, right? Like, before it was added to the captain's mode, Primal Beast was pretty much always either a 4 or a 3. It does make sense to see him the most in that role, but heroes that are played on offlane generally can be played on mid as well, right? Like, it's kind of always like that, so we'll see how much he can accomplish from that mid lane.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I was wondering, like, am I wrong to think that this is actually a really good mid? He kind of secures CS really easily. He's got 1,000 health already at level 4. Like, he's super survivable here, and he can just, obviously in certain matchups it's going to be exacerbated, but it feels like for the most part, 5 armor at the moment, he can kind of stand his ground in most matchups mid.
Not even easy to do that against the Brutes, so far he's been accomplishing his mid lane domination quite a bit.
Giving Echo the business.
Yeah, he does dodge him. But yeah, overall, so far he's been doing quite alright on mid lane. But there are some things that I always think about. Like, we can talk about the bottom lane a little bit as well. Zeal is doing quite alright versus the flanks at the moment. Has to always be careful though, as you can roll on him later on with a tag team and ice shards. Once he gets all those spells, he can fall easily. But so far, so good for him. He's finding his farm. When it comes to the Primal Beast, however, like, whenever I'm thinking about mid lane heroes, it's like, can he accomplish mid-game domination? It's not only the lane, right? Like, if he has a decent lane, just how much does he do with those levels? Like, is he able to rotate? Does he have movement abilities? If he rotates, is it simple for him to take towers or kill heroes?
Right.
Does he benefit from the gold advantage that he's given on that mid lane? Like, these are all things that are yet to be answered, for me at least, when it comes to the Primal Beast.
Radiant's courier has
Yeah,
been
so we'll have to see how it kind of evolves, and maybe seeing in a matchup like this and in a series, I would say that's pretty close. It could be interesting, as you know, we are going to see ZZQ just kill himself to the neutrals over in the jungle, and he'll be the first death of the game, but not first blood. They are trying to go in on Azil. Like you said, they might have an opportunity to do so. And they walked in front of the planet's roll, and, well, Clinks is going to get first blood. So a good job there by Undyne to get in front of the roll out from Planet to make sure that the damage is in. And when you've got the shards, it lines you up for that Burning Barrage.
Yep. Shards, you get the tag team, you get the Burning Barrage, Searing Arrows. The amount of damage that these two are dishing out is ridiculous. So you have option of like constantly dodging them or constantly trying to keep them low so that they can't even go on you.
Right.
That's what they're trying to do right now.
Yeah, Undyne is now going to be the one who is in some trouble as they go forward and get that kill onto the Tusks, but a little bit of revenge there. I was going to talk about the fact that, like, I thought the communication from CDC, just a glimpse of it was pretty interesting there over bottom, because they initially went for Zeal, but they knew the quick switch, especially once they stepped in front of the roll, was to go for Planet. And you know, it's one of the reasons that I think CDC is kind of this underrated team at the moment, as, well, they came in first in Division 2, and bottom lane, Echo has just made a complete rotation. They're going to snowball over to Zeal. They'll bring in the Primal Beast. They'll try to come over and maybe turn this around with a third hero to make it a 3v3, and Zeal taking a lot of damage as that ult comes out for a second, but it's enough to get the kill into Zeal. They'll end up trading, though, the Clinks, which isn't the best trade for them to make, as Undyne now trying to deal with the Spiderlings coming his way, and 70 will try to help him out with that trample too. But Snowball, Echo under the tower, taking a lot of damage from Primal Beast too. 70 outputting quite a bit, and it only ends up being a 1-for-1, but not the worst rotation from Primal Beast.
Oh, this wasn't just not the worst. This was exactly what he needed to do. He needed to go back bottom and save his tier 1 and his Clinks. Clinks died in the end, but it wasn't one of these deaths in which you're just gone, right? Like Brood dives you, you die, you also lose half of your tower. No, they got a couple of return plays there. They killed the Prophet, so, and they defended the tower. And it's exactly what he needed to do. The only problem is right now he doesn't have a TP. So if Brood does the same thing again, is it being shipped to him? It is, okay. So he's gonna have it again.
Tusk again taking a lot of damage. They'll go for the Burning Barrage over bottom, and well, Undyne will make his way out. But they do have this ward, they do have the vision, and like you were saying, like if Brood goes down there again, Echo does have the pathway down with all the webs, right? Like, so that is an option if he did want to just go down and potentially help get a couple kills and potentially take out that tower too.
Clinks and Tusk, they're actually hunting the Earth Spirit. They know he's around here somewhere, but they scanned him even.
Yeah, so they'll know Planet's behind enemy lines, and even with the Geomagnetic Grip and the Boulder Smash, they don't get the kill just yet, but ulti comes in from Zeal, and Echo's able to get a kill, trying to get a second one here on the Clinks. They've got the Sprout and a right-click in from Zeal. They've got the Trample, and 7E, he does have that ult available. He'll pulverize Zeal, though. He's going to walk away from this one. They've dropped on the Tombstone, and 7E gets nothing out of this rotation, so this time a lot better for eHome.
Yeah, and they take the tower too. I just love Primal Beast as a hero. It's so, like, silly. He goes in, tramples, then starts, like, whacking one guy and up against the floor. Prophet, meanwhile, just runs away. He doesn't care. Yeah, I'm a Primal Beast enjoyer. That's something.
I can understand that. A little bit of a pulverize once again. Roll comes out. Snowball lands on Echo, but Echo does also have a little bit of help of ZZQ and Planet. They're split up a little bit and maybe need to focus their attention on Undyne, a trample right on top of Planet, and that should be enough damage to at least get them at one kill here, as there's not much ZZQ can do with the decay.
Like you said, at least one kill. They get something out of it, because so far all these rotations from Primal Beast, yeah, they give them a little bit, but it never feels enough. Like, it never feels like they're punishing eHome's transgressions enough. Like, this Clinks is suffering. Like, he has 37 CS. He's the lowest in CS from all the cores. From net worth, he's a bit higher than the Brewmaster, but overall, it doesn't feel that great. However, Broodmother isn't really that farmed too at the moment.
Yeah, surprisingly, Echo is a little bit off from what maybe we were kind of expecting. Primal Beast, of course, sitting top of the net worth by a lot here over the mid counterpart by a full 1,000 gold.
Scanning.
A lot of rotations from Echo. Perhaps that's the reason. Meanwhile, every time 7E rotates, if nothing, he gets the Broodlings with the trample, plus he gets a kill, a couple of neutrals, right? So he's getting a lot out of that.
Yeah, that
Maybe he doesn't get the most necessary kills, but he still nets a kill or two on supports.
Yeah, the level 4 trample has allowed him to go down there, and even when they're fighting, he's taking creeps and doing something with his time. And even though it hasn't exactly turned into much in terms of these rotations for either team, it's enough so far. And you can see, look at all the gold that 70 just locks up with that onslaught.
Yeah, the massive 50 gold from all those fighters
Yeah.
that he got.
It was just a bunch of threes. It was nice. Snowball. And trying to TP out. Roll will come in, stop that. And it'll be ZZQ who gets the kill onto Undyne.
Radiant's middle tower.
You have
is
a
under attack.
primal beast behind them, potentially looking for a pinch if they want to save this mid-tier 1. The pushing power from eHome is no joke. Top lane, yeah, they're going to go for the Morphling. They're looking for Shiro. He'll waveform away. They use the primal split. Shiro on the run, stunned up, right-clicked and killed. So Shiro doesn't make an escape.
They lose the
Really
tier 1
just
mid.
not working out for him.
They lost the tier 1 mid at the same time. That was a little bit on Shiro. Like, he was punishing Panda like, very deep. He was right next to the tier 1 tower. 70, it was so simple for him to just TP in and onslaught his way to catch the Morphling.
Right.
But because his team is creating a ton of space, it's not
Yeah,
that
Magnetize
necessary
bottom.
for him to stay in the lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lynx
have dust?
is okay for now, and it looks like he'll just escape. Reapplied like 2 or 3 times over bot and looking for that Clinks, but never quite got the damage out there. Didn't have the vision, but ZZQ's here. He's got the
Nice.
dust ready to go right on him, and it's an Undying that's going to get the kill onto QQ and take out the Clinks again. But look at where Primal Beast is. 7E Sprout, who cares? I'm trampling.
Dying gank right there. Pop that flesh golem. Pop
Get
the
an
K
easy
and the
kill.
dust. Yeah. Like one of those moments in the game where he can still do that because very soon he might become food for things. Bottom lane.
That won't be so easy. 70 goes in, and he'll run forward, going for Echo. The snowball lands on the edge, but that leaves him on the high ground. They're still focusing the bottom tower, though. They form forward. Undyne now goes into the tag team, and they've got that ult out from 7E. Snowball once again, and that's actually from Shiro, who's morphed into the Tusk, and a run right through the Dire side with a burning barrage over from QAQ. They haven't gotten a kill just yet, but they finally finish off Echo. They get themselves the Broodmother on 1. They'll take the Tombstone. They look over at ZZQ, who's trying to right-click his way to a kill, but it won't work this time as 7E takes a second for CDEC. And, well, eHome, they come up empty-handed. A little bit tough
It was
for
a
them.
bit too much for me home, right? Like they
Yeah, they stayed too long.
Yeah, they stayed a little bit too long. I think they wanted too much from where they're at the moment. They do have an advantage, a slight one, in my opinion, just because of the way their heroes work and the items they've purchased. But at the same time, like you don't have to push your luck that much. It's still a tier 2 tower. They still have some plays, even though there was no Panda ulti to be used. Like they can still defend the tier 2. I have to say though, when it comes to the Primal Beast, I'm seeing one issue that he's having, that's mana.
Yeah, only 500 mana at the moment. He went forward there with the onslaught. Hit with the geomagnetic grip. They've got the silence, but another snowball save, and they're going to try and turn this around with the help of the exorcism coming through from the Death Prophet. Tombstone dropped, and now Undyne, he's in pretty far. They'll lose the Tusk, the waveform forward, trying to take out a Death Prophet, maybe even a +1 on top of that. The roll lands onto the DP, and they'll get themselves a second. So this time, eHome are the ones who come out on front.
Primal Beast kind of baiting his poor Tusk and that Prophet there into dying. He went a bit too far. Got orchided, couldn't really escape afterwards. Tusk was pretty much forced to sacrifice his life for him. This might be a tier 2 on the bottom lane, and I think if you're CDC right now, you're just waiting for the BKB on Primal Beast. Once you have that, perhaps you're able to fight a little bit easier. You also do have Brewmaster. If you look at Brew, by the way, he is going for a Crimson Guard. It's a peculiar build. It makes sense when you're playing Brew into Broodmother. It makes sense when you're playing Brew into Nature's Prophet as well. Not the biggest fan of the item, but has it been changed, by the way?
Do you think that the
remember.
Crimson Guard pushes back his like overall build that we're used to seeing? Is there something that you would rather see him pick up?
It's not a terrible item. Like, it's still good. Like, it still allows you to lane easily. It still allows you to do what he's doing right now, and that's be this frontline tank that no one can actually do anything about.
Right.
Like, they can't kill him. The only problem that I have is they're lacking a bit of damage on their whole side. They're pretty much reliant completely on Clinks,
Bottom
dishing
lane.
that damage out.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's
attack.
just
How
waving at
willing?
them.
Yeah, how willing is eHome to go in? And right now they're going to go with the help of Zeal. They've got the Snowball, but that's going to drag them all the way to Echo. And
Another Orchid?
used. They've got the Silence onto the Brew. The Burning Barrage comes out, but the damage is avoided for the moment. They go into the Flesh Golem on this Undying, and the wave form forward. They get the kill on the 2. They'll take out Undying as well as the Brew. A look for the Primal Beast 7E now popping the BKB, but still on the run. That doesn't exactly make him safe with every hero here from
Radiant
eHome.
structures are fortified.
Be forced to run away as they glyph out too.
They felt the same way I did about the Panda. They felt that he's unkillable,
Dire's middle tower is
but
under
he got
attack.
orchided after, just before he split. So they actually kill him off quite easily in that way. Meanwhile, what was funny is Primal Beast. We mentioned his mana, right? Like, he went in the fight, he used all his spells, and he didn't have enough mana to use BKB afterwards. so he lost all the HP. It's like, remember, BKB costs 50 mana now. It's
On a
significant
planet.
sometimes.
It's not the worst death there for eHome, but a good kill from CDC, especially when it gets them a tower to parlay
shot.
off of. They might be able to get Roche. They do have the Exorcism ready to go, but it's immediately scouted by that Treant. So see if eHome want to make a move in, especially without the Earth Spirit. That's really the initiator when it comes to these pit fights.
There's no BKB. Still on 70 for 10 seconds. We see Brewmaster as well. He's just gonna split.
Yeah, he splits. They snowball out. They're leaving the pit with this Exorcism hitting the end, but they get the kill into ZZQ. They'll at least get that for now. Undying getting a little bit low. They've got Shiro in some trouble. He's hit about half health. They bob back on the Undying. They still got Roche a little bit low. They'll look over on the high ground. Echo's there on the hill. They go in. There's the roll as well as the Magnetize. They're going to finish off Roche. They'll look for the Snowball to try to get it. Aegis on the deck, and it's picked up by the Clinks. But he might lose it very quickly. Silence on all these heroes on the side of eHome. Can they get away with anything more than just getting a kill here onto the Clinks with the Aegis? They'll finish off the Death Prophet. The buyback comes in here from the Tusk. They get 7E, and the fight is looking really good for eHome as they'll focus their attention onto the Brewmaster. The Burning Barrage doing some damage, but just not enough. Walrus Punch out onto Shiro, but he's still fighting his way all the way through. Echo taking enough damage to finally fall. They get themselves a second on the side of CDEC, but they end up losing more on CDEC as well. ZZQ, he's low with the right clicks coming in from the tag team. The Sprout is in. One more right click needed. Instead, it's going to be a Snowball. Waveform towards Undyne as he's trying to run.
behind.
The Adaptive Strike gets thrown, but it's not going to be enough damage to get the kill there onto the Tusk, who did buy back earlier in the fight. And at the end of the day, Clinks, while he loses the Aegis, he survives for the most part, but everybody at some point died for CDEC, even though there was that
Yeah.
Aegis.
And the buyback from Tusk as well. The Aegis from Clinks. Like, overall, it's obviously a win for eHome, right? Like, they got more out of that. They kind of defended Roche too. It was very greedy from CDC to just go in the way they did with DP ulti as, yeah, you're strong, but you're not that strong at the moment. You got punished for it. The silver lining for them, however, is, like you mentioned, Clinks didn't die. And That's mostly because of the Quelling Blade that he is carrying. Like, he can't be sprouted. Every time he gets sprouted, he just Quelling Blades and runs away. So, really smart, neat little pickup there from the Flints.
Yeah, the Primal Split, was used really early in this fight. So on cooldown here, where there's so much going on, the control is kind of lacking. There was a good silence from the Death Prophet that hit about 4 heroes, I think, on the side of eHome. But again, when you don't have that Primal Split follow-up, you kind of, I want to say, lack control in this game. Because after the onslaught, after a Walrus Punch and not having the Primal Split, like, what do you really have to lock down these heroes on the side of eHome?
Yeah, their control is lacking for sure. You're mostly looking at Tusk.
Silent Snowball and a kill there, easily done. Planet falls, and they have also found Echo. They've got the ulti, they have the Burning Barrage. Echo on the run in the trees, but the trees don't provide enough cover for Echo to, well, scurry his way out with all of those 8 legs.
Like, you'd think that control is mostly Tusk, and it is. Like, the shortest cooldown is definitely the Snowball, right? And the Walrus Punch. At the same time, Pulverize is not really the longest cooldown too. 28 seconds. You can use it a couple of times in a fight, yeah.
We've talked about how survivable he feels. He's got 2,300 health and 11 armor, so it's not exactly like Primal Beast is going to die too quickly in these fights. And if he uses Pulverize early enough, that's a little bit of lockdown. Get it off a second time, maybe you do it again.
Is he buying Aghanims? He's buying Aghanims.
Yeah, he's looking for the Uproar.
Well, that kind of helps out in the damage department as well, right?
Yeah, because it does feel a little bit lacking, right? Like, eHome were able to survive. Obviously, they're able to run around the whole fight when there's not a lot of lockdown on CDC. But even then, like, it just felt like they were surviving through what was CDC throwing out quite a bit.
Can they kill him through BKB?
They'll try BKB, and he's looking to run with that onslaught and a TP.
There's no way. Like, there's no way just the 3 of them kill him. If they have every single hero there and they're all hitting him through the BKB, maybe they finish him off. But just the 3 of them, yeah, it's not gonna happen. They will take down the tier 2 tower, which will be traded for the top tier 2, however. But for the top tier 2, Exorcism has been committed.
Right.
So he might even force a high ground. Well, Primal Beast is kind of far. They won't. Okay, both teams just settle on outpost taking.
Yeah, and the Exorcism had about, I would say, 40% left when they were able to get onto the high ground. Gotta wonder if they just got a little bit gun shy, but after the Exorcism, this isn't exactly gonna feel that great. But they're, I think, just trying to move some heroes on eHome back to the base if they can at least even feint the movement. Ooh, Shiro's a little bit forward.
That's exactly what you do. You just try to force their hand a bit.
Again, a run from 7E, but he's cliffed himself with that onslaught. That's a bit of an issue. They're going to try and fight here. They've got the silence on it too. They'll roll in, land on the Death Prophet. And Imitator doesn't exactly have an Exorcism to fight with, so there really isn't much coming from the Death Prophet except for silence. The roll hits onto the Clinks. They've got the lockdown, but do they have the damage to get the kill? They'll end up losing Planet. Adaptive Strike is through. They get the kill to the Clinks. They'll take him out for 70 seconds as ZZQ will fall as well. It's a 2-for-2 so far with the Walrus Punch from Undyne, but soon he's just going to be dying. And they'll look for more. They'll look for a 4th. They'll try to get the Brewmaster. The only one surviving right now is 7E because he was out of the fight to begin with because he ran himself on his own cliff.
He willingly RTZ'd himself at the beginning of that fight. There was no 4-stabs, no way of helping him. No one cared. Everyone just left him there. And
no one cared. Oh,
it was just a 4v5.
He's just in again.
For eHome, that was the perfect way to start a fight. One hero, their mid lane, their like most impactful hero in these team fights gets cliffed instantly.
Yeah.
Like, and you have vision on him, right? Because of the tombstone and the ward. Like, zombies were spawning on him constantly, so you knew exactly where he was. it's like you probably chuckle a little bit during that team fight.
It really does just feel like they're holding out the red cape and they're just looking like matadors out there. They're just like, oh, hey, and they'll pull it away and you'll cliff yourself and, well, the rest of the fight is ours.
Right? It feels that, especially Echo. Like, for me, it feels like he's the one with the red cape. You know, this Broodmother has been baiting him 24/7 in these fights. Like, every time there's a fight, he tries to onslaught on the Broodmother. He kind of jukes him, goes on the cliff, which he can't follow through, right? And then goes back.
Now he's finally got the uproar, though, with the axe.
Sorry?
Now he's finally got uproar with the axe, so...
There's Broodmother axe as well. So you have that snare, which is extremely damn annoying in these fights.
So beautiful.
Do you like this upgrade to uproar on 70? Or on Primal Beast, more specifically?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just wanted to see it in fights. Like,
right.
I haven't seen it way too many times.
I've only seen it in the immediate post-patch analysis where it's super broken. And people are just messing around in demo mode, making it look very, very broken. I will say, surprisingly, as much as it, at least to me, has felt like eHome have had a bit of control for a while, they're only up under 1,000 gold. Like, the game is still significantly close.
It truly is. Like, both of these teams are taking the right objectives. They're moving across the map well. Look at these webs, though. Brood, yeah. There we go.
They got the silence, and they're going to onslaught onto the high ground once again. 7E trying to put out the damage. Undyne goes in with a Walrus Punch, but Undyne again will probably fall. They'll BKB on Seal, but now no Nature's Prophet. Roll hits on a 70. They've got themselves the Primal Split. They'll look over the Death Prophet, who did use that Exorcism, and it's not going to last too long, because they're able to get the damage out and kill off this Death Prophet. ZZQ trying to survive as the buyback comes out from the Tusk. 7E with BKB. Onslaughts forward and uses that uproar. The damage, it looked like it was there for a second, but the Morphling's able to survive as the Snowball comes in with the Walrus Punch. They finally finish off Shiro, and that makes this a victory so far for CDC, and 7E wants more. They'll go after Planet. The Onslaught misses. The roll is in, and he'll finish off 7E instead. Clinks moves forward, but he's able to juke with the roll and get some space, and the Tusk has been rooted thanks to the Brood Axe. So Planet, TP, and escape.
Tusk going in. Maybe
Echo's
Brood
still
can
here.
actually
Tusk,
do something
you
about this.
just bought back Undyne. You may not want to be there, and you're about to get snared once more. So they get the kill on Undyne. They'll look over the Brewmaster. The fight never exactly ended. But this time, Brew will walk away, and that will mark the end of the fight.
This snare, honestly, I was quite shocked that eHome managed to lose this fight, because they were set up on the high ground. They put the tombstone on the cliff, which couldn't be touched. Broodmother as well caught them with the spinner snare. Everything was perfect, really, from eHome. But Prophet TP'd in way too close.
Yeah.
He's the one that dishes out a ton of damage, and he's the one that fell first. Plus, he didn't have a buyback.
He immediately went for the BKB and tried to survive, but he was just in too far. They've got the silence out of ZZQ, and they will quickly dispatch this Undying, who does have buyback. So ZZQ is going to be back really quickly. They're going to buy back on the Brewmaster, who fell to Zeal. The damage out there from him and Shiro. 3-man silence from Imitator, but they just don't have the help at the moment as 7E finally walks in with the BKB being popped by Shiro. But can he get anything more? The spinner snare, not going to snare anybody up. Nobody fell for the trap just yet. However, Clinks, Planet taking some damage. Planet turns around, looks for the roll. It's going to be off the mark. They're still looking for this Clinks. They'll get the Walrus Punch. They'll finish him off. So Planet out of the fight, and Echo in a little bit too far. He dropped his spinner snare down, but it's just nowhere near the fight. The uproar gets popped with BKB being popped by Zeal to get out of this one with a TP. They'll go after ZZQ again, who just bought back. They bought back on Echo, but the burning barrage damage is just too much for ZZQ to handle. So they will have to waveform out. They've only got 4 heroes, and Roche's respawned.
The question is, do they come and fight? Because they did buy back. They do have their cores here, but they want to fight 4 versus 5 without them dying. Undying is very important for your team fight. Overall, like so far from eHome, wait, there's exorcism used in. They go in the pit. Okay, now they have to decide really, do they commit or not?
Yeah, 40 seconds, no Undying, though. Undying, he's become what you said he would, and he's been pretty much food. And look at that. Like, look at the damage it did to Roche, too. They'll look for the spinner snare and try to maybe get in for the Aegis, but the roll's a little bit too late. They get the kill on Undying, but they'll end up losing Planet, so there's 3 heroes alive for eHome, and that is a long dead Planet, too. He's dead for 70 seconds.
I have to commend one single player on the side of CDC. Has the Clinks. Like, the way he's been playing these fights is pitch perfect, pretty much. Why am I saying that? It's because from eHome they have one plan, like one idea, and that is Earth Spirit rolls on top of Clinks. He kicks him back into the fight, like deeper into the fight, right? And then you converge on him, you swarm him, you kill him off. However, so far it hasn't worked. It actually worked in the opposite way. Earth Spirit goes on Clinks, does not manage to roll exactly on top of him, misses the kickback, but his team commits way too deep, somewhere where Tombstone isn't, right? Like they actually mess up their own fighting lines. They go way too far out just to catch the Clinks, and then the Clinks just turns on them. So yeah, really nicely done so far from the whole squad of CDC protecting the Clinks very well.
Yeah, and to further that point, it does show that they have a lot of confidence on eHome with Planet, right? Like they're expecting him to hit his initiations, but to that point even, Clinks is just moving around these fights really well, and I think that kind of has to do with 70 jumping in forward and dealing, having to deal with the Brewmaster, and also I feel like so much attention has gone on to the Death Prophet the second Exorcism gets popped.
Yeah, they definitely do focus Imitator quite a bit. And
Just going in with a Walrus Punch. Look at that. Burning barrage damage.
Poor little Undying.
Never had a chance.
It's usually how it goes, though. Yeah.
They're going to look to get the high ground. They get the glyph, but that means Exorcism's coming up next.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This looks like at least a set of racks.
Dire's middle tower has
Well, look at Zeal. Like, he's not even thinking about defending this. He's on the bottom lane. Together with Planet, they're trying to set up. If someone defends, they're trying to set up a kill with Nullifier, Orchid, and Earth Spirit. But no one wants to defend.
So that first tier 3 went down. They've got the glyph again. They will glyph again, and now finally these heroes are starting to return back to the base, and they're going to look forward. They're going to try and do what they wanted to with Planet, going in with the kick, but they've got the snowball, right? Quick damage coming in out of Q to Q, and the Clinks is still able to survive with the Burning Barrage coming out, but they finally get the first life out of the hands of the Clinks. They'll take out Planet. There's no more Earth Spirit. Waveform over to the side. Look for 70 with BKB being popped. He'll go to the Uproar. The damage coming out. It's a lot on Azil. He's in some trouble. The snowball comes in. They get the kill on the Nature's Prophet, and they look for more. You got to sprout out just in time, but I don't know how much is going to help as well. Now the Morphling turns into the Tusk. They get the snowball off and they kill off Undying. They'll buy back on Zeal though, right click through all the way trying to get the kill into the Brewmaster, who's able to TP out. That bottom tier 3, it is getting low, but it's not a big problem just yet for CDC as they do get away with a lot in that fight.
Of course, they force the Nature Prophet buyback as well, which leaves them with this opportunity to just... So, if you're a Prophet, you want to be split pushing all the time, right? Like, that's basically the point of the hero. Always has been, always will be.
Nothing
as
will
long
change.
as he has the teleportation, yeah, nothing changes. But now that you don't have buyback, you might have to think twice about doing that. If you do it and you get caught, the game just might be over. eHome does not possess the amount of damage to take down anyone without York plus Nullifier. And the initiation from eHome on that defense was actually really good. They kick back the Panda, they nullify, they Orchid him. You would think that he would die, but not when there's a Tusk with a Blink Dagger. Right?
Yeah. He's got the blink, he's got the snowball, he's got the name for what he's doing. He's making sure they're undying. And, well, he's keeping them alive long enough for them to turn it around. Like, even 7E dying there, he got the BKB off, got that Uproar, started out putting a lot of damage. Like, it really is gross what he's able to do when he's in the center of these fights, even after he's dead. Or as he's dying, not
As
after
he's dying,
dead.
yeah.
Yeah. But even,
Tell
you
me,
know, the uproar and everything. And
Are you enjoying the uproar from him?
it,
Like the
it just
agonies?
reminds me of the Primal Beast RPG we have.
Right? Yeah, me too. And it feels like you're supposed to dodge it, but then it hits you and like nothing happens. You're like, never mind. I'm broken. Oh no. What will I ever do? I'm a nerd spirit that just got broken.
Yeah. Little bonus
I'm
damage.
not sure. Like, I'm still trying to figure it out, really.
Warriors of the wood.
9K lead though for CDC. I'm trying to figure out this Primal Beast. I've been watching him. It feels like his fights can be very feast or famine. But I guess that's also
doing it now.
can be said for everybody. They're going to go through with the onslaught. They're going to look to get themselves at least one. They get the Kona Echo. They'll end up losing Undyne as the Morphling immediately looking for the waveform away. As they're going to lose ZZQ, and they bought back on the Tusk, so Undyne going to be back into the fray of this CDC side, and it looks like they're probably going to get away with going after these tier 4s and forcing eHome to fight when they don't want to. I mean, these heroes, especially Echo, he's dead for 80. Like, they have no way to defend, and they've got another exorcism going. They can't face race. They never got through the bottom lane with that Nature's Prophet, and they're going to go here as they've got the Burning Barrage damage going out. They get the Cone of Zeal. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds. They'll end up losing Shiro, and that should be all they've written for this one. As CDEC, if people are thinking eHome are, you know, to take game one, they'd be wrong, because CDC, they get themselves a little bit of an upset here in game number 1. Wow.
What about your
CDC.
predictions? How many are correct?
1.
One?
I got 1 right.
Nice. I have 2.
Cool. So you 2, me 1, CDC 1, eHome none. So if we're counting numbers, you win the series so far. It's
right.
all a lizard.
Did it surprise you the way these team fights went? Like a couple of them? Because for me, it looked like everything was set up correctly for eHome, and then they still lose the fight.
Yeah, and we're gonna look at the scoreboard and take a look here at everything that kind of went on for this one. As you see, CDC got the victory. They were first place in Division 2, and eHome, I think as the fights kind of went on, everything got shaky from them, and I think they kind of maybe even lost their nerve right after that Roche fight. And when you started to speak about how they were missing their initiations there with Planet, it felt like things kind of started to shake off the rails. And you know, you could see here the Clinks really just with just a little bit of space in these fights is able to do so much. 16, 4, and 11 for this Clinks. And you know, Undyne, I'm not even going to single anybody out. I think everybody did a great job here for CDEC, truthfully.
No,
It
I
felt
completely
really
agree.
good.
Yeah. I feel like all of them did pretty well on the side of CDC. Meanwhile, on eHome, if they managed to jump on that Clinks a couple of times earlier, if they managed to eliminate him from the fights a little bit earlier, it would have been different. But he was on point. Like, even the Quelling Blade, dodging the Earth Spirit constantly, all on point, really.
Yeah, so it looked really good for game number 1 here for CDC over eHome. And, well, we're going to take a short break and see if they can make it a 2-0 or if eHome are going to fight back and push it to a game 3. We'll find out after this break, so stay tuned. We'll be back.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back here to the Chinese qualifiers for TI-11. We are back, and it is CDC with a 1-0 lead over eHome. Yeah, that's eyebrow raising for sure. And well, it is potentially CDC moving on to the next round as they are one win away from taking a 2-0, which maybe coming into this, not a lot of people would think, just based on the fact that they're a Division 2 team going up against a Div 1 team, that they would win this series or even win a game. But, you know, CDC, from what we saw when we were covering Division 2, have looked really good throughout the year. They ended first, and they really made Division 2 their division, and it's been quite interesting to see their rise and potential rise to a potential TI qualifier. So,
and on the other side, you
see.
have eHome, right?
Yeah.
Like they're kind of strong sometimes. Like they surprise you. They win versus the strongest teams, but most of the time they kind of fall short, right? Like most of the time it isn't really that great. For me, they're like somewhere between Division 2 and Division 1 when it comes to the Chinese region. They don't truly belong in Division 2. They don't truly belong in Division 1. But we'll see. Versus CDC, that's game one. They experimented. They picked heroes that they thought were good at the moment. They picked their brood mother. It didn't work out. Perhaps they have something different this time around for us.
Yeah, and just to elaborate on your point of like the whole Division 1, Division 1.52 thing, you know, I really feel like it is a set group of teams that really do feel like 1.52, and you know, it is the Division 1, which at least for the year has felt like LGD and Aster and a little bit of RNG, as well as I would even say Extreme now that they're in Division 1, but there's like the 1.5s of like the LBZS, what used to be Magma as well, but I think they've kind of fallen out of that whole feeling. Maybe YBB kind of feels like a Division 1.5, and then there's like the Division 2s, which I think are very like maybe Shenzhen, Saiyan.
Yeah,
like you could see a clear kind of splits when it comes to the Chinese region. I know I didn't mention every team there, but you you can kind of see it, and it's a very competitive region because I do feel like at any time these teams can take more than a series. Like, it's not like, oh, this team can take 1 out of every 9 against A or B. It feels like it can be like 50-50 at times, especially when eHome were peaking. But eHome peaked, unfortunately, at least in my eyes, in season 1 when they made it to the regional finals. So, you know, eHome got to find some of that magic again, where it feels like now on the back end of the year, as I'll finish my ramble, CDC are finding their power spike, are finding their form, and this is the most important time to do it in this qualifier.
Yeah, it truly is. At the same time, this qualifier is far from being over. We are just starting, right? So there's a ton of teams that these two need to go through, and when you're thinking about the favorites for winning the qualifiers, CDC and eHome are probably not
in the
highest
conversation
ranking ones, right?
Yeah. It's you know, if I had to pick, and I'll ask you what you're thinking, I think it's Extreme, RNG, and then I would like to say IG, but I'm a little concerned about them. Obviously, CDC beat IG and was first place in Division 2, but then there's also the question of Aster Aries and them. So, like, you know, it's a very close qualifier.
Stop giving IG benefit of the doubt already. Like, these guys...
It's been a whole year.
It's been a whole year. They're just not performing. Like, I still remember the first season they lose to eHome, and we're like, okay, maybe eHome is really strong. Then they lose to everyone else. Maybe it's just IG, man. It's not eHome. They drop down to Division 2. You're thinking, okay, maybe they can... they're gonna escape it so quickly, right? Like, they're gonna speed run this Division 2. Nope, they stay in Division 2. It's been a rough year for IG, for the players that won the Singapore major, that did so well last year, but are failing really to perform. Perhaps they were saving their energy for TI qualifiers. I don't think that way anymore. I think that they just lost their momentum completely when Kaka left. Right? It just isn't the same team any longer.
Yeah, Kaka's shown to be a very important asset to whatever team he's on, and he's currently sitting on RNG, who earlier 2-0'd the artists formerly known as Dandelion, who got picked up by YBB, but YBB is the old Magma roster, give or take, and so, you know, RNG will go up against Aster Aries, but the current game at hand, the CDC eHome Game 2, has started off with, again, a very interesting draft from both sides. So we've got Magnus, Hoodwink, and then Faceless Void, Marcy. And I'm hoping that Faceless Void has not only the Arcana, but the Style 2 unlocked already.
Probably. Knowing Chinese players and Chinese teams, they probably have the maxed out completely. I'm just looking at Magnus, and has anything really changed for him? Like, Horn Toss, slow duration is increased. A cooldown on reverse polarity is... RP went from 130 to 120 seconds, but that's it. Like, not really a ton has changed. So, Hoodwink overall feels very strong with the switch up of the Aghanims. Getting that boomerang on the shard feels extremely potent. That's why teams are picking Hoodwink constantly. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see what they will combo up with the Magnus, because right now it just looks like, yeah, we have a mag. That's it. I want to see a hero that benefits from having him on your side.
RP into Bushwhack.
Yeah,
5-man Bushwhack.
That's a sick one. Yeah. Sounds amazing, actually, you know?
If you could pull it off, if you've got the communication, it would be pretty hype. And, you know, just to talk about that Hoodwink a little bit longer, we've kind of come full circle, because back in last TI's qualifiers, Hoodwink was very crucial to a lot of teams' journeys, and it was important to Elephant. FY had picked it up when they were qualifying for TI quite a bit, and it became very big in this region. So interesting to see it here again for China. Now they're going to go to the Phoenix on eHome too. So we'll see what they do with the Phoenix, but ultimately, for the most part for eHome, that's been a ZZQ kind of hero.
Yeah, like for me, Phoenix right now, Man, he was never a strong laner, right? Phoenix was always kinda, not always, but when he came out, he was strong. Later on, he just got one nerf after another, after another, after another, after another, like until his fire spirits literally. I swear in a patch or two, the fire spirits are gonna deal 0 damage. They're just gonna slow your attack speed, and that's gonna be it. There are some benefits to having a Phoenix here. Like, he's decent versus the Void. Like, positioning the egg around the Chrono or saving someone from the Chrono is nice with Sound Ray. But you are playing into a Marcy, and Marcy will not hesitate to use the ulti and take down the egg, which is nice. But you kind of have the Magnus to protect you too, so... Yeah. An interesting choice coming from Eho.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Alchemist, do you think this is a 5 or some offlane? Maybe even a mid?
Dire team pick.
I would.
Most likely-
Well, now with that Primal Beast, I'm gonna say it's potentially the 5, maybe 4.
Yep.
It's a support. I'll give it
Yeah,
that.
I'm thinking it's a 5 as well. But it doesn't strike me as the strongest laner with Void. Like, you have Alchemist plus Faceless Void. It sounds wonky as hell. But perhaps that's what they're thinking. You could also have, like, Alchemist and Marcy on the offlane, Primal Beast mid, and then you last pick a 5 for Void. That's also doable. So far, I have to say, though, I like eHome's draft a bit better. At the moment, at least.
Feels like CDC is a little bit of an anti-synergy with what they've got going on at the moment, especially with Void and the Primal Beast. Like, that just doesn't seem like it is something that is going to work well together in terms of, like, chrono usage and getting damage from these other heroes out there.
Wait. Take that back. You have Acid Spray.
Okay,
Like,
I take
you
it
can
back.
use that. Acid, it's amazing. You know, a ton of damage, minus armor in the Chronosphere. Yeah, not really the best. I agree completely. It depends on what
weird.
they last pick here.
But it does feel like 7E's kind of gotten a hold on this mid, and it's going to be interesting to see him now against the Ember, which is an Echo signature. So I'm really curious to see how the matchup goes, because we were talking about it last time. Like, Brood's not exactly supposed to be this easy hero to go up against when you're on Primal Beast, but still held his own, still dominated that lane, was up 1,000 gold pretty early on in the matchup. So, like, now up against the Ember, do you think we just see the same thing?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think we should see the similar situation happen. Like Primal Beast just doing whatever he wants to on that mid lane. It is a little bit easier for Ember to rotate around and make plays than it was for a Brood Mother. And that Brood, if you remember, the item build was really crazy too, like some Vessel, so a lot of early game potential from her. That didn't necessarily mean that she can scale well. So eventually you just had the Vessel and an Aghanims, and that was it. That was your mid laner. She did do well though. Like, I have to give that to the Brood Mother. It's all banned out.
Yeah, I thought the Brood did all right. It definitely felt like it fell off pretty hard, but that wasn't... I don't know if that was consequence of just the Brood being Brood or Brood just being in that game.
Did
the way
they
it
just
went.
draft 5 melee?
Yeah, what? With a Chrono?
Yeah, 5 melee plus Chronosphere versus a Magnus.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you do you, but like, are you sure?
5 seconds
Like,
remaining.
all right.
They have some idea, I guess, like how their draft should be played. Like, their draft just looks so damn ugly. Like, Marcy is pretty. I'll give them that. Like, she's the odd one out.
Choose your hero.
And they home finalize their own with the Wraith King, just a decent laner, right, into all of this. Plus, you have your ulti to play against the Faceless Void. You get chronoed, you can just fight again afterwards. I don't know. I like eHome's draft much better this time around.
Who? I'm just waiting for them to pick. I'm like kind of confused here. Okay. So
It's a 5 alchemist.
yeah, but it's an offlane Marcy.
Offlane Marcy, 5 Alchemist, 4 Tiny.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 1 position Faceless Void. Okay, that is not what I thought it was going to be, but certainly maybe
5 seconds remaining.
doable. I don't know. I think eHome have this at least 65-35 because this feels like a weird draft coming out from CDEC. Really odd.
Unless something crazy happens in the lanes, in my opinion, I completely agree with you. Unless like CDC just crushes, Marcy gets a very early like Orb of Corrosion, BKB starts punching everyone in the face, Tiny gets a dagger, just breaks them apart. Like, I just don't see them taking this one. I think we're going to game 3. Like, you're playing into a Phoenix with 5 melee heroes. Yeah, you do have Marcy on your side, but there's also an RP to follow up that egg. How do you team fight? Your Chrono, it has no follow-up in it. Unless Tiny gets an axe, perhaps, later on. I don't know. CDC, they drafted a wild one. I've seen wild ones win before, though, so anything is possible.
That's the beautiful thing about Dota, that anything is possible. I don't know if you remember. Probably didn't even see it, but Kevin Garnett once said that. Famous Boston Celtic. They won the championship, and he yelled into the microphone, anything is possible. You totally, you know, it's basketball. Of course, a very global sport. So Dota, anything is possible. And we'll see if that theory gets proven correct. As I feel like the TikTok was necessary right there. The sound of me just watching you try to understand the Kevin Garnett reference, just being like, he got this one right.
I don't even know who that is really. I've heard the name, but yeah, I'm too busy predicting everything. For
Who do you think
home
gets a
here.
blink dagger first? Zeal or Tiny on
I went
Imitator?
with Zeal. I went with Zeal. I hope he doesn't, mess me up with some utility item build.
I feel like CDC have a decent Roche potential. I'm going to put them. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn. I'm doing 20 to 30 minutes. And then player with the highest total magic or pure damage done to heroes. What'd you put?
30 seconds.
I
to
went with
battle.
Echo. Wait, it's magic or pure. That's all there is. Maybe not him then.
Trample
I'll still
is
go with-
magical. I'm going to go 70.
Okay, I'll go with 70 as well. You changed my mind.
Hey. Doing my thing.
If Phoenix had his old Fire Spirits, I'd go with Phoenix, but right now he dishes out no damage.
Hey, damage was increased to Fire Spirits, by the way.
Wait, it was
Just saying.
increased?
Yeah, from 15, 35, 55, 75 to 20, 40, 68.
Hey, what was I smoking? Like, I was sure it got decreased.
Maybe you read
Okay.
backwards?
Yeah, maybe I did. Okay, so they actually increased it a little tiny bit. Nice. After having 10,000 patches of nerfing Fire Spirits, this spell used to deal like 60 damage on level 1. Like, it's now 20.
Gauntlet has been dropped, Blizzard. I don't know if you saw it or you saw the glove
Yeah,
go mid
yeah.
and slap
Slapped
70.
it.
But it also kind of did the first few notes to Harry Potter. That was
It did,
weird.
didn't it? Yeah.
I
it
was
did.
just like, are they, what's going on?
I heard the same thing. You're not crazy.
I hope they got the approval for that one. I'm really interested to see how this top lane goes. Like this Marcy tiny lane, especially up top. Like I was thinking maybe you dispose into toss with Avalanche under tower and just kill them that way. But like you're not gonna be near your tower.
I feel like it's gonna be hard to get kills on Tiny and Marcy here. You have Phoenix with the dive, so he should be fine. On the other side, Wraith King is a bit too tanky. Perhaps Phoenix is killable if he gets caught out of position. But overall, unlikely that we'll see anything crazy on the top lane.
Do you like the change to Marcy with the rebound and dispose, or dispose now slows and rebound now stuns?
I'm not sure if it made her stronger or weaker, really. I think maybe even a bit stronger.
They were doing a lot of damage there. Like ZZQ forced to Icarus dive away, but now that's on cooldown for 40 seconds. Interesting.
But that's the problem with Phoenix, right? Like, you have this mobility spell that's always necessary for you to survive, but the same spell has a huge cooldown. So once you use it, you better make sure you're in position. Because if you get caught, you're gonna die easily. One armor will not protect you.
Trample. Level 1, securing all the creeps, basically. It really is disgusting, this spell.
Didn't it, like, does it still kill the full wave?
Oh, he got 4 creeps off that one trample I saw before he leveled it to 2, so...
Because there was a play with level 1 trample, you just use it and you remember, you just kill the full wave, level 1, behind the tier 2 tower. Like, before they even start hitting you, you just kill the full wave.
Very balanced hero. I don't really know Undyne's objective with this Alchemist, by the way, over the bottom lane. It just doesn't make sense to me as well. Now he's going to be skewered under the tower. He's going to charge up a stun, and he'll have some help from the Faceless Void in terms of a time dilation, and he will deny himself. So that kind of works out.
That was the perfect scenario for Undyne. Yeah, that was so good, because he also hurts them, right? Like, he dishes out the damage, plus he gets that suicide with concussion. Really nicely done by him. So, basically, an Alchemist 5 is the same as he always was. You just max out the acid spray and the stun, and that's it. Like, you're a strong laner. The only problem is usually you have some range hero that benefits from the acid spray, that can hit constantly. Void isn't truly that, but it's still okay. Like, it's playable.
Yeah,
The only question is, like, why? Like, yeah, my only question is why Alchemist over something else? Like, over some other position 5. What does the Alchemist provide you that some other hero with damage in the Chronosphere wouldn't? Like a Jakiro, let's say, you know? Like something that actually combos well with you later on in the game.
Yeah, it was odd the way it got all drafted, right? Like it just didn't quite make sense the way it lined up, and it felt like almost anything over bottom instead of the Alchemist might have paired up a little bit better with this Faceless Void.
Yep, I completely agree. So far, 0 kills across the map, 6 minutes in. Well, we did see one deny, but these lanes are kind of boring, man. Like, nothing is happening. On the bottom lane, you can't really kill the Void, right? Like, you can just time walk away. Alchemist is killable, definitely, but he's playing it... Since that last fight, he's playing it safe.
Nobody really
Lane, maybe?
finding much yet, but stun and wrong toss. Kind of very quiet overall. I think that we've seen this in the past where a couple of these early games in the Chinese region do get a little bit slow in the first end, but they usually break out in bunches.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the level 6 on mid lane. Right, like the moment Ember gets his, we have the Beast top lane already.
Yeah, 70's going to go in. There's a stun thrown by Shiro, but there's the rebound, and they've got the ult from 70 to get not only a kill, but first blood of all things on Shiro. He's only level 4, so he never was able to get that level 6 in time to have that ult ready to go, but 70 makes his appearance and uses the pulverize.
7E actually got his level 6 much earlier than the Ember, so he was able to rotate quicker too.
Not really doing well with that trample that hits on the Echo. Stun thrown, but no trample to follow that up. He did have pulverize, but again, the mana questions. Is 7E going to build Primal Beast a different way, right? You'd think he might, considering the mana problems, but first item BKB.
He's doing the same thing once again. I mean, overall, it's not that terrible. Like, you have a wand and a bottle, so you can play around that in fights. But I definitely did notice a couple of team fights in that last game in which he struggled. Ember is going top, by the way, but he's scouted out.
Hey, Remnant's back towards 7E, but nothing happening, as the only one really nearby is Undyne, and it's not exactly going to do him much to go towards that mid fight if it was just going to be him against Echo. But ZZQ is here, Echo as well, and they also had the Hoodwink coming over from the side. Quick pulverize on the ZZQ. He's doing a lot of damage, and he does have an Icarus dive, and finally forces him to use it while Shiro dies and drops to this Marcy.
Yeah, they just caught him. They used the Unleash, they went behind the tower, killed off the Raid King quite easily. It usually happens when your position 5 is controlling the rune, right? Like, they saw the Phoenix on the mid lane. If you see the Phoenix on the mid lane, it's just so simple to go and assault the Raid King. He was also level 5, so even if he wanted to have that ulti, he couldn't have it at that time.
Yeah, he's a full level behind this Marcy, and bottom lane, they're going to look for the Magnus Bash, but with heroes coming over, forget that. And they've brought Shiro into the mix.
He's not really having a good time, and
Chrono?
he's chronoed now too.
And they're going to go forward looking for the onslaught to land somewhere. Stun to follow this up. He's still not level 6, so you need to be careful. But
Nice
now a
RP.
3-man RP, and that's going to be followed up by a 3-man bushwhack. They've got Echo in. They're going to try and throw a stun out. They're still surviving the Sunray, the pulverize, the damage, and they get the kill to Shiro, and they'll take out Echo. Somehow, eHome, they're empty-handed in this exchange, and they don't even get 7E. They lose Zeal instead, and CDEC put an exclamation point on that bottom lane gank.
Yeah, and that was insane. And that was a 3-man RP into 3-man bushwhack.
And the Sunray on all of them.
The Sunray on all of them, but it's all way too low level. Like, it's level 1 Sunray, it's level 2 bushwhack. They just don't have enough damage. Like, the Ember Spirit, it's not like he has level 4 Flame Guard or something. He has level 1 Flame Guard with Sleight of Fist maxed out, right? So he's not dishing out a ton of damage in these fights too. Yeah. Overall, I'm surprised just how little damage they can dish out at this point of the game.
ZZQ dying there.
Once they get the levels, I suppose, right?
You'd like to think so, but they're falling behind not only in gold but experience as well. Like, you can feel the difference in experience in these fights, and I'm not talking player experience, I'm talking hero experience.
Yeah, especially when you look at Shiro, like, this Raid King has fallen off quite heavily. Fallen off when he never really climbed up to fall off anything. He just had a really rough start. He does have Empower to work with here and there, so maybe that will help him gain back some of the momentum.
You'd like to think so, but he's currently sitting 2 levels behind on the Faceless Void. He just is not enjoying his time. He does have some stacks to work with, so I guess there's that. But you look at the net worth, and like the 3 heroes at the top right now are all on the side of CDC. They're gonna look. Oh, they lined up the stun with the rebound. If the Avalanche was just a click earlier, maybe they even finish off Echo before he's able to get away.
They just need a good fight on the side of eHome. They need one good fight once they get all their ultis, like level 6 on Phoenix. I think that's a big issue as well. I don't know who bought the Tome, but it definitely wasn't the Phoenix. He's still level 5. Like, it's one of those heroes that you really want to have as many levels on him as soon as possible. Perhaps he'll get something from the Ancient stack here.
maybe I'm a little surprised because usually you'll see like a Phoenix take over a lane a little bit. Now he's getting a lot of experience here standing next to Shiro for this stack, and he does get that level 6. But I almost want to say eHome are put in this position where like ZZQ can't have a lane to himself at the moment. And this is almost usually a timing where in a lineup that includes the Phoenix where you get that, right?
Yeah, usually it is, but you can't have it when your lanes go so poorly like they did for eHome. That's the problem. Sometimes you just have to sack yourself. You understand that the game is not going well. Your cores need more. Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny trying to make something happen, but with nothing around him, it's not going to work out, and Zeal will get that Blink Dagger. So if you chose the Magnus, you won.
Yeah, he was just scouting things out a little bit, going a bit deeper, doing tiny things, right?
Right.
Sometimes you pay the price for it. What I'm interested in is Alchemist. Like, he's actually queuing up an Aghanim Scepter. Like, he's queuing up an Aghanim Scepter, but he has no points in Grieval's Greed.
Yeah, that's going to be a very normal paced Ags.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, how do you even... When do you farm that? They can give him some space, but I would even argue that that space would be better used somewhere
RP
else.
bottom. They're going to try and go for this Faceless Void, and they put it all together to get this kill. Using that Sharpshooter, following it up with a Wraith Fire Blast on the RP, so they have the damage to get this Faceless Void. Mid lane, and Avalanche is there. Toss up into the air. They'll get themselves a kill onto Echo, and look to get a tier 1. The onslaught forward hits on a ZZQ. He'll try to run, but eventually with no Icarus dive, he will fall, and it will be to this Marcy.
Like, you can't tag there. There's just too many heroes. Marcy with Unleash. That tag dies 100%. Even if you egg, like, there's no follow-up, so you would be wasting your ulti. Look, overall, the CDC definitely still feel like they're in control, but you could see a nice thing there. The Void kill was pretty significant for eHome too, right? Like, it proves that they can actually take a fight. Nice dodge by the Hoodwink there.
Yeah, cheeky movement with the Sharpshooter onto the low ground. Maelstrom for this Void, and I'm going to look at the Alchemist again. He has taken a point in Grieval's Greed.
Nice. We have a point.
And
First
I believe
one,
he's got a point booster. Did he buy a point booster?
Probably. Yeah, it's flying over in the courier. That's all that level 1 Grieval's Greed right there, coming into play.
Farming so fast. Bushwhack and Sharpshooter gonna be thrown over on to this Alchemist, who finally dies with the Slight. Onslaught in with a BKB, goes to the Pulverize. Sure, RP comes out from Zeal. It's gonna be on the 2. They've got themselves the egg, and it doesn't go off. They get the kill on his ZZQ. The time dilation over on the Echo. He's trying to run. He's got the Remnant away, but they'll onslaught and follow him. So they'll stick with Echo. He'll use another Remnant over to the side with the Wraithfire Blast, hitting on a QEQ. So he needs to be careful about how he approaches this, but he still has that Chronosphere. If they find an opening that might benefit them, the right clicks in onto the Marcy as the Avalanche is going to be thrown forward onto Shiro. They've got the Hoodwink over to the side too, and no slight connection for Echo as, well, Faceless Void will back off, and he still has this Chronosphere to work with.
He wanted to use that Chronosphere like 10 times in that whole engagement, but every single time he wants to use it, he realizes if I do it, I'm gonna catch a couple of my teammates as well. One of them probably dies. It was never really that great. He wanted to use it, but there's just no solid follow-up, which is something that we mentioned earlier. Like, this team on the side of CDC is really bad with the Chronosphere. Like, they just don't contribute in it at all.
Oh, Undyne again. He is very dead. This time Planet gets the kill. Still a 5k lead, and I know it's quote an alchemist lineup, but it's not like alchemist is exactly farming anything at the moment. So it is really just that natural 5k lead, as there's going to be a fight looking for this tiny Avalanche who onslaught, and all of a sudden Echo takes a lot of damage and even falls after they get the kill on the imitator.
Bottom tower is under
That's
attack.
super worth it for CDC right there. 70 getting that counter kill on Ember. What happened? He didn't have enough mana, right? Like he couldn't get out. Wasted
He
way too
was-
much on the tiny.
Yeah, a lockdown completely, and that was really well done by imitator too to get that before he fell.
Do you like the Mjolnir on Faceless Void? He's like, yeah, no one is gonna deal damage in this chrono. I need to rush the Mjolnir as fast as possible. Just be my own damage dealer. Plus it helps versus the Phoenix, right? Getting that Hyperstone bonus attack.
Yeah, anything that's going to help get this egg, as they just got it last time. Like, that was really close. That was last second. Kind of close, as they're going to get themselves their hands on the first Roche too. So
Dire's courier
first Aegis into the side of CDC. Wraithfire Blast, RP comes out, and they've got the Supernova once again. So Imitator falls, and the right click damage to take out a second. They'll end up losing the Marcy. Two heroes gone, as these ults kind of combine really well, and CDC don't quite have the answers yet. And even with BKBs, it's not really an answer for them.
They're still blink.
Whenever RP's available, they're going to go forward. They'll look for the sharpshooter. They've got the Wraithfire Blast. BKB comes out, now trying to maybe turn this around with a trample, but 70 doesn't have a lot of life left, and that right click almost takes him out.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I'm surprised. Like if they just turned instantly, if Ember perhaps hit him instead of running away, maybe they could have killed him. Nice attempt from Ehome though. Like the blink in skewer into the tree to bushwhack. It was a nice attempt to take down the Primal Beast, but he's just way too tanky. The fight, the way it started on its own, wasn't that great, though. They're running in on the high ground without Unleash. And you just can't deal with Yag that way.
They need to be really certain with their movements on CDC, because they can get punished very easily. Get this Aegis though, so we'll see what they want to do.
You just wait out for the BKBs. Primal Beast has his in like 30 seconds. Marcy should have her, the cooldowns. She has her right now. With those, you can already plan on making the next move, but it's Ehome that smokes up instead.
Radiant are scared.
And they're gonna look. They're trying to go as Onslaught pulverized. First life out of the hands of the Wraith King. Can they follow it up with a second kill? Well, Shiro's gonna try and run away, and there's the Chronosphere coming out. But where is this follow-up damage? They'll finally
there it
find
is.
it with a kill on a planet as well as Echo. There was a lot of damage that came out afterwards, as they'll get themselves 3, but this RP, is it going to be enough? They've got themselves a double damage. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of this Faceless Void. Undyne, he's not really an unprize, as they're going to throw over that stun. They've got the Unstable Concoction, and one slam on the Pulverize flattens those bones and grinds them up into a pulp. They have Zeal in their hands. They'll get the full team wipe, and CDC. The last fight didn't go their way, but this one certainly did, as they will wipe the floor with Ehome on this one.
They lost the Aegis. The Chronosphere did not look that great, as he got bushwhacked instantly as he used it, right? But the follow-up was just incredibly well organized by CDC. Like it's mostly the Marcy. The amount of damage that she's dishing in, like not only the damage, the control. I feel like it's something that Ehome isn't ready for. Like they're not truly ready for the stuns that come from Marcy. So Ember gets caught, he dies easily. Then
Dire's top tower
the
is
rest
under
was...
attack.
It even looked nice for Ehome, right? The RP plus the empowered Wraith King, they dished out a ton of damage, but just not enough. Everyone is low, but no one is really dying on the side of CDC.
Yeah, they were able to survive quite handily, and meanwhile, by the way, Undyne gave over an Ags to the Faceless Void.
This is my shot.
It helps.
Finally got it. Level 1
Definitely.
Grievel's Greed.
Yeah. helps out with the farming pattern as well, a little bit. Later on, helps out with the damage, obviously. But by the way, Primal Beast did adjust his item build to the last game. So he's not going for the Aghanim's this time around. He has an Alchemist, right? So he's going to get it eventually. Instead, he went for Kai and Sanj, next Shivas. I like this way more.
Yeah.
Even if I didn't have an Alchemist, I still think this build would be my preferred one.
Ooh, dispose and the damage from the Marcy. All of a sudden, they get the first life out of the hands of the Wraith King, and the Onslaught's done. They'll have the lockdown. There's the Pulverized. Sharpshooter comes out, but they get the kill on a Shield to take out Zeal. They bought back on the Phoenix, and Echo trying to make something out of nothing. He wants at least Imitator, and he will at least get that, but does he survive? They go over with 7E again. They're right on top of this Ember, and he cannot remnant away. So Echo's dead, and another fight going the way of CDEC. And to get back to your point about 7E changing up the build, it was this Kai Assange that came out after the Ags, or at least that's what he wanted to be building. So now that he's got the benefit of potentially getting an Ags there from the Alchemist at some point, I do like the item change, but he also gets this occult bracelet, which feels really good for him.
Yeah, it does, right? Like, especially on this hero. You're gonna get hit 100% because you're always frontlining.
Yeah.
So you get that mana region that you so desperately need. You don't need it as much as you did in the last game because you had now you have Kaya, but yeah, it's definitely a good one. It's a smoke, yeah, it is.
Oh yeah,
Smoke
5-man smoke. This could be the end of the game if eHome don't really find a way to turn this around, or at least a high ground push. Like, eHome have just fallen so far behind, and it's not going to get much easier. Time Walk into an awkward spot. Avalanche came out. They're also going to rebound, maybe looking for the dispose on Ashiro, but a botched initiation from CDEC.
It was a good play from eHome. It's not only a botched initiation from CDEC. Why was it botched? It's because eHome just played that so nicely. They moved the Phoenix. They understood that smoke was happening like 90%, and they instantly started setting up this high ground position to defend themselves from that. Phoenix being probably, well, Phoenix and Magnus being the best heroes to actually stand on high ground. They broke the smoke, moved back. Really nicely done by eHome.
Dire's middle tower is under
It certainly was close though, right? Like, it could have been very dangerous had the Time Walk been in a little bit more of a closer position, but I think maybe even playing it a little bit safe from the Faceless Void, not going towards the base.
It's truly always like that. Always like that. When you're smoking up and the enemy team is expecting it, it's always going to be dangerous for the team that's expecting it, but you have the benefit of the high ground.
Dire's
So,
bottom
Right.
tower is under attack.
by the way, all my predictions so far correct, together with your 7E.
Well, I am 1 for 2 because I picked Imitator to get his blink before Zeal. I thought maybe Zeal would go with a different build. Ooh, Blink, speaking of it, tossed back onto Zeal from Imitator. They've got the Unstable Concoction, the Onslaught to follow, and a very easy kill onto the Magnus, looking for potential +1 in Planet, but he's able to scurry on along.
Yeah, that's it, boy. Make that line towards top lane. I need the Raxus to fall before minute 30.
What did I choose for that? I chose 20 to 30 as well.
Yeah, same. It was kind of cocky. It's very early, but it's doable.
15k lead, it is very doable, it seems.
Yeah. I'm just surprised how eHome weren't able to take down anyone in these fights. It all comes down really to how much they suffered in the laning stage. Like, you suffer too much, you're always a level or 2 behind, an item behind, and then even if you do everything right, they still have that leeway, right? Like, they still have that extra 5 seconds to do something about your combo.
Mm-hmm. The speed in which Onslaught move is pretty nuts.
You like it?
It's very
Ember
fast.
has been caught.
Yeah, he is in some trouble, but, well, now Searing Chains as well as the Skewer on Imitator. He's not imitating enough, but, well, they get the kill on Azil. They'll lose the Tiny, and Echo's going to be a fatality there for the side of eHome. I don't know if they were expecting to lose both of them, but a 2-for-1 when you're trading the price of a Tiny certainly feels worth it.
Even the Tiny, I felt like he didn't have to die. Like when Tiny jumped in on the Ember, tossed him in the air and stunned him, I felt like maybe there was an opportunity for Void to jump in and chrono. He decided not to. It was a risky move. But then they still killed the Ember, plus the Ember used BKB. So it's perfect for them, really. It ended up being even better. Now all they have to do is take Raxes. Come on, guys. Have 2.5 minutes remaining. I need those Raxes to fall.
I only one, guys. Only one.
Just one Rax, you know? Arranged. That's all I need.
Yeah, please. So, like, take this rush really quickly and then push.
Exactly.
They're going to try and smoke, but, like, yeah, at 70, he doesn't even need to be in the Roche pit. He can just frontline. He's got no fear. He's got a Shivas. He's so tanky. He's strong, and they can't find their way in. Aegis into the hands of the Faceless Void once again. Bushwhack as well as the Boomerang, and a time dilation coming through onto this Hoodwink. They're going to try and clean up as eHome trying to fight. They were trying to get themselves an Aegis, but they're going to lose themselves Planet, and he'll buy back immediately. Reincarnation is gone. They've got themselves, oh, the RP. They'll take out Undime, but they end up losing Echo. They've got the damage, but not enough damage. Time walk in, time walk back into the Supernova. Not the hokey pokey they were looking for, but still another time walk and another kill on a Shiro. They'll look for Echo, the BKB. What's it doing for you? Not much. Sleight of Fist looking for the Remnant, but here comes the Pulverize, as he'll pulverize your hopes of winning this game into the ground.
It was interesting the way Faceless Void time walked out and then time walked in straight into the egg. Gets RP together with the Alchemist, but it truly doesn't matter at this point. He is so big. 23k ahead. 24k is his net worth. So, like, how do you even take down the Void? Like, that's it, right? Like, you always get him low enough, but it never kills him. He always has that opportunity to time walk away.
Only at a time like this, they had Exorcism to take these towers in the next 30 seconds.
I'm very sad. Very, very sad. Come on, everyone.
Everybody push at the same time. Get us our first racks, please.
They don't have RP. Come on, guys. You can do it.
Oh, gosh. Time walk in with the Ags. They're not focusing the racks, but they are going to try and focus the life of this Faceless Void. They get the kill on Azil. It's just time walk and health back, and Shiro's gone once again. They'll call GG, and that's going to be the end of the game.
Chrono them.
Oh, he chronoed the racks to get. Oh, no. Bad for us, good for CDEC, though, as they take a 2-0 over eHome.
Oh, very sad. Very sad. Oh, wait, what? I actually voted for CDC when it comes to Roshan kills, so I'm 2 out of 4.
Yeah, same.
Very sad. Very sad.
Really well done there by CDC. They had a grasp on both games, and then this one especially. Like that second game was devastating for eHome and eHome fans. So Neff, Ricky, I know you guys have been on the eHome train for a long time, but you know, they're boarding really their first stop, and it's to the lower bracket as CDC. They continue on the tracks in this upper bracket to take on the winner of our next series. And well, we'll talk about the next series when the time comes. We're going to look at the scoreboard of this second game, which is going to really, really look like a one-sided edition of the scoreboard as we just take a look. And CDC, their numbers are immaculate. 10-0-12 there for 7E, and everything else that really falls. I mean, Undine, he gave an Ags and did his thing, and we'll CDC with the 2-0 victory. Let's see where they are on the bracket. Let's bring it up as well, they're going to move on, like I said, to the next round of the winner of the next series, which is our marquee matchup of Extreme Gaming and IG. Like, CDC, winners bracket round 2. Did you think it was going to happen, Lizard, when you came into this day?
I actually did believe in CDC more than in eHome, like from what I've seen, right, in the seasons. So I had high hopes for CDC. I don't think that they will win the whole tournament, but they're an interesting team. Like Division 2, they completely dominated, like you mentioned, and they're definitely carrying a punch, packing a punch. So I'm not surprised that they took a game off of eHome, even though eHome was like Division 1 and whatnot. This next series, however, I'm so hyped about. This next one is the good stuff.
It's a self-proclaimed god against the god of mid lane, Paparazzi, and it's going to be a very interesting series to see, and that's the one that's coming up next. So we're going to take a break, though, before we go to that series. You guys have to stock up on your snacks, get yourself some drinks, because it's a good one coming up next. Extreme Gaming, IG, after the break. Stay tuned.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game, it's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything, where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle, where centaurs can give you a ride, where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet, this is real.
And welcome back to some more Chinese Dota action here in the TI qualifiers. We are here with the marquee matchup, and I am here with Lizard, ready to bring you the marquee matchup of IG against Extreme Gaming. Two teams on completely different pathways throughout the year, and well, now they're going to meet because they wouldn't have met otherwise, it feels like, in any other way, as IG... maybe they're finally starting to rise, but Extreme, they've risen and they are looking like real competitors and they're really here to stay.
Yeah, and I feel like IG, like you're talking about their perhaps rising. I'm not so sold on that still. Meanwhile, on Extreme Gaming, I'm completely sold. Like, I love this team. I'm looking forward to every single series that they have. But unfortunately, things happened. They couldn't really perform at the Arlington Major, right? I feel that it might have even... it definitely didn't benefit them. It's a sad thing, right? Like, you can't play this big tournament. It's not a positive. At the same time, maybe emotionally, right now they're hungry, right? Maybe they're hungry for wins. Maybe they're gonna go into the qualifier hungrier than ever before. So perhaps it might be a positive if you look at it that way.
It certainly could be. It was visa troubles with Lou at the end of the day, so it's certainly interesting to see where they're going to be at mentally, especially when I think that was certainly a tournament they could have gotten top 3 at, if not 1 in my eyes. I think that they were certainly a team that has looked really strong, and now they're going up against a little bit of a changed IG. They now have FY on the roster, but this Extreme Gaming lineup has looked really strong. Blue, Paparazzi, Old 11, PYW, and DY. PYW and DY considered one of the best support duos in all of China, if not the entire world of Dota. And, they are still fighting for a spot for TI. And it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams approach this series, because there are, unlike the last series, a lot of veterans here. / all veterans but Lou, basically.
Yeah, old boys. A lot of old boys here. Well, not really old, but they're, like you said, they're considered veterans in the scene. PYW and DY, they're just a pleasure to watch. Like every single game, coming from a support player, every single time they're playing, it's just a pleasure to learn, to see the way they rotate the heroes, how they make them work, how they combo it up. Is it a Weaver? Is it a Shadow Shaman? Is it some crazy Treant Protector plus Phoenix? It doesn't matter. They always make things operate on a different level. Meanwhile, IG, they're no joke as well. Well, they have been the joke of the Chinese region the last couple of seasons, but they can make a really insane comeback. We've seen that in a couple of majors too. And because of that, perhaps this is their redemption arc, right? Maybe this qualifier is when they actually start playing seriously and step it up.
Yeah, I have both these teams making it to one of the top 3 spots. It's a question of, I guess, how, because at some point you're gonna have to go up against the winner of eHome Shenzhen, so potentially go up against eHome. I would say Extreme beats eHome, maybe IG don't. I don't know. Like, it always feels like we expect, at least recently, we've been expecting more from IG always, because we're basing our mindset based on that team that did win the Singapore major. But now, like, it's hard to think of IG as a team that realistically is like Division 2, right? So your expectations have to be a little bit lower, but the pathway for whoever loses this is not that certain. Losing this series means you have to go through 5 more series to be in top 3, or 4 more series to get to the potential of being in that top 3. Like, it's crazy if you lose this first one.
Yeah, it definitely does make the road a little bit harder, but both of these teams are used to that. Keep in mind, Extreme Gaming came from Division 2, right? Like, a team that was freshly formed went into the seasons, went through the Division 2 hell, came into Division 1, did well there as well. Meanwhile, IG, I don't know even, like, if we're gonna go the ultimate redemption arc, they need to lose this game, so they have a couple of more games to play, like, they need to really be at the bottom before they reach the top again. Talk to me about these drafts, though. We have something very, very basic on the side of XG, right? Death Prophet plus the Earth Spirit, like this opener, Death Prophet Tusk, Death Prophet Earth Spirit, it's reminiscing. It's reminding me really of seasons, right? The last season, that's pretty much what was played all the time.
Even that season 2, it felt like it was popular throughout the whole year in some shape or form, like this Death Prophet +1. But I think at least for now, I might even assume, based on just that last series, that this is the support duo for extreme, where you get maybe even like a 5 death profit coming out.
That's something that I'm expecting too, right?
Yeah.
Like the DP5 versus Spirit 4.
We're not.
Okay, I'm not expecting it any longer.
We're not. We can. Next point.
Even my dog is happy Lich is picked.
Gosh, I do
What
love
the
seeing
hell?
some Lich. Yeah, it's an odd one.
10
That's for sure.
seconds
I'm
remaining.
opening the hero tab. I need to
Invictus
check
Gaming
my
has
boy out,
started.
Lich. Lich is basically the hero I stopped playing competitive. Like, he killed me. He killed my will to play the game. Like, I was playing Lich 100 games in a row where Lich, all you did was eat creeps. Do you understand just how
10
abysmal
seconds
it felt?
remaining. Team pick.
It was fun.
But,
Sacrifice.
Yeah, the Ice Spire has been buffed quite a bit.
Invictus Gaming
It's much
turn
better
to
now.
And well,
Sinister
this
Gaze
is what I was
also stronger.
expecting. Shadow Fiend into the mix, and who's gonna play it? No one other than Paparazzi. I was not shocked to see this pick. Like, this is when I saw it getting picked up in the other
10
series.
seconds remaining.
I just knew. It just
You like it?
it's.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think Shadow Fiend can potentially be one of those heroes that's quite strong. Like, it feels like it's found its way into the meta. I think it's 1-1 today. It won the Team Fusion Team Saiyan matchup, but in the hands of the Shadow Fiend master in Paparazzi, this is it's a hero that gets plus 10% effectiveness when in his hands, in my opinion.
Radiant team.
Yeah,
And they
I
picked
agree
it
completely.
fast.
And it looks like a good Shadow Fiend game as well. That's why they picked it fast. Like, you have ways of buffing him up, like making him a bit stronger with the Lich's armor. There's also a Earth Spirit that you can play around. This Lina, yeah, she's strong off a laner too. But when there's an Earth Spirit rotating in, kicking you in, it can get dangerous. On the other hand, what do we have? We have Enchantress and most likely the Marcy rotating in. That's potent too. Like, Shadow Fiend can fall
5 seconds
very
remaining.
easily if there's like a good Enchantress gang coming from behind with the Centaur or something,
Radiant team
tanking the
back.
tower. Again, it's like with all Chinese tier 1 teams, it comes down to the way the supports rotate, right? Like, the mid laners, they're all gods. Like, some more than others, some more braggalicious than others.
10
Some
seconds remaining.
spam question marks in the chat. Some consider themselves gods.
5
It's
seconds
all
remaining.
good. It's all cool. But the players that truly make them
Invictus
gods
Gaming's
are these
turn to
supports
pick.
with their rotations.
Yeah, and it's a weird thing to say, but I have more faith in DY and PYW than I would FY and Ollie, and I don't think that they're bad supports. I just think DY and PYW, especially being on a
10
team
seconds remaining.
together with a roster they've known, and obviously maybe this is excluding
seconds remaining.
Lou a little bit. These guys, Vici, of course, the time together that they spent is certainly something that can make them have that extra chemistry that will give them their extra percentage points in movements and everything like that. So it's certainly going to be interesting to see how the support duos do. I think it's one of the things we talk about a lot in China. So we'll have to see how this goes. And it looks as though that they're waiting on a JT hero, which is very important. I think JT, in my eyes, he was always the anchor for IG. He was always the most
Radiant
consistent.
team pick.
But I haven't exactly felt that from him in a while. And I'm wanting really
It's
to
a JT
see
Mag.
what JT can do. And he's got that Magnus. So that is, one of those heroes that he can definitely be quite flashy with.
Yeah. I completely agree with what you're saying
10
about JT.
seconds remaining.
Like, at times it even felt like he, I don't know, just lost the will to play the game properly. Like, sometimes, if you recall, before, like, he would always be stable no matter what he plays. But in the last couple of seasons, especially when they dropped down to Division 2, like, if he has a good game, he always pushes it too far. Like, if he has a Slardar with 6-0, he's gonna make sure that Slardar is 6-10 by the end of the game with some Midas, and just being, just pushing it a little bit too much. It for me, that's not saying that he's became a worse offlaner. It's just that like emotionally, he's perhaps not in the same spot, in the same headspace, right? Because
Right.
you need to have the right motivation to actually do everything right every single game. For me, it truly comes down to that psychology more than anything else. But Troll is a nice pick. Like it allows you to have this semi-core together with the SF. Like they kind of complement each other. You have this frontliner as well. It will be a DP on the offlane, obviously, as literally the position 5.
I'm interested to see what they do with this Troll on Lu, because what made Lu very popular in his days with YBB was his Phantom Assassin and heroes like that. And I think Troll is kind of in the similar vein to Phantom Assassin in terms of how your farming patterns kind of go, maybe even your builds. So the way that they're going to go up against Lu, especially with this Shadow Fiend, with a good enough lane, I think Paparazzi controls the game for them and controls the space for Lu and can really open it up. Like I like this draft that's come from Extreme Gaming. That's not to say I don't like IGs. I think I just have more confidence in Extreme as a team too. Like I'm been burned on so many IG calls this year. I can't anymore. But you know, it'll be interesting to see, especially if it's going to start off with Paparazzi going down for first blood. That's huge here for IG, and they might even get themselves a second on PYW. They're looking for a second, and all of a sudden the damage is kind of turning around a little bit, but they just don't have a Shadow Fiend to work with. But a big kill there nonetheless for IG.
Need to finish off my predictions. Keep on talking, please.
Ooh, I didn't even do mine. Total number of player deaths.
Magic or pure
10?
damage?
Emo. I don't know. Barracks, fool me once, but there's Alina, 20 to 30. There's also an SF and a Troll, so I'm doing 20 to 30 again. And team with the first Barracks, I'll do Extreme. We'll see what we
I just
are
did
going to end
everything
up
the
getting.
opposite of what you said. That was my play.
Okay,
Just
fair
countered
enough.
you completely. Yeah.
So it's not shocking. Yeah.
The first death on SF, it doesn't really hurt him that much, right? Like, who got the first blood in the end? It was FY on the Marcy.
Yeah.
Makes his game a little bit easier, but it's not like Lina got the first blood and now the lane is impossible to play. Overall, it sometimes happens. I have to say though, like, looking at these two drafts and looking at the drafts that we had in the previous series, it's just like night and day difference. Like, both of these drafts, both of these teams know exactly what they need from their heroes, and everyone. Like, it all makes sense.
He's gonna fall to Lu.
The tri-lane.
Yeah, this is a swap in lanes and a tri-lane, aggressive tri-lane that gets them a kill. And just to extend on your point, then I actually want to talk about this as they switch to a 2-on-2, but they still throw Lu in the off lane. To extend on your point of the drafts, these are drafts that know what they want to do, and that comes from experience. We just went from two teams that have not a lot of experience, and you know they are getting there. There are a lot of young players on those teams, and to two teams that are mostly veterans, minus Lu, and maybe you don't include Ollie in that conversation. But like, these are players that know what they want out of the game. These are players that know what they want out of their lane. They have been here. Like, I don't know. They're not going to be experimenting too much with drafts, what it felt like in the last series. So it's certainly interesting. And then to roll it back to what I wanted to ask you is, what do you think about Lu being in that off lane?
Well, he's still going to be your position 1, right?
Oh, of
He's
course,
just playing on the off lane. He's just they're just setting up the lanes in a way that benefits them the most. I think that's completely fine. It's also the long lane, which isn't necessarily played next to the tier 1 tower on the top lane very often. So Marcy, with the dispose, with the rebound, shouldn't be able to just mess with the troll that easily. However, keep this in mind. You have two ways of dislocating heroes, right? Like, You have Skewer and you have Marcy. So, like on XG, like this Lich, he needs to be careful not to get like completely drawn to the tower.
A little bit similar to that Marcy tiny lane in
Pretty
terms
much,
of the dislocations. They're actually sending the Marcy over towards mid, and just thinking about Shadow Fiend mid back in the day when he used to draft Shadow Fiend Clockwork as your combo, as you deny souls in the fountain.
That was an interesting TP from Marcy, but why did he do it? He did it because he managed to make a pull on top lane. And because of that pull, like Magnus is free farming under the tower, you don't have to be there, you don't have to leech his experience. Instead, you rotate mid and you... He did kind of try to force it. Like, there was no way he catches SF there, but if SF perhaps moves out of position...
It's a little greedy.
Yeah.
Certainly the potential there is like, it felt very low risk, high reward, right?
Exactly.
So I would say that makes a lot of sense.
It's mostly low risk because the Magnus is free farming no matter what. Like, you know that you're not necessary there, so... The only problem is, like, this opportunity cost, like, you don't have a TP anymore. Which might be a problem, but I'm sure he'll get it soon.
You know, we talked about how Troll was in the off lane as Magnus goes down. A lot of damage being done there by DY with what I believe was that level 2 in the Frost Blast, enough to get JT. Is, you know, they did the same thing. If JT's up here top, flies down there bottom, and now Lina over in the mid lane taking some damage. PYW in, FY over to the side. He's going to need to help out. They also have the help from Ollie, so now a dispose and a rebound that's going to get a stun. They've got the enchanted creep of the Golem, so the Mud Golem trying to continue and get kills on the Paparazzi, and that's exactly what they'll do. The Sinister Gaze isn't enough to get them to look down the eyes of the Lich and get an SF out.
Lich, mid lane.
Yeah, he got caught by the rebound, and now they've got the LSA, so DY's dead, and Emo gets a kill. So not only does Paparazzi die there, but, well, the other side of the coin is that Lina got another kill.
No more kills in the next 5 minutes, please. That's it. 5 kills. That's all you get. That's my prediction. I needed to put that pen there. I was way too conservative, considering these supports, and that's what we talked about, right? This is what we actually discussed. The supports on both of these sides, they're just so good and making plays around the mid lane.
Making plays in all the lanes, I would say. You know, there is opportunity, I would almost say, anywhere on the map for both sides. We saw a kill on JT over towards top. If you really want to play aggressively with Fly as well as Enchantress, you kind of can, right? Like, if you've got the Mud Golems, if you have an enchant off cooldown with a Boundless Strike, you can go. You can make a move bottom, right?
Definitely. I think, like you said, all heroes on the map are very susceptible to ganks. They're killable.
And
perhaps even that Magnus
and,
is the hardest one.
And he's already been killed once before, so
that was a strange kill though. Like, the reason why they killed him on top lane is because he had boots delivered, but they went into backpack mid lane.
Yeah, rebound in LSA. Oh, Paparazzi, he is dead again. They're gonna get another kill into the Shadow Fiend, and all this hype up of Paparazzi being on the Shadow Fiend over mid has kind of fallen flat. DY on the run. These Mud Golems chasing. The LSA is there onto PYW. They've got the rebound. They'll get the kill, and they will find themselves at least one.
Yeah, the poor little Lich escapes. They found 2. What are you talking? SF and the Earth Spirit? Oh, you mean between the Lich and the Earth Spirit? Yeah, makes sense.
Fuel for my fire.
We go for the tower now as well. SF again.
Oh God, SF in trouble, and while trying to run, roll in, and FY, he's in a little bit deep. I'm getting a little bit of a lag here.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, on the mid lane, they tried to go for the SF, but this time around, he was quick to sidestep. It was actually the Lich that saved him with the Sinister Gaze. Like, saves him Monkey King actually falls to the soul of that Prophet. Damn.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, that's a big kill. Old 11, just doing old 11 things. He's actually almost completed, well, not almost completed, but he has, what? He has enough gold to buy the Vitality Booster together with the Nern. Lina. No, she's just farming the jungle. Enjoy my play-by-play, guys. This is
I'm back.
Blizzard play-by, the Slavic play-by-play.
I'm
The world
reconnecting to the
famous.
game as I
It's all
was
good.
getting the firewall, the well-known firewall, but we
So
are
basically
back.
what happened is that Prophet got a solo kill on Monkey. That's probably the most important play. Exorcism was expended, but still, it's a massive kill.
Yeah, I think getting that kill and slowing down Fly is a big thing, especially on one of his, I would say, signatures on this Monkey King. You need to make sure that you slow him down, especially with the Shadow Fiend struggling, and PYW will die to Fly. So you do get one kill, but you end up giving one up. And so far, so good for IG. They've looked like the cleaner team thus far.
So far, definitely they have, but that comes on the back of abusing the SF on mid lane. And it's usually how it goes, right? Like SF, if there's something that you can do to him, you can always gank him. They've done exactly that in bottom lane.
Ooh, just going in with the rebound as well as the dispose. PYW rolls in. They've got DY. They have another one TPing over. Fly in trouble. The raises are in. And everybody's got themselves a new salary as they get the kill on a Fly. They'll look over at Emo. The Requiem's going to be used by Paparazzi. Another raise hits on the Emo. The chase is on. They've got the roll. They'll get the kill. They'll take it a second. And two heroes gone on the side of IG as maybe they find a third, but unable to stop that TP escape.
That's always a hard play to make. Like, you talked about heroes that are killable. Everyone is, but some heroes are perhaps a little bit harder to take down, specifically at that Prophet. Like, you're diving her under a tier 1 tower with 2 melee heroes. Lina is too far to actually instantly burst her, so that Prophet gets to use all the Spirit Siphons. If she gets to use all the Spirit Siphons, like, you're not killing her. So your whole move, not only does it get rebuffed, you also lose a tier 1 tower as a punishment.
Yeah, and that is something that's going to feel really bad, right? Like, you had a little bit of a foothold on this game. It felt like you were maybe having some sort of a grasp on this one. But unfortunately, going and diving like that is maybe overplaying your hand. And it's something that IG, I think, have done pretty continuously throughout the year, is just overplay their leads. And I made air quotes, but nobody saw them, as it feels like they get like a little bit ahead and then they just kind of toss it all away thinking there's more than there is.
Oh, that's probably the best description that I've heard of IG. It's, yeah, they can take a lead, but they can throw it much easier than they can take it. That's how I see them as well. It's like they get in front, but a couple of rash moves. They just want to be. It feels like a little bit of disrespect even to some teams, right? Like it feels like, okay, we got a 5k lead. We just want to end the game right now. Let's go. Let's crush them. Let's stomp them. We're bored. Usually,
and I think Exorcism top. I was gonna say, I think there was a time where, maybe IG could get away with that, and maybe the IG of old could do that. And for the most part, Kaka's not here, but the roster stayed the same everywhere else. So do they still believe that? And I maybe get a glimpse of thinking that they do because of the fact that they talk how they're gods, as Fly chain frost bouncing and dying again, trying to make a very aggressive move, albeit on 2 supports, but they still get Fly out of it, and now they're gonna look over at mid. Blink, RP, skewer back should line up into the LSA, but I believe the LSA is off the mark. They still get Paparazzi, but Old 11's here and lose over to the side. Emo, he dies for this. This should have been an easy alley-oop, but instead, it's able to be returned and rebutted by Extreme Gaming, and they're going to get FY2. Oh boy, yeah, and Ollie, he might be the extra. It looks like he is the extra, and you're gonna read all about it as he's on the kill feed. Lou getting a double kill and taking out Ollie on the back end.
Yeah, it's a 143 plus an RP has been used, so overall quite terrible for IG really. At least they got the SF, which is something, but it's a play that they were setting up for. It's a smoke that they made, and it still didn't really bring them a lot.
They RP'd. It should have been easy to land that LSA. It was right there for them.
Yeah, it was on the edge. Like, he LSA'd on the edge.
You think you just got greedy with it? Like, tried to put it on the edge, and maybe that's a little bit of overthinking it? Similar to, like, when we used to see voids with, like, heroes that needed chrono, like, enemy heroes on the edge of their chronos.
Well, it's an LSA, it's not a chrono. You're not going to stun your own allies. If you use it, it's like, it doesn't really matter. Perhaps he was thinking he'll catch a Nerd Spirit or something like that with a clip of it, or... I'm not sure. When it's all completed, like, yeah, definitely the kill could have been easier, and probably they'd survive if they killed the SF a bit faster. But Alina is actually going for power threads. Like, no travels this game. Which is also something a bit different. Like, Emo usually did go for travels before on the Lina, but now it's Falcon Blade and the power threads.
BYW! Oh, rolls right on him. Not where the balance strike came from, but predicted the jump. Pretty move, and a kill for the side of Extreme.
What about SF? His invis?
Radiant's top tower is
If
under
there was a
attack.
rune, maybe. Nice attempt.
Gen bottom. He's only got Dragonlance. Like, maybe a little bit surprised that he's going BKB that way. I feel like so many players have chosen to go, like, if they do have a component, to just disassemble and get the least expensive route. But JT in trouble. The roll is out. The kill is there. The Chain Frost again going to show to be very strong. They get the kill to JT. They're going to look for more. Flyby trying to go to the ult, but never had a chance. Two heroes dead on the side of IG. Ollie on the run. The roll hits on FY. He'll dispose, but his life is disposed of, and they'll look for Ollie as another kill, as in the hands of Extreme Gaming. 4-0. And Extreme are ripping them up at the seams.
You just have gods on your supports. The whole team is like clockwork when it comes to the way they pick, but it's truly supports. Like, you jump in, you try to RP the SF. The moment you jump in with Magnus, you get Sinister Gazed. Like, the Lich stops you, then the follow-up from Silence is there as well. It's just played to perfection by Extreme Gaming. Meanwhile, IG so far, when it comes to their supports, they've had a couple of good plays, but they've had a couple of bad ones too. Like, if you're thinking about the bottom lane, when Monkey and Enchantress were making a move on Earth Spirit and Lich, like, one of the only reasons why Monkey dies there is Enchantress puts the creep. Oli puts a creep next to him. He gets chain frosted. DY and PYW playing flawlessly. On the other side, FY and Oli having a good game, but not a perfect one.
FY gonna come over, and the LSA misses again. Goes Laguna Blade. They do have the damage this time, but Emo, that is not the first time, and it doesn't look like it'll be the last time that he misses an LSA that's been queued up for him. Ollie might be in too far. He's got JT over the side, but JT's already blinked away, so Sinister Gaze wraps the chains and gets the kill onto Ollie, and DY is there again, part of 12 of these 16 kills.
Of course he is. Every single one. Yeah, Enchantress, sometimes you do that, right? Like, why was she positioned the way she was? Old 11 bottom lane?
RP, Wukong's, and Old 11 not looking like he's going to survive. And it combines to get a kill. And I think at this point in the game, it's a kill that is netting them a decent amount. But feel as though RP and Wukong's being down offers Extreme a little bit of confidence to potentially go for a move of their own.
They could go for something like Rush if they wanted to once the BKB on SF is completed. That's true. But I think if you're Invictus Gaming, beggars can't be choosers at the moment. Like, you just use your RP on any single core that you can take down, and you're satisfied with that. Yeah, you would like to save it for a bigger objective, but you can't afford that.
Yeah. And Lu's going to get a kill there onto FY. So, you know, he is top of the net worth by a significant margin. Pretty scary. It's a quick Battle Fury into the BKB. If they truly wanted to, I assume they might be able to go for Roche with ease, especially with RP down for another 45 seconds.
They're gonna do it. That's the way they're playing, at least around the pit. SF has no mana, he has no BKB. But because of the BKB on Troll that you mentioned, I think they can.
It doesn't even look like IG are going to try for this. They're so far, and yeah, they're not even going that way.
Gotcha.
Easy Aegis going for Troll. Would you rather put it on Troll or SF at this point?
I would say probably SF in my eyes, just because it seems like Paparazzi's having a little bit of difficulty surviving in these fights, but he's also getting a BKB, which is just finished, so that might give Paparazzi at least enough confidence where he thinks he doesn't need it. Meanwhile, Sinister Gaze onto Ollie. They've got the Geomagnetic Grip and the Boulder Smash combo, so DY takes out Ollie as they combine their forces to get themselves yet another. If Fly isn't careful,
they're trying to set up here, right? That's what they're doing. Like, he needs to be careful, but they're also planning, okay, if they split up, maybe we can RP into Wukong's command.
But PYW just knows. He just knows! How? He just knows, dude. This guy is absolutely out of his mind. Like, please, can I put my hands up and get his energy? Like, what is this man?
I love your disbelief. Like, I just love it.
I felt it. I felt it.
This knows. How does he know? Just how? Why is this it's not fair.
Yeah, it really is that. Like, I watched them. It's almost like they were like, they knew that they were down there and they were baiting it a little bit. They were just like, no, Old 11, just scoot out a little bit, show yourself. And like,
Well, it did happen once before, right? That's
yeah.
The way they caught Alt 11. And it is a play that has been done for it's kind of a popular play. You hide yourself in the trees with the catch, you follow up with the... Yeah, I wasn't going to say that, but you said it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And then, like, they get this feeling again where maybe they could go mid, but they don't know what they want. They're going to go towards top, and if anybody joins them in the jungle, they're dead. And if IG are aware of this, and it seems like they are, they just go bottom, and the top tower goes down. So Extreme get what they want, even if the smoke doesn't connect.
They can take the outpost too, right? Like, now that tier 2 has fallen, take the outpost, and you start assaulting the mid-tier 1, tier 2 tower. I don't know, it just feels like IG, they're constantly waiting for something else. And now they have the BKB on Monkey, they have the BKB on Lina, everything is there. But are they... They just have to execute this properly now.
Countless strike, but again, Lu, he's got an Aegis for another 2 minutes. I don't really know what you accomplish if your attention is on to Lu, truthfully. And if you RP him, it just sets up for Extreme to turn the fight around. Skewer
This is
LSA,
good.
maybe after the Aegis. That was really well played. That was the combo they've been looking for, but on the back lines of it all, they're going to try and roll in here. PYW is in. The Chain Frost goes out with the BKBB pop by Fly, but the right-click damage from Lou. They'll take out FY. He'll try to survive. The RP is in. The damage from the Monkey
Both of
King.
them.
Paparazzi drops, and they'll use the Laguna Blade to take out Lou. So they get the 1-2 combo on the side of Extreme gone. They've used the exorcism. They can still kind of hold their ground. So IG don't get everything, but they get something so juicy. Unfortunately, it costs them Fly and their tier 2 mid.
Has fallen.
Yeah, you lose tier 2 mid, but you fought into an Aegis. You took down both of their cores, like
And won,
SF
I
and
would say.
Troll. Yeah, like if you're IG, if you're all right with what just happened, like, you executed almost perfectly. Yeah, both of them got caught in RP, which wasn't that great. But besides that, they executed really, really well. Basically, when you're playing versus an Aegis like that, what you want to do is you want to kill the hero carrying the Aegis without committing anything. And they didn't truly commit anything, right? Like, no, all they did was just skewer him back, LSA, and right-click him to death,
So still a 7k lead there for Extreme. But I think that's certainly a jumping off point. The problem is it feels as though it needs to be that perfect from IG at the moment. The way they're setting up their combos, the way they're looking to get kills. Like you said, it feels very reactive from IG, but only when they feel most confident. Like sometimes lacking even, right?
yeah. No, I agree. But at the same time, they couldn't really play the game up to that point, as they just didn't have the items. They didn't have the BKBs, the Monkey King. Imagine if Monkey fights the same fight but without the BKB. He just gets blown up instantly. He can't really do anything. This way, he actually gets the Jingu Mastery stacks. He actually heals back up and is able to survive long
Radiant's
enough.
top tower has fallen.
Another smoke. Roll Yule's up into the air. Ollie is in trouble, and he'll definitely fall.
That kick in the end. Get the hell out of here.
So at the moment they need to find a way to deal with the troll, and they've done so a couple times. They're gonna look over mid, roll in. PYW gets the silence on a 2. Yules himself up into the air. The skewer misses, but the LSA, the Laguna, the right click damage coming out from Emo is more than enough. They'll look to get Old 11. He'll put together the Aeon disc as he's got the exorcism, the Requiem, keeping him alive with the Chain Frost. It chains a couple of kills. DY on a mega kill streak. They've taken out Emo. They'll end up losing FY. Old 11 wants more, and the rest need to leave.
Yeah, just
The
perfect
Requiem from
Aeon
the
disc
side.
from Old 11 with the Aeon disc, saving himself a little bit earlier, and then Requiem just completely winning that fight for Extreme Gaming. Earth Spirit was actually aiming the roll not on the Lina. He even got surprised when it connected. He wasn't aiming for her, but then, okay, I guess I'm on Lina now, what can I do? Still though, it's like
Dire's bottom
the quick
tower
thinking
is
that
under
they've
attack.
got, it just makes the best out of the bad situation.
Dire's bottom tower
It puts
has
them right
fallen.
back to a 10k lead. Like they continue to take winning fights. And even the fight that they lost, I would say, yes, IG in my eyes won it, but also could be considered pretty even, right?
Yep, especially when you're losing the Monkey King in these
Dire's
fights,
bottom
right?
tower
Like
is
he's
under
not really
attack.
progressing. You could argue that Lina is just as strong of a core, and when you look at her item build, like the Dragonlance, the crit, like, she will be your win condition as well.
Skewer into the LSA. They land it this time. And with a boundless strike, they'll get the kill. The Chain Frost, the Ice Spire, it's all there with the BKBs being popped and Lou moving in. He wants something. The RP comes out, but the Sinister Gaze to follow it up. They get the kill into JT. They're going to look over at Fly will pop his own BKB. Old 11 moving forward and eventually slowed up.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue there is the RP. Like you just utilized it. Rosh is up, luckily for IG, only in 2 minutes. So because of that, the RP should be back up. You will be able to use it for the big fight.
Yeah, they'll have time to kind of regroup, and then I think they're doing a pretty good job of kind of holding their own at times on IG, but they need to make this game a little bit closer, right? Like, it's just a bit far between them. The Magnus doesn't have much. Monkey King's kind of getting there. It almost feels like they're a little reliant on the damage that Alina's doing, which we've seen at times can just 2 or 3 shot these supports.
Yeah, like their game plan is pretty much always the same. Jump in with the Magnus, secure a target back into LSA, eliminate it as soon as possible, and then use the RP afterwards somehow. So far, it has worked. Like, they can get the kills. It's just that it will become harder. Like, Aeon Discon, Death Prophet obviously already makes it hard, but Earth Spirit is getting one as well.
And we were talking about JT earlier in the draft. I do feel as though he's had a relatively decent game in terms of what he's been able to accomplish. His initiations have been pretty solid. They've gotten what IG have been able to get out of this game up to this point in my eyes.
Oh, look at that! Jumps in, breaks the tree.
Yeah, they're gonna look. Fly in trouble. The right click's coming in. The Chain Frost comes out. The Sinister Gaze is down, and Fly and Ollie will both fall. Extreme.
Yeah, the
always
ward
seem to be on it.
Yeah, they had this ward on the high ground that scouted everything for a really long time, and then Lu obviously blink daggers, uses the Battle Fury to cut the tree, cuts the tree where Monkey is in, and now Rosh is up, actually. They got, about 30 seconds?
Yeah, no Monkey King in 25. He doesn't have buyback. They're not exactly over there, so by the time they get there, he's probably respawning. The question is, does IG want to make the move? It almost feels like they're down so much they have to make a move to go for this Rosh defense, but I just don't think they're going to be there in time.
Exactly, they're already too far. Like, they can smoke up right now, the 3 of them, but they're waiting for Lina even. By the time Hemo gets there, this Rosh is, what, he's dead?
Yeah.
It's done.
They're not even going to go, yeah. So this time, Paparazzi, he does get the Aegis. The Shard goes to the Death Prophet, which adds that Spirit Siphon upgrade with the Fear, and makes this even harder for IG. With the amount of time that Old 11's been living in these fights, past BKBs and everything, it could be a big issue.
Yeah, just siphoning and fearing. What is it, 3 seconds, right? With the Shard? Yeah. If they're siphoned for 3 seconds, they get feared for 1.5.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid.
So we'll see if IG again can defend. You can see Emo, when he's given the opportunity, can output quite a bit of damage. It feels like he's more so carrying this game, similar to the Somnus situation that RNG had earlier this year when he held the game on the high ground as Alina, but was in a much better spot as said Alina in terms of what he had item and experience-wise, and they have to all TP because Extreme's coming across and they're not stopping for anything. So TPs and maybe escape. JT staying a little bit long. They're starting to come south. Finally, Fly, he'll TP away, and JT will blink into the trees and do the same.
It kind of always feels the same way, really. Like, when you have Alina, she 99% of the time turns into the main right clicker, right? The main damage dealer, and your position 1 is just that guy that goes in front and creates space.
Right.
SF?
Yeah, they're going to go. RP is in. This is decent. They've got the Spire down as well as the Chain Frost. It's bouncing, but is it going to be enough? They get the kill on a Paparazzi. They'll take the Aegis, but they'll end up losing PYW as well. So Extreme without the Earth Spirit, and they need to start to retreat on the side of IG. They've used a lot of what they can throw in terms of ults, and pretty much everything has already been used. There was an Exorcism committed, and it still is 4 heroes knocking on the high ground of IG.
Exorcism is running out. Maybe this might be a time for IG to think about reinitiating.
blink, skewer, find something would be nice, but no RP and they just don't commit. Again, though, it's a good combo that ends up netting them PYW. It would have gotten them that kill on a paparazzi, obviously, if he was Sans Aegis, but still, there is a lot of hope here for IG to potentially hold the high ground. They can get that done 2 or 3 more times, and I know that's asking a lot, but it's certainly possible.
The only problem is that was very cocky coming from XG because the 2 of them were kind of alone. So they got initiated on, they got completely separated from anyone else by the Wukong's command. That truly feels like really well done play by IG, but at the same time, like XG, perhaps they were a tiny little bit out of position. Troll has an Abyssal, by the way, so Blink Abyssal. This Lina does not feel as safe any longer.
No, trying to sit back as far as possible is going to be a bit more of a difficult task.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It seems like after that, a little bit of a slip up, Extreme are looking for their next items, and they're going to commit to just getting them. IG don't want to give them that time. I kind of like this, too.
But they have the RP, right? Like, there's no reason for them to wait anything.
And if they can set it up with the LSA to follow it up, they've got the extra lockdown, maybe a boundless strike. They definitely have the chain combo to lock down these heroes if done correctly to make something happen. But instead, smoke allows them to leave the base. They go get the outpost. They reclaim their side of the map.
Will we see a smoke? Yeah, we will see a smoke from Radiant now. They're well positioned on the side of IG. The high ground is theirs. They can break the smoke easily.
Roll in and aggressive from Extreme Gaming. They're going to go to the BKBs. They'll drop down the Wukongs, but the right click's coming through. They're going to go for Emo. That's the plan. The Spirit siphons out. They get the kill on a PYW. They're taking out the Earth Spirit to start this one off with the BKB as well as the RP being used. They've got the Troll locked down, but do they have the damage to get the kill with Paparazzi? Pop of the BKB as well as the Requiem. They'll take out Fly, look towards the rest, and this didn't exactly go well for IG when they weren't able to get any damage out from this Lina. And Lou is looking for something, a potential bash on the TP, but like you said, the plan is to just go on to Emo, and that's exactly what they did, and it worked out in droves there. Didn't clean up many heroes, but getting the Monkey King is certainly a start.
Mind, that's much harder done. Like, we see everything. We see the high ground. We see where Lina is. It's not that simple for XG. Like, they roll in with the Earth Spirit. They get like what? They get half a second of vision from that roll. Understand exactly where everyone is, so they jump the Lina instantly with the Troll, with the Abyssal, then the DP follows up. Like, these are milliseconds. It's so difficult to execute the way they're executing.
They're getting what seems to be enough information, and the quick trigger is certainly there for Extreme. And we'll see if they can keep it up, as they keep extending their lead with the amount of the map that they have acquired as well. They were 10K, now it's 19K. It's a minute 30 till the potential next Roche. Like, IG aren't getting much out of the map, and they smoke to that position to get there and find more farm, right? Like, it just... You get there, and then what? You farm a little bit and give up a kill on your Monkey King, so it doesn't really net you much.
It didn't net them in that particular situation, but it doesn't make it a bad play.
No.
You know.
Dire's top tower
Just Extreme feel like they read the play properly, right?
Exactly. You see, like, even this from IG, it's still good. Like, you're protecting your triangle, it gives Monkey at least a little bit of space to farm. You're also on the high ground.
Just kind of waiting near this Roche pit. There's still 40 seconds left to go. This time IG are a lot closer. I would just say that they need to be a little bit wary about losing any numbers coming into the Roche fight, right? Like that's what's plagued them the last few Roches, is just every time they're down a hero, or they're down two.
How do you adjust to that though? It's difficult because it's actually XG making it, right? Like they always make this play, the smoke play just before Roche. Perhaps a smoke play of IG on their own is a move.
Sinister Gaze, it's out of control how fast he is on that. There's no buyback available on the Magnus. They'll go to the Abyssal Blade. Again, IG, they just cannot pull off anything every single time Extreme are ready, and every single time Extreme come out ahead. They get 3 kills there, and they will look for more.
Yeah, DY is just a god. That's it. Like, you jump in from smoke on the Dead Prophet, instantly get Sinister Gazed. And it's not the first time. It's like every single fight this game where JT tries to make a move, he gets cancelled out by the Lich.
Do you think that is him, like, queuing it up? Just being ready?
Yeah, of course.
Like that's got to be a hey bait, right? Stand close to each other.
100%. It's not only him, it's the whole team effort. Lina?
Roll attempt and looking for the Wukong. He's almost kicked out of the circle. PYW, that's a little bit too far. That impetus is going to follow all the way through, but they don't end up getting the kill on a PYW either. They've used the RP. They've got the balanced strike. Just getting the ulti off. Blue's able to survive. Oh, dear. 3 heroes gone. It is crumbling for the side of IG, just like their racks up top. Triple kill for Lou. And it's on to the tier 4s. They'll call GG. Extreme Gaming 34-15 and clean the entire way through. Wow.
1 out of 4 correct predictions. Only the barracks.
I got 2. I was pretty happy with that.
Yeah. Yeah, really well done by XG. I would just commend their supports. The amount of work that they've made in this game was incredible. Like, it looked kind of rough a little bit at the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
The SF, he got mauled. They definitely did gank him quite a few times, but the moment they adjusted, as scoreboard will 100% show,
yeah,
it's just everything changes.
Absurd. Like, even Lou 12-1 and 10, but we've talked about them pretty much the entire game combined. 7-1 and 22, 2-7 and 22. If you can't do the math, it's a combined 9-8 and 44, which is disgusting from a support duo. Just looking oh so clean. And unlike everybody, like Paparazzi had 5 deaths, a lot of those being early. And PYW is the guy rolling in, so you expect him to have those deaths. Like, all those deaths seem expected, and the fact that DY only has 1 death is out of control. Like, that is insanity.
As a Lich, you know?
Yeah. Like,
as this hero that's used
that?
to. Of course not. Like, you should see my Lich games. My competitive Lich games, and I was hiding my ass behind the tier 2 eating creeps. I still find a way to die. This guy breaks every single RP, every single initiation. Like, he just breaks it apart, and he's still the one that has only 1 death. But it needs to be said that Lou, they gave him a ton of space. He was just completely free farming on his troll, and he definitely accomplished what he needed to as a position 1. Like, he has grown into a really strong tier 1 carry.
Yeah, he's definitely looked really strong, and I think Paparazzi didn't exactly have the best mid, so Luke kind of had to do it on his own on this one, and they do end up getting it done. So Extreme take a 1-0 lead over IG. We'll see if they take the 2-0 after a quick break, so get yourself a snack. We'll be right back.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to some more Chinese Dota regional qualifiers for TI-11. I haven't exactly figured out what I want to call it yet. TI Quals or the International 2022 qualifiers for the Chinese region or Chinese region qualifiers 2022 China top 3 division watch. I don't know. There's a lot of names I have for this. It's exciting. Dota is what it is. And honestly, it's been exciting. I think that game was still exciting despite the fact that it was very one-sided, but it's also because we haven't seen Chinese Dota maybe in a little bit like this. But I don't know. Dota for me, always exciting. I assume the same for you, Lizard. I assume the same for all of you at home. Hopefully, maybe, most likely. Just, hoping.
100%, especially when you see teams of such caliber playing, right? Like IG and Extreme Gaming. I think it's more so exciting for everyone that likes IG or used to like IG, because you always have this glimmer of hope. This is gonna be it. This is the day. This is the game, right? Well, it wasn't the last game of the series.
Yeah.
Perhaps the next two.
Well, maybe.
10 seconds remaining.
I can see it now. Definitely happening. Comeback time
5 seconds
starts now. Potentially.
Now? This is it? Okay. Okay, sure.
Yeah. I'm not
There is-
sure, Lizard.
There is something different coming from XG, like the Omni Knight pick. Enigma, okay. Enigma, I understand. The hero is busted forever now, but Omni Knight, okay. Something a little bit peculiar, a little bit of spice. I have seen some Omni Knights, like in other regions. I have seen some Omni Knights in pubs as well. Like Hammer of Purity has been reworked a little bit. Like the base damage is much stronger. Mana cost has been decreased, so overall just buffs. Plus you dispel yourself when you use Heavenly Grace too. Like you use it on anyone and you get a dispel on yourself as well, which is quite neat. I think the hero is in a better spot. I'm just wondering, like, how are they planning? What are they planning with the Omni? Is it Omni just for the Omni's sake, or do they really have some idea behind it? Is it some combo?
I don't know. We'll see what they want to do with the Omni and how they want to integrate it into the lineup. Like, I'm interested to see, just because I almost have this feeling that it's got to be Old 11 on this Enigma, but I wouldn't be terribly shocked if PYW takes it. But Old 11 is considered one of the best micro players in China, so I'm just gonna 99.99% say that it's him on the Enigma. And now Venge, which has seen its popularity be kind of mountains and valleys, where like Venge is either in games all the time when Venge is in the meta, or not at all. Like,
it's a good Venge game though, right? Like you're picking Venge into Enigma as well. Like you get a way of breaking that black hole with the swap, which is always nice. The hero is versatile. It can be your offlane Venge. It can be your support Venge as well. The big boy.
Oh, the Pudge. And now the question is where, because we've seen Pudge find popularity in China all over. Aster, LGD, two teams that really love utilizing this hero. And now it's Extreme's turn, and again, is it the two-time DAC solo tournament winner Paparazzi playing this, or is Lou expanding the player, the hero pool?
The hero pool.
I'm really hoping
it can be. I think it can be on the safe lane as well. You have the Omni Knight. It's a pretty solid combo, right? Like now it makes all sense. Like Heavenly's Grace together with Pudge is gonna be a big boy that will be very difficult to take down. Meanwhile, XG, they go with the Shaker. Now I'm thinking this should be your Shaker plus Enigma on the offlane. And you just deal with the equilibrium. Your last pick should be Paparazzi on the mid. Or Pudge can be mid lane and then you last pick the Lu hero.
Well, unfortunately, Extreme don't have like the ultimate last pick. Otherwise, I would say they flex it and just wait. But I mean, they have a Kunkka there, so for the most part, I would say you can't assume because it could be an offlane Kunkka. It's not set.
It's very versatile on both sides. Like on IG, more than on Extreme Gaming, I would even say.
I mean, that pick can go anywhere.
It's a good hero versus the Omni versus the Pudge. Like, you just link them up, you chase them around. Can't go anywhere, like you said. I would assume it's a Razor Marcy offlane, Venge plus a carry safe lane, and you put the Kunkka on mid lane. I think it makes the game like very straightforward. The two cores, Razor and Kunkka, also complement each other really well. If Razor is on offlane, you don't get that initiation from him. You don't have that. You don't get the setup. But because you have a Kunkka, you already have that in X marks the spot. It's not the greatest. It doesn't break BKB, but you have Venge for that. So pretty much everything is coming together for IG. I do like their draft quite a bit at the moment.
Invictus Gaming's turn to ban.
I'm certainly sitting here wondering. Every time I see an AA ban, I'm always thinking, are they planning on potentially maybe doing Huskar mid? I know that hero was popular to Black in the beginning of the year. He wanted everybody to pick Huskar mid. Not sure it's too popular these days, but I don't know. I see it and I think it.
Black, he has a lot of good ideas, but sometimes, he's a little bit too
ahead of his time.
Yeah. I think the AA, there's a simpler reason why it's banned out. That's the Pudge. Like, you really hate playing against the AA, so that also makes sense.
Just had to shout out Black's theory crafting.
If you really wanted to pick your position 1 in the end, like, you could even go for something like a Morphling. Now that AA is banned out, like, you can go for a Morph, and you'll have a hero that actually deals well with the Razor in the lane and after the laning stage. So that's perhaps an option for XG. The only difficulty that I see with Morphling is their whole draft is way too greedy. Like, too damn greedy. So perhaps not the best hero to pick here.
I'm wondering if they shift down the Enigma to the 4 and maybe even put Old 11 on an offlane Earthshaker. Just because the Venge is there. But we've seen Enigmas work without the black hole. It's not the end-all be-all when you don't have that. Obviously, it's on a big cooldown, so really high majority of the time you don't have black hole, or you're expecting its omnipresence to do something. So I'm kind of wondering if they want to like shift it down or just completely just go utility build or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's easier and perhaps simpler to just put Enigma on offlane. Don't play around the black hole as much. Play around the utility that she brings to the table. That's it. Like, your idea is also viable. It's just that I don't see as much benefit from a Shaker getting that farm than an Enigma. That's it.
Well, if anybody's going to do it, it's Blink as the coach. So get a little bit of those Wings vibes. And I hate myself for saying it, but,
It's fine. We all get at least one comparison to Wings.
Everybody in chat, you get one. You're allowed to say a team is like Wings once. But when people have been making that comparison
once
since they've won TI, no, don't do that. Not
once a day.
Once ever.
Like, any team that ever
kryptonite.
plays high-paced Dota, that plays something out of the meta, they're like Wings.
The amount of even when Blaze beat LGD in the open qualifiers of ESL LA back, years ago, it was just like, is this?
Oh, you called it!
Oh my god!
You called it. Black was 8 months ahead of his time. He called it in January as well. The two of
I've
you,
never
man.
been happier. Black, this
Only
one's for
night
you.
plus
High
Oscar.
five from afar.
10 seconds remaining.
Gosh. Just don't say this is
5
Wings gaming
seconds
lineup.
remaining.
Although I'd hate to say it, it does kind of remind me of just,
Right?
you know,
It is a little
it's very
bit, yeah.
Blink, you know? It's on brand.
So what do they need? They need the last hero that can actually deal with the Huskar sort of, and it's their carry, it's their position. Even though XG, they think that most likely the Razor will be the carry.
You may now select
There you
your
go.
What year
There you
is
go.
it? What year is it? Oh my god. Troll last game, Sniper this game. Are we back to the old days of the ho ho ha ha in just a different way?
I don't think we're necessarily back there, but we do have Avenge plus Sniper. It's a strong combo. Plus, you can outrange the Huskar. Like, he does not like playing into the Sniper. There are some ways of dealing with it. Perhaps you get some blink Ags. You jump on top of the Sniper, you ulti him. He can't really run away. I think the Sniper is a really good pick here. The hero itself,
10
it
seconds
is being picked
remaining.
up a bit more now than he used to be. Like, he's finding
5
his place in the
seconds
meta. But it's still a niche pick, right? It's still 1 out of 50 games that he gets actually picked up.
So we'll see if the niche picks work. 5-5 on the safe lane. Kunkka. So it did end up being Lou in the safe lane. Punch. So is he as good as Ame on this hero? That's the question.
We'll see. We'll see. Just how difficult is it to play the safe lane Pudge now? Like, back in the day, Pudge used to require skill. Like, you need to land hooks and whatnot. Right now, Pudge is basically, I press my flash heap and I'm unkillable, right? And that's what he's all about. But he's playing into a Razor, which isn't an easy lane. And he's playing into a Razor with an Omni Knight. Like, we'll see. Like, Omni Knight actually is better than he used to be in the laning stage just because of the Hammer of Purity. Like, he runs you down, he hits you, he uses Purification on himself. Like, it's a lot of damage that he can dish out in the lane, but still then, you're playing into one of the strongest combos on the offlane. It's Marcy plus Razor. It's not an easy lane for anyone.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how IG play the lane. I think that it has been certainly a point of struggle for them, as have many. But it comes down to, can they abuse the struggles, I would say, on the side of Extreme Gaming. And if you've got a hero in Omni Knight that likes to chase down heroes, and you've also got a Pudge that hook rot does the same, I could see them playing ultra aggressive. Like, those first, like, you're dependent on the rot damage. Obviously the right click's okay, but like, static link me level 1, who cares? I chase you down, I'll kill you with rot and the help of like Hammer of Purity and everything, right? Like, I don't know how much that's really gonna deter. Ooh, the hook hits.
I can see
there,
that.
1 for 1. Oh, he has rebound. That's right. Marcy has movement. Never mind. I got too excited.
Total amount of trees destroyed. The hell is this? Do we
Like
have
30
who do we
minutes?
have? We have Enigma. Yeah, we have Enigma. So maybe 51 to 175.
That's what I was thinking.
Because
Total
everyone
number of
gets a tango,
Roshans.
right? Look, everyone has 3 tangos at least. That's 10 heroes with 3 tangos. That's already 30 trees. Like, just from the get-go.
I'm going
And you get
176
Quelling
to
Blade.
300.
Ah, that's a bit too much. Because they're not going to continue eating the trees all the time. Oh, Ollie actually gets hooked. 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2 and 1 for 2 on the kills. And it's Paparazzi getting first blood on this Huskar.
Starts for XG.
Yeah, that's exactly what they
Yes.
want.
Gets an early bracer instantly. Easier to last it. Yeah, what did I go? I went with, I think I went 52. Yeah, I went 51 to 175 trees destroyed. We'll see if I'm right.
We're already at 7. So it'll be a long day of trees. We'll see.
What kind of tangos will be used? Does the branch also?
Ooh, okay. So they've put PYW with Lu bottom. And they are pretty interchangeable, I would say. PYW and DY at times in the laning phase. Like I think their styles still match up pretty well.
It's just to play easier against the Razor as well, because there's a lane that you're not gonna win. Like I know that you said, yeah, perhaps they can run the Razor down. It is possible, it can happen, but it's just so much easier to play as a Razor in that lane. So they're switching things up and they're just not playing the lane. Instead, they're just fissure blocking.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, all right. Using the hook, get a neutral creep. I think this lane can certainly work out for Lu pretty well. But I do maybe worry about that like level 2, level 3 area. If maybe Lu's caught out off guard.
He can be caught out right now.
Yeah.
The fissure is
level
not
2,
there.
level 3, no fissure available. Static link. The damage is out, but the damage isn't enough. He does just get the tango off. He was sitting in lane pretty low too, so he needs to be very careful about how he's gonna position himself.
Oh, the hook.
But
Oh, the fissure block.
the fissure. Lu not gonna survive. But JT and FY, they've got the damage to get this kill onto the Pudge. So this lane right now, like you said, it's strong and it's showing it.
Yeah, PYW with a fissure block actually that blocks the Pudge in with the Razor. So he's one of the reasons why the Pudge actually dies even. The hook was unfortunate. He was, I'm not sure if he was trying to hook the creep, but he hooked Firefly on top lane.
Ooh. Torrent and okay, so they're gonna try and play musical lanes and lane swap here. Body blocks from DY, Fly going through the trees, and there's a hook in 3. So I thought, I thought maybe they'd go for it.
A bit too close to the tower, and the Kanka has Bracer as well, right? So kind of a hard kill to make.
I would say the only problem now is you've got old 11 farming the jungle and 3 heroes up in the top lane, but I will see if they could do anything with it. Like, that seems very problematic.
He's just doing it because he has demonic conversion. I think he can leave the lane very soon, depending on where the lane is positioned on the bottom lane. We'll see. He can also, yeah, there we go. He just TPs back bottom.
Theoretically means that you're going to get a little bit of a quicker 6 on Earthshaker as he's already level 3. So we'll see what PYW does with that. A little bit of an extra bit of experience coming from a solo lane. We haven't really talked about mid. The CS is even, the denies aren't, but for right now it does seem as though things have been pretty even overall.
Yeah, that's probably why we didn't talk about it. These two are just farming away.
Well, we should be talking about bottom, I guess, as JT gets the kill onto old 11. FY looking like he might be traded, but gets away enough from the totem. And also flies down here. So the musical lanes continue. JT backs off his own lane. He does have a TP, but maybe even looking to swipe a rune and then go over there. Yeah.
He gets that rune, TP stop. It's just that it's so much easier for Kunkka to lane against the Enigma, and at the same time, it's so much easier for Razor to lane against the Pudge. So, if you're IG, you know this, and you're just trying to still set it up in that way. One thing that you don't have on both of these sides is playmaking.
They're swapping
mid laners.
again. Wow.
11 taking top.
And it's immediately scouted, but the hook lands, and Ollie's been caught.
Lu is like a hook god so far. Like I believe he landed every single hook on heroes. He He has a Vanguard completed in a second. Considering how much he has rotated, he also has 24 CS. A pretty good game from him.
Yeah. All things considered, he's second on the net worth. Like, that's pretty crazy that he can keep up. I guess both teams are kind of playing musical lanes, but like he is coming out ahead.
Yeah, that's the
Dyer's
true
bottom
fact,
tower
right?
is under
Like both
attack.
teams are just rotating everyone. So no one, it's not that Pudge has a lot, it's just that no one has a lot. So they're all kind of even. All relative.
Yeah.
Invisibility.
So level 6 for both heroes mid
Dyer's
as
courier has been killed.
they've got both the Omni and the Earthshaker coming over. I don't think they're aware of the Omni, but he'll TP towards bottom as he needs to now help out his Pudge. And DY has done that so far, but with the rebound, they've got the stun onto Lou that'll dispose him behind the
so
3 heroes, and the
hard to
body
kill.
blocks are in. Yeah, he's hard to kill. He's got the Vanguard already. And it's not exactly happening all too easy, but eventually he will fall. And they're going to go for emo mid while that's happening. Ollie comes in, wave of terror, and the magic missile paparazzi drops. Probably not the trade he wants, as they might even lose another one. PYW. Fisher.
Yeah, they definitely do lose another one.
FY. Yeah, that the team that was going to lose another one was IG, just as I explained.
Yeah. Good call, good call. Like, I just love how you can see the future. You definitely call it well. But the mid lane rotation was so necessary as well for XG. They have a ton of kill potential with the Huskar. You don't want to leave the sniper just farm away without punishing him. You fissure block, you jump in with life break, and he's just gone.
Yeah, they could probably do it again when Earthshaker comes back. But Earthshaker TPing towards top, maybe looking to
Radiant's top
get a
tower
fissure
is
and a
under
hook,
attack.
but they won't go for it. Kunkka
I don't think you have a kill
himself
there,
is
though.
also, yeah. Kunkka himself is also pretty tanky, right?
Exactly, like maybe you bring him down low, but you most likely don't kill him. There is no level 6 on Pudge, so it's a really hard kill.
Damage for Emo. Start to work on this tower, and with the siege creep, it is taking a decent chunk of damage. We've got Fly coming over, and only Paparazzi and DY to defend at the moment. PYW is close to level 6. He's going for the Blink Dagger, but let's see if they can defend this. The heroes here for IG make it so Extreme may not even want to look to fight this if not given the right opportunity, and it doesn't look like they will. They'll just concede the tower.
Dyer's middle tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
I really like the way they used the double damage. Even though my prediction is incorrect now,
Dyer's bottom
Same.
tower is
like,
under attack.
yeah, I actually expected
Radiant's
Enigma
top
to
tower
perhaps
is
take the
under
tower
attack.
earlier, but
Dire are
Sniper DD just stands there, hits the tower. I enjoyed how they tried to save the catapult for as long as possible too. Constantly taking aggro off the tower and fortifying their creeps.
Old 11 did go to the black hole, so he's got that. Early on, like, he can certainly throw it. There's no swap, so
Well,
he's
they're
good
rotating Pudge
to
in
let
as
it
well.
rip. Ooh, X forward, and he'll get pulled back. The
Fissure's there.
fissure on the wrong side. Maybe could have got a hook afterwards, but
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
never went for it. Even a ghost ship thrown forward, they really just want to clean up the creeps and stop them from giving up the tower, but Extreme diving behind it, looking for a chance to get the Kunkka. And Fly, he's near
Dyer's
Paparazzi.
top tower is under attack.
It was a nice
Not
play from
connecting
Fly.
paths.
Dyer's top tower
He
has fallen.
popped the torrent, popped the boat, and just left the tower. Meanwhile, his own teammates are mirroring the move. They took down the
Radiant's
tier 1
bottom
tower in top
tower
lane,
is under attack.
while you successfully defended the bottom one. Basically, what this means is that you're pretty much quicker on every next step. Like, you can take the dire jungle. You can ward it up. You can play around there, while XG is still stuck taking down your tier 1.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So Pudge Vanguard phase Axe. We've seen a couple different builds on Pudge, but the Ag seems to be pretty consistent, right?
That's the only reason why he's played as a core.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I feel like there are some mid laners that when they play Pudge and the game doesn't go that well, they go for like a Blink Dagger BKB. But then the whole pick failed. That's how I see it. I feel that if you're playing Pudge, if you're picking it as a core right now, you're picking it to get that early Aghanims. Because the
Radiant's
item,
bottom
just,
tower is under
it's a
attack.
huge power spike.
Right.
He might be caught here.
And an easy kill on old 11. 4 heroes there to make sure it happens. And that's basically going to time out the time they had without swap. Ollie should have 6
Top
by
lane.
the time they're able to regroup. Top lane, no. Just trying, if they could, to use that that Tumblr story.
Nice little Tumblr story from Razor as well. JT saving himself with it. But it's like watching these two teams is such a pleasure because it's basically mirror movement on both sides. You saw the 4-man smoke to kill the Enigma, the offlaner. At the same time, there's a smoke to kill the JT, the offlaner, in the same exact position, farming the medium camp in the enemy jungle. It's like they're really well aware of everything that's happening, even though they don't have the perfect vision.
Do you think Huskar needed to do more in the early parts of this game to feel a bit more effective? He's not
don't think
falling
so.
behind, but I almost want to say that I was expecting more.
I don't think so. I don't know what you can expect. Enigma, top lane, perhaps caught again.
They've got X. They have the ghost ship. Do they have the follow-up? Wave of Terror and Razor right over to the side. They certainly do the follow-up, and they might even get a second. PYW on the run. The ulti comes out from DY. They've also caught Huskar, so he's got to try and survive this all while Emo's over to the side, just throwing out these right clicks. They've got the paparazzi move in with the Echo Slam coming through on a 3. They got the kill on Emo. They'll take out Ollie. Fly and JT are gone like that. That turned massively for Extreme Gaming, and they're going to get a full team wipe if they could just grab FY.
He's a bit too speedy, but that was just so well
just
played
walked
by
into a
XG.
3-man Echo.
Exactly, but the Pudge was the reason, right? Like he hooks the sniper close,
Sniper.
he reels him in. Exactly, he reels him in close, and then the Echo follows up, hits 3. It looked like one of those fights where IG are gonna come out on top easily, right? Like they're just gonna roll over XG. They killed the
Yeah.
Enigma first. Everyone else is kind of low. Huskar is caught instantly by FY, but yeah.
It's paparazzi going in here again too. Watch, the inner fire gives them a chance to grab the sniper because of that movement, and then the pull into the Echo just lines up so well. Like that was, oh wow. Yeah,
it's-
I
it's
mean
pitch
that's quite the combo.
pitch perfect execution. My only issue is like you need that kind of gameplay every single time to win fights if you're XG. At the moment, at least, it can change. It will become a little bit easier as you gain advantage, but their draft is not an easy one to execute at the moment.
I think it kind of gets easier now that you've got the Blink Dagger finished on the Earthshaker in like 70 gold. And you've also got BKB on Huskar. So at next Echo Slam availability, like I think you take that Blink and you just go, right? Like you find an opening and try to make it work.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. It will be easier for them. Especially because these items are coming a bit faster than the major items on IG. Like the BKB on Kunkka isn't really there. The BKB on Razor isn't really there, so you probably have hit this sweet spot on the side of XG.
We'll see if they can maintain it. They've got 20 seconds until Echo's back up. They've got the courier flying out with the Blink Dagger. So by the time that gets to PYW, his Echo Slam will be off cooldown. And then I guess it's just a question of what kind of vision they have. And right now for the Dire, they have a little bit of vision. They've got one right in the camp that FY is farming, but other than that, across the river, there isn't anything else. But they're setting up like they know somebody's there, and that somebody is JT, but they'll find FY, and they'll go in with the Tumbler's toy. They've got the hook into the dismember. They get a kill over bottom. FY will at least try to run. Never got the rebound off, but did get disposed. So not enough to get away, and that's what they wanted. I guess maybe the only unfortunate part there for Extreme is they do debut the dagger like that and not in a bigger way. The question is, can IG kind of play around that information now?
I think IG already knew. It's like one of those items that you're like 99 expecting, knowing the way Shaker has played, knowing that he had that sick echo and got a lot of gold in the last fight. I think you're expecting it. I think what you're happy with if you're IG is it was FY that died, it wasn't JT. So
yeah,
JT is getting closer to his
Echo top.
BKB.
Swap though, saves Fly, and now they're gonna try and get Ollie, and all of a sudden Blink Echo, blink nothing. You know, Echo gone, and they keep everybody alive. They never even were able to catch up with Ollie.
Can I say that PYW is peculiarly missing a lot of his fissures this game? It's like he didn't play Shaker in a while. That's how it feels. If you just think about it, he blocked his teammates a couple of times with fissures, and he also didn't really manage to catch heroes very often. No, that echo was sick though, so that's the redeeming play.
Well, the echo did kind of develop under his feet.
Sure, but he was there, right? He was in the right position
He was there
at the right time. Exactly, like he still pressed that R.
I'm just a little surprised that he blink echoed for Fly in the first place. It was just him and DY there. I guess you've got the lockdown. Huskar was towards top. You could have gotten the kill. It's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, maybe you're trying to force a fight. If they go on you, you know, sometimes you're not expecting to kill a hero instantly, but you're baiting. You're like, make a play. Oh, look how stupid I am. We don't have enough damage. They turn on you, and by the time they take you down, your teammates arrive, right? And they turn. So there's at this level where PYW and DY are playing, it doesn't happen often that they do something for no reason. You know, like
if ever.
If ever, exactly. PYW. Ugh.
And there's the X. There's the kill.
You see, like this,
there, right in a
100% with the reason, right? He wanted to jump into 5 of them, just to take that anyways, right?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have that, but that kill allows them now to not be really afraid of the Roche Pit. Especially, it just doesn't feel like Extreme want anything to do with that. They're going to have the Ags on the Pudge. She was, I believe, had the gold for it, and now he's got the Ags picked up, so timings are starting to shift. I think IG have put themselves in a good enough spot to start to pull ahead themselves, but it comes down to what we were talking about earlier in the series, where you think about IG not putting themselves behind, right?
Do you think that this game is already kind of heavily in IG's favor?
I wouldn't say
throwable?
heavily, but yeah, it's certainly throwable. I almost want to say Extreme are playing a little bit too timid.
Oh,
that worked. That gets a BKB out for free.
Yeah, it was a good combo. Basically, what they did is like fissure into hook, right? And the fissure did connect, but the BKB was a bit too fast coming from Fly. Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're in a really comfortable spot. Like they have this Razor and Sniper. Sniper for me looks like the ultimate win condition in this game. So as long as you're slowing the game down and as long as the Sniper is farming, I feel like you shouldn't be too concerned if you're IG.
They are trying to take sniper out of the equation. They've also picked up another halberd. That doesn't necessarily have to be on, for the sniper exactly. Obviously, getting a halberd on Razor or Kunkka as well is perfect.
And it's just a very solid item on Huskar, right? Like,
yeah,
it's always good on him.
Do you like Ags on Huskar?
I do. I feel like it's top lane, Fissure.
And the hook misses just barely. And now does Old 11 go for anything with this? They've got the swap. They'll get Fly out of dodge. They'll throw the ghost ship. It lands on 2. They've got the Ags right, and they have the dismember. They get the
hook on the sniper
immediately, and now they got the hook on the sniper. So sniper is looking very dead. They've got the guardian angel as well. They'll take out Emo. They'll look for more. They'll look at JT. They'll take him out. That's 2 heroes dead on the side of IG. And they are looking for FY. They've got Eidolons on his tail. They've got Pudge at his face, and he's trying to juke, but the fissure lands, and the kill is theirs.
I love the juke in the end from Marcy, but that doesn't change the fact that they lost the Aegis, lost the Razor, lost the Sniper. Look, like the way Extreme is executing is out of this world, but at the same time, as a sniper, you probably shouldn't be getting hooked. Like,
yeah.
You're one of the longest range. You're called sniper. You have the longest range in the game. Plus, you have a pike. Pudge does not have a blink dagger or anything like that. Well, now he does, but he didn't have it in that last fight. Also, Kunkka, like Fly, he moved way too deep without a BKB because they have swap, right? But if that swap is used to save the Kunkka, now you can't use it to prevent the black hole. You can't use it for the sniper.
Which it still hasn't come out, the black hole. He's been very utility. And that hook on, like, it's another one of those mistakes from IG again, right? Like, Emo's positioning, it felt like he was just sneaking up further and further forward in that fight until ultimately he gets caught out by the hook and dies.
Yep, completely agree. Like, he was trying. There's one problem as well in that whole fight. It's the fact that they were playing it on high ground, and if you're sniper, you're on low ground. You don't really benefit from the fight. Like, you're missing a ton of your hits. You're not dishing out the amount of damage that you want to be. You're kind of putting yourself out of position. It's much easier for Pudge to see you.
And now they've caught Fly. BKB doesn't matter. That is not going to be good for IG, and it's starting to pour here over them.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ags next for Huskar, by the way.
Aghanim Zone Pudge already completed with the plate mail, with the blink dagger. Ags coming in for the Huskar. 0 black holes so far committed, right? Like, not even a single one.
Yeah, there's not even a single one at all.
But it doesn't matter. Like, you're just completely satisfied with what you're bringing to the fight. Great Pact, Midnight Pulse, Malefice. It's all good. He actually does have a shard, by the way. The new shard for the Malefice.
Yeah, so for those who haven't seen it, it's the increased Malefice stun duration by 0.35 seconds and creates an Eidolon next to the target every instance of Malefice stun. And then those Eidolons will not multiply further, so they're not like your normal Eidolons that split.
Would be a bit broken if they could, right? Like,
yeah,
if they could multiply as well.
But that means the stun duration 1.35 and 3 instances, so it's another 3 Eidolons, right?
Yep, another 3 Eidolons, but I think the stun is where it's
the
really
important part. Yeah,
the stun is crazy strong.
It's a 4K lead now. Like, what do IG need to do to kind of just maintain this game, or try to stop the bleeding?
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Just don't feed. Stay as safe as you can be. Protect the sniper. And that's it. I know that sounds easier said than done, But you're playing this lineup where sniper is the true win condition in the whole game. So
Let's see if they fight this. You got to be so careful about your positioning. There's two heroes that really want to drop something big on top of IG if they come out a little bit too far.
yeah,
Neither team
you can see
fights.
that XG is also just careful when it comes to approaching the high ground. They have respect for IG's high ground defense. When I'm talking about high ground, I'm talking about the triangle where sniper is farming. That's really where you would like to be. You'd like to invade that.
What a sniper. Finishing off. He's finishing off the Silver Edge in just 250 gold.
Makes sense, right? Like Silver Edge is a strong item with a crit, but also works very well against the Huskar and the Pudge. So you get those things for you. Plus some extra mobility. I think that's a part of Silver Edge that we mustn't forget. Like it just allows Sniper to reposition himself a little bit easier in the fights. They are baiting on
Certainly
the
if the
Funka
detection's
illusion.
not there. Blink forward, and Lou just in on this one. Magic Missile bouncing, and Marcy's just going to be in on this. They've got the dispose. They're looking for the damage. PYW throws out a totem, but never gets the Echo Slam off. They've got this Huskar low. They'll take out Paparazzi. 2 dead, but JT finally falls to Old 11. The Magic Missile again hitting onto 2 of these heroes. They get the kill there on a Lou. They'll take it a 3rd. And Old 11, well, he's not that tanky. They've also got the swap. This might just be a full team wipe if they're not too careful. Wave of Terror, the right click's in. Old 11 gone, and DY is the only one alive for now, as it looks like it will in fact be IG who gets the full team wipe.
I really enjoyed the 2 couriers flying over to try and rescue the gem, but it doesn't work, and it's a full team wipe, like you said, for IG. Extreme Gaming played that pretty damn well. Like Sniper was very far behind. Lou, that was so cocky from him. He's jumping on the high ground without vision. He's going for that Sniper, trying to catch him, but it's not only that he doesn't get the Sniper, he gets double stunned by Magic Missile. Like Venge, we didn't mention the Shard. Like with that Shard actually completely broke that fight. Everything was correct from IG, even the Huskar. He went in, but he got siphoned by the Razor, so his damage was... Yeah, you still deal some with Burning Spears, but it was mostly non-existent.
Radiant are scanning.
So Roche is up. At Extreme, they didn't use any big spells for the most part.
Well, they never used them.
Yeah, they never had a chance to use them. They never got the Echo Slam off. They never got a Black Hole in there. They haven't used Black Hole all game. Like, they can still contest this Roche and put the game back in their favor. But I will say, I do think that IG, they do have a clear footing again on this. So X is going to be used. Paparazzi in. If they lose the Kunkka, I mean, this could set up to be pretty big for Extreme Gaming. They're going to go in with the rebound. They've got the Magic Missile. Oh, it splits, but gets popped back. The Black Hole finally down. It's going to lock up the Razor of JT, but they don't get a kill with it. They'll look over at Lou. They get the kill on the Pudge again. They
nice
buy back the Echo Slam from PYW, but still, oh, the Huskar, the Guardian Angel's in. JT, Oligon, hook misses, but the BKB's been popped here by Firefly. They're trying with the rebound to get away with the Fissure just on the edge. They get the kill on FY, and they've got the life break. They've gotten the kill, and they take out these heroes on the side of IG and look for more. They want the hook. They want to kill off this Venge, but Ali on the run. Lou trying to keep up. And man, oh
Roche,
man,
right?
Extreme come out ahead. They turned it around again.
It's just ridiculous. The way they played that whole fight, it was just so damn crazy. I enjoyed it. Paparazzi living on a sliver of HP, toggling that armlet, using the Heaven's Halberd. Old 11 baiting the Razor so far towards the tier 2 that he was able to clip him with the Black Hole while tier 2 was hitting him as well. They baited IG from going from a really good position to fight into a really bad one. Like from having full control and high ground advantage to kind of going on low ground around the tier 2.
It also felt like, you know, Fly's out far. He was way far, and he gets caught out first, and then he makes that decision to not only buy back but re-enter the fight, die again, and like I said, IG, they get these leads and they just think that they're so much more ahead than they are, and it costs them.
It's always like that, right?
Casters cursed it too, because I said that IG, it felt like they finally had a hold on the game, but then they slip.
Yeah, completely agree. I feel like that's always the case with IG. The moment they feel that they're in the lead, they just push it a bit too far. They don't have a break. Like, it's only gas for them. That's it. Just full throttle.
Just, you know, no brakes, all gas, really. It really is insane. And then, of course, seeing the impact of the Ags on the Huskar. It's gonna be tough. It's like it's all of a sudden a 7K lead here for Extreme, and that shard also went to Huskar too. So the inner fire upgrade is there now. Like, things don't get easier for IG.
They certainly don't. I think one of the big items for me as well is lose Shivas and lose BKB. Yules?
TYW lined that up. He had the X, but the Yules was in time, and he doesn't go back.
This is high ground. They know he doesn't have a buyback. He used it, right? So this is high ground for them. Of course, you're high grounding into a sniper, which is never easy.
Break.
Sniper.
Hook, got him. High grounding may not be easy, but when you get the hook, you've got the kill, and he's going to get low, and Emo's going to fall. They take out the sniper. He's forced to buy back. Ollie's going to fall too. Down goes FY. 3 heroes, no buyback. Hunk is still down, and this might just be it. They'll go for the bottom tier 3, and if the sniper dies again, I don't know how they defend. Oh, Lou lost his
There's a
courier.
blink on Huskar. By the way, there's a blink on Huskar with the Aghanims.
You can't step out of the base.
Exactly, like if he does.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kunkka.
Okay, where Emo's standing. Hook, life break, and the dismember. Kunkka just came alive. And it's looking like Fly may not be long for this world. Lou gets another kill, and they're going to get themselves a set of racks bottom. It's at least that.
Yeah, there's a tier 2 on the mid lane, so because of that, they can't go straight for the next side. If they wanted to, they could circumvent towards top, but probably
No, they
that's
could
not
just
going to
maybe
happen.
even go 2-3. You know, tier 2, tier 3. The creep wave lined up. They
They
could
can.
for the tier 2, and why not go high ground? The pressures, the onus on defending is on IG. Extreme don't necessarily need to stop.
Nope, I completely agree. They don't have a BKB for, what, 7 more seconds on Paparazzi? He's pretty much ready to fight completely once again. They have a black hole with the Blink Dagger on Enigma. Echo is there. Like, they're completely ready once again. Fissure.
Rebound, Fissure, that's going to be thrown. FY trying to get something out of this. The Guardian Angel gets used early, and they're going to take out FY. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 50. The Assassinate comes through, but it doesn't get anything. They have the static link. It's on the Paparazzi. The Fissure lands, but they get the kill on Alu. They'll take out the Pudge. They look and finish off the Aegis. They've got the swap. That is going to get the Razor out of dodge. Emo, you look to maybe throw some right clicks in. By the way, Lou, he bought back earlier too, so he's dead for a long time.
Yeah, that's always the danger,
basically
right?
unscathed.
When you're pushing the high ground and you don't have buyback, if you die, you can suddenly find yourself on the receiving end and losing a side. But I really don't see that happening in this game, at least. They're far too behind, and they don't have 2 tier 2 towers on the mid lane and bottom lane as well.
Really is getting to be quite disgusting here for XG over IG. Like, the death of Pudge, 100 seconds, no buyback, hasn't meant anything, and it probably wouldn't. It would only mean something if they were to lose more than just the Pudge, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, it was just a poor Pudge. And truth be told, he deserved to die there because PYW, he set up a hook with a fissure. Meanwhile, Pudge missed the guy that was stunned. So, you know, like sometimes karma hits you back after failing.
Slapping him right in the face, apparently. Otis Orb on that Huskar. He's pretty much ready to go. They've got the MKB finished off on Emo, and he is still kind of keeping up towards the top, but he is 6,000 net worth behind Paparazzi. Obviously, he's got a little bit of a net worth boost with that shard that he got, but overall, it's been a really good game for Paparazzi. 11, 2, and 9.
Yeah, the MKB definitely helps, right? Like versus all the halberds and stuff. It's good. However, it doesn't help if you get jumped and life breaked, right? Like life broken by Huskar because of the Aghanims. That Aghanims is the true issue that the whole side of IG have got at the moment.
That's a bit of all right.
Arcane Rune.
Are scanning.
For Enigma,
Hold
right?
over.
Or is it Paparazzi?
Paparazzi.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
They have a smoke? Yeah, they do. They have one on DY.
Phil-
I was going to say.
I feel they're waiting for Lu to finish off his Shivas. It's like they're in 200 gold.
Yeah, Courier nearby at the secret shop already. He cleans up a creep wave, and then he just gets it. So might as well wait for it, and now he's going to have it. Now the question is, where do you want to go through to get this? BKB is also picked up by the Enigma. It just has to get delivered.
Yeah, some pretty big items now. Like the BKB on Enigma is also game changing, so you don't necessarily have to smoke up and force a fight. Rosh is not up in 40 seconds. At least you know that much. So everything kind of coming together for the side of XG. Meanwhile, on IG, is Refresher at least completed? It isn't, right? He actually opted not to go for Refresher in the end on Razor. BKB AC going into Reaver. What is that? It's a Satanic? I think JT is... He queued up a full Satanic here to get it.
Would you have preferred that he go for the Refresher in this situation?
Well, Refresher is the cookie cutter build, right? Like, that's what you do. BKB Refresher, sometimes BKB AC or BKB Plate Mail Refresher. But we'll see. Perhaps with the Satanic, he'll be able to sustain himself a bit longer in fights.
Fissure landed on the sniper of all heroes, forcing out the swap. Right click's coming in, the Fissure kind of blocking them, but they've got the life break. They have the Guardian Angel.
Oh, the black hole!
The black hole on the 4. Oh, the 11's out of his mind. Ollie gone, Emo dead. He's dead for 100 seconds. FY trying to fight back, but he's just gonna die. So will Fly. Ending his life, changing his name to Die. And it is looking like Extreme have just...
You get that once, because the die pun, you get it once in a lifetime. That's it.
I've used it, and they
GG.
call GG. They use their GG call, and they are out of here. Extreme with the 2-0 over IG, and they made it flashy at the end.
They truly played out of their mind. XG, like the way they executed in game 1 and in game 2 for me was... Yeah, this is the extreme gaming that we all love and respect from the seasons. This is why I'm sad that they weren't even at the major, because the way they can execute some of these drafts it's out of this world. Like the amount of hooks that Lou landed as well that he shouldn't have landed. I think that was a complete game changer. He won this game.
Yeah, it felt like he definitely won this game, and we're going to take a look at the scoreboard. The one thing that really upsets me about them not going to Arlington is they're going to go to TI potentially with no international experience, and that's going to be the same for a lot of these teams, I guess, going through last chance qualifier. But at the same time, like Extreme is one of those teams that had the opportunity to get at that experience, which could have been massive. And you look at the scoreboard, This is how good of a team they can be. 11-6-14 for Lou, 13-2-11 there for Paparazzi. Again, one death for DY. He had 2 deaths in this series as a Lich and an Omni Knight. That is insane. Like,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
crazy.
With Omni Knight, with Omni Knight, it's a little bit easier, perhaps, like a bit harder to kill. But overall, yeah, just incredible gameplay from the 2 supports in game 1 and 2. PYW a little bit shakier this time, no pun intended. A couple of fissures have been missed earlier on, but overall, good performance. The combo with the fissure hook was constantly giving them pickoffs and kills.
Yeah. So Extreme Gaming, they win, and we'll take a look at the bracket to see how it lines up after day 1 of the Chinese qualifiers. You see RNG 2-0 over YBB. Aster Aries move on to face RNG as they beat Vici 2-0. CDC beat eHome 2-0 as well. And Extreme beat IG 2-0. So they face each other in the next round. But then the Team Saiyan against Team Fusion. Team Fusion won that game. They'll go up against Vici. You've got YBB against Magma, eHome against Shenzhen, and IG against LBZS. And that is the bottom 4. Those lower bracket round 2 games, I believe, will be on tomorrow. And, this is where the eliminations start coming out. Obviously, saying they got eliminated earlier today, but it is a full day of eliminations tomorrow that are going to be very sad. But maybe if you're a fan of the team that wins, very exciting to see. So it's all, coming through pretty quickly. 4 series a day. It's fast, these qualifiers. You don't even get time to be emotional about some of these teams that are going to be eliminated tomorrow. And it's nuts, honestly.
It's nuts. I can tell you for sure that a lot of these players are feeling, very emotional, especially when they're approaching that last game. That might be their last game of the tournament. So there's a ton of emotions. And tomorrow specifically, the games might not be perfect when it comes to execution, but you also have to understand why it's like that. It's like this is what every single player is dreaming and preparing for the whole year, their whole gaming career. So it's definitely something.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of different emotions there. It's going to be a lot of stress for these teams, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out of tomorrow, because 4 eliminations is going to be really big. And I don't know. I don't know what we're going to see from these teams. I don't know if it's even going to be 2-0s like it was all day today. Very uncommon if you watch the Chinese region. Everybody always says it's 2-1s, but not today. It's all 2-0s. Maybe tomorrow will change, but we'll have to see you then. We'll have to see you at that next day when we watch these eliminations. So we are going to be signing off for the day. It's been fun. It's been real. Catch us tomorrow as we're back with more Chinese Dota qualifiers for the International 2022. See you guys later.